So with that being said, we're really getting into that position where who is going to get what.
What up, stream?
The
What up?
need
What
to
up?
be
What up?
competitive is
Live
absolutely there.
today.
Trex, can you
It
tell
was
us a little
late,
schedule?
you know. A little bit of a crazy
games coming up.
Crazy day yesterday.
We have LEGACi up against Fiends. Following after that, BloodHounds taking on the NightHorde, and then we get to see things get a little.
I had to
bit
just go
interesting.
immediately live.
Losers go up against today's
We're
winners.
here.
Area 77 will be taking on the winner of match 1, and DA will be taking on the winner of match 2. Or no, Area 77 will take on the NightHorde or BloodHounds, and then DA will take on LEGACi or Fiends, if I'm correct, right? Perfect.
So I think that it goes without saying that Area 77 and DA both really need to be on edge, especially
Brian,
coming into today, not knowing who they're going to be able to go up against. I feel like they've got to be doing this last-minute cramming to see, okay, what are the strengths of these different teams, and if we do go up against this team or this team, how are we going to have to adjust accordingly? Because everybody up to this point so far has been, you know, they've had the clairvoyance of saying, hey, this is who we're going up against, you know, how can we prepare ourselves? But they're not being gifted that generosity. So how do you feel like that might affect today's matches, Steph?
Well, you definitely have to jump into these matches with a game plan. I mean, you're looking at some teams, for example, just the first series alone, you have LEGACi up against Fiends, right? They have their own challenges, but they have their own strengths. I would say for LEGACi, I mean, they have everything to prove. They're a new team on the block, and they barely made it into the top 8 for North America, and now this is going to be their chance to try and rise through the lower bracket. It's going to be a challenge, though, since they haven't been able to claim a single match. So I think they have a lot to gain and not really much to lose at this point. When you're looking at Fiends, a little bit of a different kind of story. I mean, we've seen them, just the last time you've seen them fighting it out in the upper brackets, they switched their rosters like 3 times. I think they have the record for switching their rosters the most in a playoff season so far.
That was pretty. I mean, it was kind of rough. The Fiends game. I think we're seeing a lot of teams get their bearings after the roster changes. NightHorde looks decent, but to your question, Zeke, with like they have to prepare themselves for possibly 2 different teams.
I think he's trying to get on cam.
I think DA and Area 77 are ready. You know, it's like it doesn't matter who comes.
Yeah, you got on cam.
I think they're not. I think they'll be okay. I think they're prepared for whoever makes it up to them. I think, you know, as they're not locked in there with them, you're locked in here with me. You know, they'll be okay.
Yes, somebody get this guy.
Yeah, Ryle said he wasn't getting on cam.
Steph, can you take us into the Fiends roster?
They don't.
That's right.
It don't seem like they want to be on
really
cam.
Interesting one to kind of jump into. Another roster change. Out. Magic
what up
for the gold lane. We knew Brian Art was a switch up last time in the upper bracket. So again, swapping their rosters is possibly going to affect
Whoopi, can you change your orientation of your camera?
Looking for is there you have it. You have Magic,
whoever's on cam.
Chirobami, Pro Destroy, and Yuri QB.
Like turn it.
The question is, Kohari, where does he go at?
Like
right? We've seen him in the XP
landscape.
lane. We've seen him in the jungle. We've seen him on the roam position. The man could do it all. The marksman as well. So hopefully this time
will it rotate it?
His bread and butter, which is that gold lane. But I guess
it's like staying in the.
He's not going to be in that gold position. I feel like that's one of the strongest areas for him, for their team. But hey, I mean, looks like they have a game plan. We're going to have to see just how well it plays out for him.
Trex, can you tell us a little bit about how you feel with Kohari, you know, still being in the, I think he's still in that roam position, and
that's all let it do.
Coming back into it, I think he was the roam.
Okay, I'll let him know.
Now they've actually got him slotting into.
It's not letting him
Kohari there. How do you feel about that?
Landscape.
I mean, I don't think anything.
I don't know if there's anything we can.
You know, like Steph was brought up a few times. We saw Kohari go from EXP to jungle to roam, play 3 different positions.
I think he's facing it. I don't know. Maybe
the week before last
he's like
week,
playing on his bed.
Right now, I think with Magic coming back, I think there's a high chance we actually end up seeing Kohari in gold and Magic take the roam slot.
Ryle said he was going to get Shinsuke in there, but
in for uneven. I think it's still very up in the air.
It doesn't seem like they want to.
Exactly what their exact plan is going to be. If you want my honest opinion, I think a lot of it's going to come down to hero picks. A lot of it's going to come down to, you know, just on the spot calls.
Yo, so Dave wants to know who else can get on camera. We've got to get some more on.
Especially with Magic playing, I think everyone else should be playing around the Magic Kohari combo. Try to get the support pick on a Magic. Try to get Kohari.
Can you face your camera? Wait, we need 3
because that's kind of the bread and butter for them right there.
We need 3.
Well, enough guessing games. Trex, can you actually take us into the Legacy roster?
Yeah. Whoopi, are you gonna be like
a team that,
leaning on your bed, or are you gonna be? Can you face the camera? Like,
able to show up. Looks like Kuya Ken is gonna be subbing out, and Whoopi will be coming.
oh, I got you. Can you like face the camera though when you're playing, or no?
At the whole roster, it's Jolie, Whoopi, Shansky, Riles, and PDR7. This could be their last
Yeah, they
day
want you to look at the
finally
camera.
Show off. This could be their last day to put a win on the board. Just one, man. You know, just give us a
streamer.
Series,
I'm
man.
trying. I'm trying.
It's been a long
Trying to
season
get you
for them.
guys there.
Very long season for them. Hopefully they can extend it a little bit more.
Yeah, I've definitely got some high hopes for Legacy.
He said he doesn't.
From them.
He said he doesn't feel comfortable looking at it.
North American team. So with that being said, I really want to see them perform and show the world still that. But without guessing anymore, I want to know.
Legacy's match starts here soon.
Yep, that's the $1 million question. What are the predictions? And no, unanimous decision across the board. Fiends. I guess, passing on to me. Zeke, why did you pick Fiends?
Correct.
So for me, I picked the Fiends just because, again, Trex knows me. He knows that I've been getting all of my guesses wrong so far because I've been guessing based off of consistency. And hopefully, I'm hoping I'll get this one right. I voted the same as everybody else, so I'm hoping to lock in. Trex, how about you?
No, I did the same thing, man. I just copy and pasted.
Tonight is the lower bracket.
If I hold the same vote as everyone else,
Clickbait?
no matter what, they can't catch up to me. So from here on out,
Did I put BTK? I didn't put BTK, did I?
Different than the rest of the squad. And hold on, what happened? Wheezy, what is this?
Oh, whoa! What is that?
I don't think that's right. I don't think that's right. Something's wrong here.
Hey, we're gonna roll with it. Production
something's wrong here.
We got it. 27-7.
I demand a recount.
Why is DJ Kali here?
What keeps it interesting? Just like these teams are competing it out.
Oh, I threw all of the logos on.
A lower bracket and people just get knocked off.
I was tired of like changing the names and moving the logos around and shit, so I just threw all the logos on and put me in the middle.
Like I said, a brand new kind of lineup. They're rotating their roster, so it's still going to be a little bit of a challenge. I wouldn't say it's 100%. This will be a shot for Legacy to possibly claim their first win. I mean, this is the team to do it against. Is right now they're still kind of trying out.
Am I missing 2 logos?
So I think we're up for a good match.
Fuck.
Nonetheless, history is in the making for all these teams playing today because, funny enough, all of them have been swept.
I am missing 2 logos. Who am I missing?
None of these teams have claimed a single victory.
Oh, Fiends.
We'll have to see how they kind of play.
I had so many things in my. I was wondering why it looked so small. I done it like so quick.
In your personal opinion, what
I gotta scroll through like 1,000. I got Devious. There's Devious. Okay. Here we go.
Stay in this tournament.
I can fix this. I can fix this.
It's gonna start with the early game, right? A lot of times, I think where they kind of struggle is keeping up with the momentum that these upper echelon teams know how to play at, right? They focus on these objectives, these little micro decisions that they make at every given second of the game is what keeps them pushing forward to extend that lead and get that early finish.
Where the fuck's Fiends at?
Still trying to figure out that rhythm, right? That recipe to be able to do that alongside them. I think if they can figure that out, they'll have a good start. Also, in terms of drafting, there's a lot of times where we've seen them go toward the meta, but then sometimes shift off of it. I think maybe if they just play a little bit more textbook, don't go too risky and just have more synergized compositions in terms of drafting, then I think they'll have a really good start, especially up against a team like Fiends.
I think the Legacy people, I think they...
Why
honestly,
Legacy
I think if there's a time for them
people?
to win, it's today, right? My
Legacy
vote was very,
people?
if I wasn't holding such a strong lead over everybody in the voting, my vote may have gone to Legacy honestly today, just because Fiends looked shaky, man. We saw Fiends the other day, and they did not look too hot. They did not look like the Fiends that we knew in season.
All right, I fixed it. I fixed it.
We'll
I fixed
exactly
it shouldn't be as clickbaity.
Well, whether you're feeling strong and shifty like the Fiends or trying to have a legacy in the making, it's time to find out which team.
Oh, you can see my mouse
in the draft.
You're right. In the draft we go.
You can finally request your skin. Let's go.
According to Zeke, this is going to be
the Legacy people.
Jumping into this match It's going to be fun, right? Like you said, this is going to be a chance for one team to move forward, and the first team
Chip
in the
is
NACT spring
super
season
strong.
getting knocked off of the ladder entirely and down for
No,
the
no
NACT.
cap.
It's been an amazing journey, though, like we said.
Chip is super, like, he's so
just to make it
fast.
into the top 8 for
And then,
North
like,
America. Both of
his
these
ability
teams
to just
are new names.
summon a
We
full
haven't seen
team
a
is
Fiends,
crazy.
We haven't seen a LEGACi.
Like, if it's
in
properly
NACT
used, like, you can't
before.
run from
And
Chip.
I'm looking forward to their matches today. So, looking at the draft so far, we are going to be seeing a little bit of support taken off the table for Fiends. We're going to go in for that Angela, that Nolan, and that Faramis. A little bit of fast passing. And then on your side, Trex, looks like
It still
things on the
makes the
board as well.
person decide
Yeah,
to
I
like look at the portal and hope no one comes through it. You know, so it's like it can be used as a bait as well.
Immediately of possible flexing, able to maybe move it into the roam or EXP. I think on the side of LEGACi, we also need to kind of secure something solid. Barat's still open right now. Vexana still open right now. Could pick up the CC as well. Maybe something like the Barat CC. Exborg has been a pick, though, that has kind of gone in and off. Sometimes we see it picked up pretty commonly, especially against the R-Lot. Can be decent. Has been used as well against the CC in the past. But LEGACi, what I'm worried about is we've seen them try to use this Exborg as jungle before, and it did not perform.
Did he just say a
amazingly. They
Sexborg?
did pick up the chip immediately after that. And you're talking about fast
Or am I
drafting,
fucking-
things firing back
am I just
already.
like whiffing
But the
shit?
chip it's still in a really weird place for me. I think the Lui is a much more valuable pick, but
Nice.
we'll see. What do
There
you
you
think
set
about
up the
Chip?
highlights. Let's
I think this kind
go.
of boils back to what we were talking about with LEGACi. Sometimes leaning toward the meta and then sometimes just kind of straying away from it. And right now, I feel like Chip is just
Can't
not
hear you talk, Sherry.
the strongest option available for what they could have slotted in this draft. But
Hold on.
you know,
I think I
we
just
did see a Chip
I
work
put in new
before. I believe it
headphones
was,
and they were really
it was
low.
Game and Gladiators who pulled it
For
out.
some
They had,
reason
like,
you
a
were
very
low.
high mobile,
I can hear you now.
composition, and they were able to pull it off. But honestly, I mean,
It's only on certain
they're the number one
headphones.
seed currently
Like
in
I
NACT,
normally use my
so it's a
workout
little bit different.
headphones,
When we are
but
looking
I'm
at
using my
LEGACi, I feel like
professional
it's a little
headphones
bit of
right
a
now,
risk,
and
especially
for
considering
some reason
these
they're
games matter. It's
a lot
only best of
lower.
three. This isn't a best of 5.
I don't know
like
why.
we've seen yesterday. You don't have as many opportunities to bounce back, so they're gonna have to bring their A game. With Chip, though, it is going to provide mobility. It's going to provide a little bit of slow and CC, and able to get your team across the map to possibly some objectives and some early pickoffs if they can play it off right. But I don't think it's going to be the easiest.
You
thing to
only
do.
use
I think
that
it's gonna
word?
take a little bit of a higher level of skill, and I feel like
I was
Fiends,
playing
they're
Exborg
gonna
last
try
night.
to
It was
exploit that, right?
crazy
They're gonna try
good.
and put on some
What
pressure
up,
and not allow
Overkill?
them to even find that synergy.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
definitely
the enemy
weird.
can teleport as well.
It's a weird pick. I think we've been seeing it pop up
But like,
globally.
could you imagine if you like got teleported into the wrong
Some are
location?
favoring a lot. Some places are banning it. I'm still in a really weird spot for it. With a pick like the Harith, though, depending on where
I
they
did
put
enjoy
this
rank.
Exborg as
We
well,
won a lot of games.
And then
I think we only
there's
like
definitely some
lost
moves
like
to be made
2.
with it. My wonder is this going to be a roam chip? Like,
And I
don't know exactly what
MVP'd
this
on
is. Some
both
people
of
are
them, so
saying
it
it's
wasn't
better
even my
than
fault.
EXP.
Maybe it
Some
was
people are saying
3,
he's a
but I think we
roamer.
won like
You
14.
know, where exactly are we slotting him? So much is up in the air, and you mentioned skill and things like that. And I think LEGACi, like, is this something that
The night was kind of long, so I don't remember.
the waters on a possible go home series. They do ban out the Claude, and I think they probably the big chance that we see them maybe leave the carry open here, leave the Roger open here, give them some good gold lane matchups, so that the only thing that Fiends has to pick are something that's going to play badly into the Harith.
Yeah, I mean, when I'm looking at Fiends right now, I'm liking the way the draft is looking. I mean, the Valentina, I wouldn't say profits the best here. I haven't even seen if a Valentina even tries to grab a Chip's ultimate. I guess that's going to be interesting.
I think I'm the only caster that actually plays the game still.
In terms of that R-Lot,
It was a good rank night. It was.
Great for the CC. You can slot in the roam position. You can slot in the XP lane. It synergizes well with the Guinevere, especially with that Violet Requiem for some additional CC to proc that Demon Gauge for the additional dashes that the R-Lot can provide. Now, it's kind of funny because technically the R-Lot and the Guinevere, both of them can be kind of flexed into multiple different roles, which is going to keep LEGACi on their toes in terms of the draft. But speaking of the draft, we're still yet to see the marksman for the side of Fiends. You mentioned the Roger being a viable option. I mean, I think it works out really well against the Harith, though, from what I've been seeing.
Any LEGACi people in here?
Against the Roger. So I think maybe that's why LEGACi allowed it to walk.
Oh, no
without
LEGACi
bandit and
people in
kinda
here, that's
leaning
for
in
sure.
on Fiends picking that up. We have seen Fiends pick up things like the Natan, the Roger, also the carry, all viable options, especially against the beefier compositions such as that Chip, such as that Exborg. Speaking of Chip, I'm willing to assume it should be a roam Chip.
I just did, Ritz.
First chip that I've seen that's
I
not
just did. I was literally writing it up the moment that you sent
Yeah,
that.
they definitely slotted that in that roam position. So time will tell. But speaking of pickups, there goes the Lilia. Mage solidified for the side of LEGACi.
Yeah, we haven't seen a little too often. I'm thinking Raph and then what the carry here. I was wondering if we're going to see the support pick from Fiends here. This is kind of there. This is what they go to. Magic definitely gonna be on roam position.
Yeah, his camera like
Kohari's gonna slot into gold or not. I know he does have a little jungle
now
above him, but I
don't know.
I got a feeling he's gonna be pulling up for gold here now that Magic is back in. You're right, the carry doesn't play amazing. Maybe they go for something like the Ixia. We've been seeing that pop up. With the Wrath, you could also pull something out like the Airthil. It would combo very well with the Wrath, you know, being able to kite, being able to consistently move. I think there's plenty of options for Kohari to kind of slot in here.
That was the buzzer.
For the Ixia, so I think solid pick. LEGACi, on the other hand, still need a jungler or an EXP laner.
Yeah, why does Trex always dress so dark? Also, why is there so much headroom here? Like,
so there goes. All right, so jungler.
Wait, there's like a whole ass amount of headroom above these boys.
Whoopi's gonna be on the X board.
Do people like it when it's just like there's like a shit ton of headroom here? I like it when I'm all in the frame, you know what I mean?
Also pretty quick pace. You have the Raft to give yourself the boost. You have your Raft to give yourself the speed up. But LEGACi just hits a little bit different with the chip getting involved, with the Joy getting involved now.
Kohari did go to roam, but it seems like they're kind of swapping things around and shit.
Once you have the electrifying beats on Riles, definitely a lot of possibilities for LEGACi. I think the question on all of our minds is though is, can they pilot it, right? Like, can they make it work? Can they execute this draft? Because it's nothing that's going to be simple, right? It's a pretty in-depth draft on the side of LEGACi that has a lot of moving pieces going on.
Yeah, a lot of moving pieces indeed. Both of these teams ready to go into the Land of Dawn. Now, looking at LEGACi, right? I mean, their composition is interesting. I wouldn't have. It's just a couple of things it doesn't have. Like, for example, some group CC. There's a lot of slow though, right? You have the X board, you have the Zaman Force over there from the Harith. You have the chip for a little bit of slow on top of that, but will it be enough? Ladies and gentlemen, we are now jumping into the first series.
I just wanted to sleep all day today. I didn't want to wake up. I was like, when my alarm went off, I was like,
Definitely questionable.
I was like, let me sleep.
Protostor will be on this Guinevere in the jungle. I think in the first few, in the first laning phase, I kind of feel like Fiends might have the advantage here. I think once we get into like 5-6 minutes or so, LEGACi should hit a decent power spike. Taking a look at the audience predictions real fast, it is pretty close. 69% for Fiends, 31% for LG, which is kind of surprising because LEGACi has.
You woke up because you was hungry?
Maybe a lot of people
I don't even think I would wake up because I'm hungry.
Lost some faith in Fiends.
I haven't even ate today.
LEGACi, like I said, there's a lot.
I was like, nah.
On today's games, there's a lot of things working. Look at PDR already coming up.
I actually don't eat a lot.
The stun as well with the fire missiles.
I've been trying to cut weight. I'm trying to thin out, and then I'll probably bulk back up. We'll see.
Stakes in the early phase may be able to pay off, but they need to be.
I had a couple Cheez-Its last night.
On the board as well.
I am drinking a Red Bull, but that's not
food. For a little bit of that mobility.
Yeah, definitely a lot of mobility on both sides. Nothing too out of the ordinary. I do want to point out that the Ixia picked up
the viewers are proud. The viewers on my side are pretty bad too.
Trait there, I can't remember. I couldn't see it perfectly, but picked up some defensive traits there. Give her a little bit of bulk, which I think is good, especially when you have
with not food. Yeah, I don't drink anything. I'm just drinking Red Bull. This is like my wake. This is my coffee.
He's gonna fall. Jolie will be able to pick up that kill. Magic right beside him, almost falls as well. Able to get out of there. First kill on the board to LEGACi.
Yeah, I think we're gonna see PDR just jumping from off
cutting
lane
and
to
bulking
off lane to off lane.
Yeah, I want to cut some more.
Now, but he should
I want to get back to my baseball days.
He hasn't hit level 4 yet, so doesn't have the complete portal just yet. But Turtle is up.
Yeah, electrifying beats from Riles, trying to deal some damage. Last Insanity on its tail though. Pro Destroy will be able to get the kill with the spatial migration. There goes the last Insanity from Whoopi. Turtle still in play on both sides, ready to take the fight into the pit, but Glooms.
Summer body, here I come.
Great zonage for the side of
You're only eating about 1,700 calories a day.
Trying to find a window of opportunity.
I think I'm close to the same.
On it, and
I think I might be. I'm not calorie counting though, so maybe I should calorie count. This is only 10 calories, so today 10 calories is all I've had.
Having Protostor in the Guinevere, we're already seeing some of the pressure able to pull. But wait a second.
It's 4 o'clock.
Yeah, Kohari's gonna use that secret.
Just run
skill
every
none of us
day.
knew about.
I have like a
Flash
bad
for us.
fucking right
That's one of
knee
those-
from
with an
baseball.
impact- no, I'm
So
kidding.
running's like
With
super hard. So I just try to like eat healthy.
See that Kohari able to sustain himself though. It's like 1 HP, able to stay alive, and that's huge, right? He's not just any hero out there.
I do
He
have a
is the
treadmill that I
marksman
run on though.
for the side of Fiends, and honestly,
I normally
we're talking
like
about what role he's
super
gonna play in.
walk.
When he plays in the marksman role, this is when you see Fiends.
I
kinda
should
do their
actually
best.
row machine
Like,
instead.
see, is that the secret recipe?
I
they've been
should
looking
actually
for
row
all along?
machine
Speaking of
instead.
recipes,
That
PDR,
is actually.
recipe for disaster. Hit space for
That is true.
Get out of there. A lot of slow though.
I don't know how well I'd actually be at like a hell-aesthetics.
Trying to wrap around, finds Riles using electrifying beats.
Kinesthetics, hell-aesthetics? How the fuck do you say it?
Back to him, Pro Destroy, trying to seal the deal. Jolie joining the party alongside Shonsky. Members of Fiends very low, but it looks like both sides will disengage.
Yeah, both teams doing a great job at engaging, disengaging, and both teams kind of have, wait a second, a lot of damage on a Jolie there. Should be able to get away from this safely.
Yeah,
PDR is going to try something, though.
Yeah, knock up, spatial migration, Violent Requiem,
Yeah.
PDR falls.
I don't have an, well,
Destroy able to get the kill.
I probably could have time to go to the gym in the morning every single day, but I would be an absolute fucking zombie.
Kohari will fall. Shonsky picking up the kill. Whoopi with the flicker back to the tier 1 turret.
Kohari having a rough game this time. 0-2 right now. Jolie 1-0.
Do you like run outside?
Has gotten ganked, has gotten attacked, but Jolie is
Is it like
continuously
5
been
to
able to get
10K
away,
steps?
the rest of the team has been able
Or
to show
5 to
up
10?
in
Or is that
time.
like?
Now Fiends, elsewhere on the map,
Yeah.
they are kind of winning. They're holding about a 900 gold lead right now. Nothing too major, but still keeping up with the rotation.
I have like
jungle, but we kind of
I have like
expect this
definitely
from
sleeping
LEGACi.
problems.
This is, you know, we're just hitting 5 minutes. Should be another minute or two. Got to wait for Riles to get that second item locked
Jesus
in. I think it's
Christ.
smart of them to not
Isn't
really
that like
contest
3
that second
miles?
turtle.
Well,
They're just kinda biding time. As long as
10
they
would
don't
be
fall
like
too far
half, so
behind,
that would
they can
be,
still hit a really nice
that'd be like
game
3
spike.
or 4 miles, right?
Barrage going out. Jolie, 50% HP,
Oh.
but a big stun PDR.
I would have time on Saturday if it wasn't MLBB day.
Electrifying piece of close the distance. Riles.
Yeah.
Find one, maybe able to get another. Chirobami very low.
I used to run a lot in when I was in baseball because I was actually the outfielder.
Go is gonna go ahead and connect for a little bit of slow.
So-
We need more damage. Looks like
But
he
ever
is gonna
since
be able to
then-
get out of there. 2 to 3 on the board. LEGACi still leading in terms of kills.
Man,
Nah.
the squad just jumped up out the portal like, what's up?
I'm not a
There's lot of
runner.
beef down here. Up in the bot lane. I mean, literally just all 5 of them jump out of the portal, jump on the Fiend. So we're already seeing some possibilities from the
1
side
hour
of
and 24
LEGACi
minutes.
with the portals from PDR here, with the
I
teleports.
can do like
Definitely
easily
something-
20,000 steps in a
nice
day.
pick on a Jolie there. Definitely something Fiends is
But
gonna
then
have
my
to watch
shins
out
will
for,
fall
but Fiends are
off.
handling it well.
Yeah, Riles joining the party alongside PDR, trying to defend, not allowing the siege from Fiends, but isn't enough. Full barrage going out. Pro Destroy able to take him down, and the tier 1 turret will fall. Fiends with the map control.
Yep, Fiends starting to come out on top. LEGACi having trouble keeping up. And
I
Fiends have
hate-
been
I
putting
hate
so
gym
much
time in
focus
the-
into
in the
that gold
winter.
lane. It's like we got to get Kohari moving. We got to get Magic moving. He's been babysitting that gold lane for so
Yeah.
long. They finally break through the tier 3, and that is huge.
Pro
Jesus.
Destroy will find Shonsky. Now going to take the tier 1 in the mid lane as well. 2 turrets for Fiends in the last minute.
I'd
Huge
definitely
play,
probably be
major
putting.
advantage, at least for the early phase. Whoopi though. Need
Yeah.
to watch out. You're a cutie trying to get a final slash, trying to get the CC. No Faraga armor to save him. And now the 3v1 rotation.
Oh, he
Now the
missed
immortality,
it. The
stun will
Faraga
back
armor
out. First down,
fucking
Faraga
saved his
armor
life,
down for
GGs.
Flash
Squad's
City,
here.
And now the counterplay squad pulling up the teleport from Chip. You're a cutie. We'll find Magic. Jolie finds a kill to respond back. Takes down Magic. You're a cutie trying to get away. PDR not trying to allow him to get
What's
back
the-
to
what's
safety.
the health
Looks like he was
curve buff?
able to
Do you
expand the
know?
distance. Riles, though,
Have you?
is gonna dash in one more.
I used
day.
Hellcurt in rank last night, and I absolutely destroyed people.
Pull up, pull up.
Like,
The
what-
boys
what does he
came in
need?
Once again, LEGACi.
I mean, it's definitely not,
They'll make
like,
some plays happen.
pro
They finally take
scene
the
worthy.
tower, But Fiends
But yeah,
still
I-
holding
I-
a very
I was-
strong, secure
I was
lead.
instilling fear
PDR
into that
little
enemy
trouble for
team.
Kohari.
Ooh, full barrage going out.
Oh.
Kohari will be able to get it.
I'm
Takes
like
down
mythic
PDR.
25 now.
A massive play. Finding a Chip. We were wondering how the Chip was kind
I
of
can't-
playing into this.
I
he
can't
hasn't
be
died too
legend
much,
and-
right?
and then
Going from
BTK.
2 deaths, 5
I
assists.
just
Like
can't
that's off
fly.
to a good start. But in terms of what we're seeing on the map so far, that mid turret fell very early in this game for the side of Fiends and LEGACi. they're going to need to try and go in for the tier 1 in the mid as well. If not, you're going to see Fiends have a little bit of a more comfortable time invading onto the purple and orange.
That was actually a really good night last night.
Definitely opens up the map for the side of Fiends. Going to give a lot of trouble. And yes, what you gain from PDR,
I had 8 and now I'm at like 25. So.
Oh, Violent Requiem.
Yeah, there's PDR. Speak of the devil. First
Yeah.
we'll be able to shut him down.
A lot.
Third death of the game. Full barrage though. Pro Destroy getting the double and the special migration. Kohari.
I think I played for like 8 hours.
3 members falling for the side of LEGACi. Now a 10-5 lead. Make that 11. Is
I was up till like 7 in the morning.
Tony Montana claiming a kill as well.
Kohari, the
I made it to 19 actually.
Good.
So not too bad.
Now securing some
I think I
kills.
lost a
Now
couple.
starting to stack up, and with the sustainability of Magic by his side, once again we see the
1,
combo
2,
coming
3,
out, and it's doing
4,
wonders against LEGACi.
5, 6, 7,
they picked up
8,
the
9,
yes,
10,
you get the teleport. Yes, you get some
11,
things from it,
12,
but you also give up, a heavy amount
13,
of CC.
14,
you give up a
15.
super bulky frontliner. I just feel like the sacrifice is not enough for what you gain from
16,
him.
17,
Yeah,
18, 19, 20. I played 20 games last night.
That risk playing a factor for the side of LEGACi is now Fiends having full control of this
2,
game,
4,
forcing
6,
LEGACi back
8,
into their
10,
base, and it looks like they want a
12,
little bit more. They're gonna go to the top
14,
side, final
15.
side,
I
now
won
Yuri
15 of
connecting
them.
on the Jolie, but the Zombie Force will drop down. Yuri Cutie forced to use a flicker. Last sanity from Churro.
So I lost 5.
Need to get back out the
I won 15 games played out of 20.
Not gonna allow him to take
Not
his
bad.
ultimate and do better. It's gonna force out Fiends from that tier 2 turret on the top side.
And so LEGACi able to defend.
Yeah,
pretty
we
well here. Lords
had
now
literally
up,
work,
ready
bro.
to go. Fiends looking like they're gonna rush it.
Dude, I was
LEGACi
killing it
should
with
be able to
Alpha
defend
last
a
night.
big push as long as they don't make any big
I was playing
mistakes.
some
They do
crazy
have
shit,
decent
too.
Wave clear with the Lilia. They have decent wave.
I was
clear
playing
with
Alpha.
Jolie, and they also have Whoopi who can.
I played
apply at least when it comes to
Rafaela.
minions.
Dude,
Maybe
I
not
was getting
just on Lord,
MVPs with Sun
spread down some
Wukong.
minions
I actually think
with
I
the
played
export.
more
So
than 20, but I
LEGACi have
can't.
some answers to
I
kind of
can't see
survive
more than
this
20.
out. The only problem is Fiends. I feel like their gold lane scales a little bit better than the Harith here, depending. Their jungler, not so much. I think Riles may start to have a slightly better game, but still LEGACi, I feel like, has a few less answers. Oh.
Speaking of answers, teleport going out. Kohari finding PDR. A little bit of an overextension being costly, and down goes the tier 2 turret for the top side. It looks like they're going to go in for a possible siege into the base, trying to open it up, trying to find even more of a lead against LEGACi right now. But can they do it? LEGACi ready to defend on the top side. Inhibitor now 25% space migration.
You went change you last night for funsies?
Connecting to 3 members
Hello,
of
funny.
LEGACi. Big play from Kohari.
You saw me on Sun? Yeah, dude, I was beating people in with my monkey stick.
Destroy out of the base, but he is not worried about it. Space of migrations on the Shansky. Look at the bot side though. The base will open up. PDR trying to defend. The mid will fall. Yuri Cutie is going to take down Riles. 1 member falling for the side of LEGACi. Make that 2 as the immortality from Whoopi has been procced. Does have the Faraga armor. The base crystal taking a little bit of damage. Last sanity out from Churubami, exploding onto PDR. Yuri Cutie will pick up the kill. Shansky will go hard with the double, and down goes the base crystal. Fiends takes game 1 against LEGACi.
Couldn't even make it past First Lord. LEGACi unable to put a fight up against Fiends. And remember, this is a best of 3.
That was a
so
pretty
it's
quick
match
game.
point already. Is LEGACi going to be able to do anything huge here, or is Fiends just going to keep moving forward in a quick sweep fashion?
My monkey
It's definitely a
stick.
tough game for LEGACi.
I'm telling you,
Fiends
I was beating them down with my monkey stick.
16-5, 32. Huge amount of damage. A beautiful rating, and the gold per minute average on the team.
I kinda wanna go make burgers, chat.
You know, this is the Fiends that we saw during season, I feel like. This is the Fiends that we all kind of hyped up for a while there. And though Fiends weren't able to get any big wins against teams like GG or BTK, still, they had a wonderful season. And when we came in and we saw them last week in playoffs, we were all kind of like, whoa.
No.
We got Kohari back in the gold. We got Magic back in the Roam. They get a nice
Lami top
Raphael
was
pick
kind of
that
rough,
fits the
but
composition so well.
like that.
And they just steamrolled over LEGACi.
Yeah, I mean,
Do I play other games?
Yeah,
I was about to say a cooking stream. I don't know how I'd be able to bring my camera with
We
me.
kind of agreed upon could be a little bit risky in terms of the drafting. It had its moments, but I feel like
I'd have to like connect my tablet and then put the camera on there.
Though was on fire. I mean, the man was leading with this Guinevere inside of the jungle with the most kills of the game, just on fire.
That's what I was gonna say. Like I could connect my tablet.
I'm right there with you. I think this.
I don't know how well or how far it would actually make it.
Season, and now looking a little bit better than their last matches that we watched them in the upper brackets.
Just bring the grill to my room. Fucking day.
And wondering where we go from here, right? This is an 11-minute game, 11 minutes 30 seconds, right before even that enhanced Lord.
Why is bro so cute? What is that comment? The comment was like, why is bro so cute? That was one of the comments.
Maybe not being as aggressive. I like the aggression.
Who are they talking about?
Always needed, right? You just
that's what I'm saying.
You can, but don't try and overextend and take
room
too much,
tour.
and that's where you'll fall. I do like
this is it.
The strategy though going into the game from LEGACi. They were trying to go in for these objectives. They were going in for the fights, but you just seen Fiends overall just do it a little bit better. So this is a best of 3. Keep in mind, this is the knockout phase for the playoffs.
He knows how to remote
will drop out
stream
NACT today between these two matches, or these two amazing top 8 contenders.
Yeah, taking a look at the head-to-head, Pro Destroy with a beautifully clean game, 7-0-5, and Riles, you know,
what?
He's fallen far from grace, man. This used to be a jungler that.
You said subscribes only.
See the tips and tricks videos. People used to, you know, there was
the real reason behind me putting the chat on subscribers only is because like a lot of people, I feel like in order to win giveaways with the channel, you should be subscribed to me. So in order to get flex wins, you have to talk. So in order to win giveaways, you have to talk. So in order to talk, you have to be a subscriber. So it's all a tier. It's all a tier. Subscribe, like literally, to be honest, like subscribers are the only number that people look at most of the damn time. So like, you it's kind of like a strategic way to get people to subscribe. Because a lot of people watch channels, but that's all they do, and then they forget about you. I don't want you to forget about me.
Justice.
Yeah, and justice is what LEGACi needs right now. They need to smack that gavel down and find a victory. Right now, currently they haven't won a single match this entire NACT. And
at least that's how I see it.
They need to find their identity. They need to find their strengths. I mean,
I try to do giveaways.
Some minor wins to start.
I give away a lot of diamonds.
Like I said, I don't think there's a single hero that I
don't want to be forgotten.
They lock this in.
I'm a LEGACi.
Guaranteed win. I haven't really even seen a comfort pick come out from their side. So it could be comfortability that plays into it.
I want more diamonds
in the NACT. I mean, I guess
so does Dave Spirit.
Same type of deal, but
Dave said he's about to be coming back and being a content creator because he needs diamonds.
As much as we've seen Fiends do it either. So, speaking of the match, though,
not
number 2 right now. LEGACi in a
all of the lower brackets are today. Besides that, we figure out.
Fiends, which means if
got 20, bro.
Victory here for the 2-0. It's the end of the road with no wins in the NACT. So
you got 20 basic.
This is the most important game they have had yet, in their final game. On top of that, possibly.
I need 20 bucks, bro.
I hate to like be the bearer of bad news, but I don't think we've even.
They should make Dave live. I'm telling you.
I don't think we've ever had a team go completely.
I need to hire Dave as my content creator.
Ever had a team not take a single series off of anybody.
Basic thoughts on your Wi-Fi.
Does LG really want that to be them, man? And I you know,
we gotta get basic fiber.
You know, I love all the teams, and I'm always a caster who says I appreciate everyone who makes it here, but I'm also will always be a caster.
I don't understand how your Wi-Fi is $200. That's ridiculous.
A hard fact on their shoulder right now. They need.
You're getting shamed.
Like, I want them to take this dub, man, because I don't want to see him go out like this. But we're gonna jump into the drafts. These ones definitely going a little bit slower this time.
Trex the trader, bro.
First pick. Fiend's gonna take out this Matilda. There's some things that LEGACi have to be careful for here, right?
We just need a streamer house, bro.
They don't want to maybe. I think the Wrap is a bit easier to deal with, but still, those are some of the things that Fiends regularly look for.
If I could get rich enough.
On the other hand, I think
we'll make a streamer house. We just need Boba Zane to fucking hit the lottery when it comes to crypto.
What do they want to leave open here? The Barat's still on the field. A lot of possibilities for the side of LEGACi. They have first pick. They have the ability to be in control of the draft per se.
Yeah,
I have 1,000 up, 1,000 down, and my Wi-Fi is only like $110.
was a little too far-fetched for my liking. I feel like if you're not early and aggressive and you're not already claiming the first objectives, chip's gonna fall short when it comes to anything else in the game.
Your Wi-Fi is bad and cheap. 70 is not cheap.
Draft, they definitely need to pick up something that they're comfortable on. I mean, we've seen even in the jungle, like Ryo's profits on the Nolan.
I only pay $110 for Wi-Fi,
Assassins, but
and it's fiber. Like it's one gigabyte up and 1 gigabyte down.
Man, they're not gonna let them breathe today. That would have been my #1 option for them. Now, we do know they like to play picks such as the X-Borg, things of that nature, but we got to keep in mind there's a Valentina on the table, so they do want to kind of watch
today
out
is
for
like
they don't want
the
Phoenix
teams do
drop
not
off
want to
too much.
respond.
I think even if they pick up the Angela, there's still technically that Valentina that they will have to watch out for.
Even Area 77.
It's gonna be a little bit of a tricky one. You could pick up that R lot.
I think $200 would have to include
Very
cable.
strong. A lot of teams still go in sometimes for the Ruby.
Ooh,
know
I don't pay for cable though.
It's still a pretty viable option. It's playing the
I mean,
safe
if you
route,
if
right?
you
I mean,
if you
the
count
safe
all
route,
of
you
my
can
like
pick up the
Netflix,
jungle. You
Hulu,
go in
and
for
shit
something
like that, I'm probably paying like 200.
The Barats is still an option, especially with all the supports that are
You see
still
me play at
available
10
on the team.
MS?
I mean, you still got
Yeah.
no, I guess the Faramis is gone, and the okay, so no, maybe not the Barats for this one, but like I said, possibly slot in the jungler may be the game plan for LEGACi.
Yeah, I mean, I think Barats could definitely be solid if that's what they wanted. I think the Barats is always solid up front. But yeah, the Arla has also been a super popular pick up front. Fiends, now, you know, questioning it, wondering it. I think one thing that I don't want to see from LEGACi is the Joy pick. I think Joy has been a very underwhelming.
Free Wi-Fi requires you to steal your neighbors.
Fiends gonna ban out the chip, and I think honestly that just feels like a bide time ban. I don't think they're super worried about the chip. I think it's more.
I think I gotta gift someone a skin.
And we get nothing in return. If we ban out the Arlot and they get the Barats and we get nothing in return, let's try to force some trades here. So now if Fiends want it, they can pick up the Vex and Barats. They can pick up the Ruby Barats. There's a lot of possibilities.
Oh yeah, it was Brian. I gotta gift Brian his skin.
Lots of possibilities.
Yeah, I think you're going for your marksman here, right? You have.
If you're still in here, Brian, I'm sending you the skin right now. I sent you the skin, homie.
We've seen that Harith kind of get prioritized. I mean, it counters heroes such as the Carry, such as the Roger, and I think that's something that Fiends may try and go in for. If not, pick up the Roger and maybe be comfortable using it against LEGACi, knowing that you can be aggressive in the early game and not have to worry too much about them taking those objectives over you. So
Enrique, you know you won too, right? What's your in-game name? Did I follow you already?
I wouldn't even go as far as saying a possible jungler, but speaking of marksmen, one will not be slotted. They're going to pick up the Florian and combo that up with the Fredrin. So a little bit of that frontline composition in the jungle. Supported by
you number 3?
Yeah, the Florin's been.
You're gonna spam math like crazy. She's pretty OP, so.
I still have.
Suddenly, my name's Brian.
It's so tough to see, even like her.
What's do I follow you?
It's not like a super flashy.
What's your Mobile Legends ID?
It's hard to even see the impact of Florin when she is on the field.
I think I got it. Oh, you're number 3. Okay.
I mean, it's been a
you wanted the Infernal Warlord?
Winning games with, and then
that's actually a pretty cool looking ass skin. I'm not gonna lie.
Knowing the way they like to play, knowing that they like to kind of hover around that Ube type strategy.
All right, I just sent it to you.
Past them using this in a way that'll benefit.
I need to spend more diamonds because I think my my gifting's at. Oh no, that's 160,000 diamonds that I can gift. Okay, we're solid.
Speaking of pickups, when you're looking at LEGACi and you're looking
at I sent it to you, Enrique.
Great slow provided over there from the X-Borg. When you drop that Ice Queen wand on him, when he has the fire missiles, the fire stakes, it's good for zonage control, but maybe a little bit of a struggle if they do slot it into the XP lane against this Benedetta. We know the Benedetta is highly mobile, easy to kind of cut those minions with the Electro Final Blow and rotate around the map to create those opportunities for the neutral objectives. So they will have to battle on the mobility, but I do like that the X-Borg can be flexed inside of the jungle, still can be in the XP lane, even the R-Lot technically. We don't know if it'll be the Roam R-Lot. Do they flex it? I feel like right now they have a little bit of a stronger draft to kind of change it up on the fly against Fiends.
Most definitely. I'm still, you know, you mentioned the X-Borg, and I'm still kind of like,
I still don't know if we
a little early for the X-Borg.
If we've ever,
it does do okay against the.
We're actually getting pretty close to taking care of everybody from last month.
With some of these heals and everything.
I had a wild stream. I did have a wild stream last night, didn't I?
Much more mobile, a much faster move.
It was pretty fun. It was pretty fun, bro.
proactive EXP laner Benedetta on the side of Fiends, and LEGACi, there's no way to really respond to it. So I think maybe the
dude, the YouTube short stuff really boosts your channel.
LEGACi still need a jungler unless they slot the X-Borg over, which I don't think they should do.
I'm probably gonna I'm probably gonna short stream after this as well.
We still need a roamer. I mean, we still need a mid laner slash roamer.
Maybe for like a couple hours.
Yeah, looking at Fiends, we need that marksman to be slotted up as well. I guess for both sides technically. So I'm wondering where they're gonna go with that. We still haven't seen a Roger be banned out. Still viable option. The Harith looks like that's still on the table as well. Trying to limit some of the XP lane rotations. Fiends is gonna take out that CC. Now,
I got it.
I would say it's definitely
What's
a hard hero to
up?
kind of keep at bay.
Welcome to the channel, man.
Rotations from
how to use it
as well. So
what are we talking about?
This will be an interesting one. I think marksman wise, I don't know. I'm feeling like either the Roger.
One day it works, one day it doesn't.
I think both of them
I don't know. It's kind of worked for me.
But time
It's performed equally the same.
If you're looking
on
at
both times I've tried
a
it.
little bit, but there's really not that much. I mean, it's putting a lot.
I'm hoping at some point that it blows up more than it
Fiends get
is.
first pick. They might wait. They might not pick up their gold.
I think
laner
it's
first here 'cause
actually
they wanna get the
super
counterplay.
dumb that regular streams don't get pushed as much as short streams. I'm not gonna cap.
Well, they still need a mid laner as well. Maybe they pick up the Lilia this
Well, that's because
time.
she's a chick.
Something like that.
Let me take my shirt off.
Open. A lot of possibilities. I don't.
Doing
think they
both
slot
the
in
streams
gold
don't work.
immediately here. I think they want to be able to get the counterplay from LEGACi. And that gives if LEGACi goes for the
I do remember that. I was like, how does a fucking Android lose to a Teletubby?
Or LEGACi goes for
Yeah,
something
damn.
else. You know, Fiends has that kind of counterplay.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be one to kind of look out for. They're going to go for the Natan. Now, they have used the Natan before, so it's nothing too out of the ordinary. They pulled it out against Area 77 in the upper brackets, but they weren't able to pull off that victory. On the other side of the table, though, for the side of LEGACi, they're going to go ahead and pick up that Akai. So this looks like it's going to be an Akai in the jungle. Are we thinking jungle on this one?
Should be, but knowing LEGACi, my guess is Akai jungle. Like how I would do this is Akai jungle, Arlot roam, X-Borg EXP, but how they're going to do it, it looks like, is they haven't. Well, we don't see swaps yet. We'll see.
Yeah,
that would be my guess. That's where I would put them.
Because they may go X-Borg jungle, Akai
we still
roam,
have time for swaps.
XP on the Arlot. But yeah, time will tell. Maybe we bet some diamonds on this Trex. But as we are looking at the side,
I can't.
The picks are in as well. They're gonna
TikTok streaming sucks, bro. Like they do not.
On the side of Fiends,
they need to make PC streaming better.
To be able to go in, you have the Arlot, you have the X-Borg, and you have the.
I've tried doing both, but the problem is that when you do both streams, OBS or YouTube or something, I don't know what's doing, but something's being bottlenecked.
It's gonna be Romakai, it's gonna be jungle X-Borg, and it's gonna be EXP.
With it being bottlenecked, like YouTube classifies it as like poor, so then they don't push you as much. So if your stream quality is not excellent, your GG's zero. You can stream by changing the output and the settings of OBS. Just reverse it. So then your OBS will look like a TikTok format versus regular like format like how we are right now.
Which way will we go?
Well, only time will tell. But personally, if I take a look,
and then you just go live like normal, and it automatically does the YouTube short style.
Better here. LEGACi does have some answers though. Like let's be honest, even though they went for the Romakai, it is still a solid pick no matter what position it is in. Can help deal with Chirobami whenever he brings out the Magic Gush. Can help.
Yeah, I use restreaming as well.
Objectives. Can kind of stop Yuri Cutie in tracks.
I don't. I haven't done it on Twitch. I haven't done it on Twitch yet.
As well. You just have a lot of.
All I know is that if you go to like the video settings and you just reverse the aspect or the resolution, you do instead of 1080 by 1920 or no, it's 1920 by 1080. You do 1080 by 1920. I do play FPSs. I've been playing Fallout 76 since Fallout. I really got into like Fallout there. No problem, homie.
for the side of LEGACi. But speaking of LEGACi, a couple of
It's definitely well worth it. I mean, you'll
we're
definitely
gonna go ahead and see.
you'll gain a decent bit of subscribers, 100%. It reaches a lot of people that you never would have reached. I never checked like the analytics to see like who all I'm reaching. I could probably go find out.
That is always the strat. Magic is going to be going up there regularly. I think LEGACi needs to be prepared for that.
Since published, I got 228 subscribers from one of them. I only made 82 cents. You don't even fucking make $1. Like the monetization side of things is ass for the YouTube short.
Baited out that flicker as well, which will help Fiends take this turtle with no contest.
I reached the Philippines, India, and Indonesia like crazy though.
Yeah, Ryle's unable to even contest. Jolie also have
80% of the people I reached were not subscrid.
Up in the top side now.
Yeah, I only made 82 cents.
Knowing that their
fucking 82 cents, man.
Rely into more mid late game, but the thing is, Fiends also has a decent late game comp. Oh, Kohari though.
Yeah, very low PDR. Trying to wrap up there. He wants the kill. I don't think Kohari's gonna give it to him though, but you never know. Kohari likes to take it very aggressive in the top side, especially running on this marksman. He's one of those that you kind of watch and his gameplay speaks for itself. Not afraid to take
getting
that
paid
fight.
like I work overseas, man.
HP is not in his favor. But right now, Fiends, they took the first turtle, which means they have a little bit of that boost in terms.
It just depends on the audience, I'm guessing.
Not the most
the revenue, I was making, wow, I was making 0.03 cents every 1,000 views.
You are going to see the taunt, the energy eruption, the knockup. Jolie, last second with the flicker. Back to safety. Pro destroyed.
I was making like a third of a cent every fucking 1,000 views. I wasn't even making 1 cent.
He is going to be able to connect to Shanski. Magic will be able to take that kill though. Draws first blood into the hands of Fiends. Shanski will fall.
That's like my normal stream.
That lane a little too far behind enemy lines, but may be able to get the kill. PDR. Very low Magic.
Well, welcome to the international scene.
Speaking of turrets, though, a lot of the gold plating stripped off into Fiends' pockets. Riles will fall. Pro Destroyer able to pick up.
Dude, Fiends is just fucking destroying LG.
Yet to find an answer.
I was hoping Riles pulled out a Hayabusa for like the last day.
Tries to set up the play in all, and still just unable to do anything against Fiends. Fiends just completely dominating right now from lanes to player versus player all across the map. Let's take a look at some of these items right now. Kohari does pick up the leg plates, gets a little bit of defense here, able to maybe take a couple shots to the face, able to kind of go a bit better toe-to-toe with Jolie. Going to be a slower route when it comes to full damage.
It is true.
Mr. Gush going to go out, connect your Bobby. Finding PDR, takes
I want to see what the Hellcurt buff is. I think it's like the 23rd that the Hellcurt buff comes out.
Claims it for LEGACi, able to find a small victory, but now needing to get back out to safety. But Whoopi, final slash in for the setup, but nobody to follow. One-man army, a flicker back to the purple buff, but able to disengage, and nobody will fall.
Yeah, no retribution.
Is it the 24th?
Not going to be able to secure
it's Wednesday.
Either. Pro Destroyer will take that, walk away safely.
I think I might try to stream every day, trying to do the YouTube short styles to just see how things are going.
LEGACi's kind of hanging
like during the week, I kind of want to boost my subscribers a little bit, and this is a pretty good analytic to run with right now.
A lot of damage onto that tier 1 turret.
I'm not really worried about the money aspect
of map control. LEGACi, they're able to get that second turtle.
I just want to legitly gain subscribers. You know what I mean, chat?
2,000 gold lead right now for Fiends. Now, we were talking about the late game marksman potential, right? Neither Jolie or Kohari has fallen so far. But speaking of falling,
I gotta catch up to Dez, bro. He done fucking left me in the dust.
Get away though. Last insanity in.
He was at like 16K. I was at like 12K. Now he's at like fucking 50K.
A lot of hits is gonna rush in for the taunt. Do they go in for the kill though? No. They're gonna go ahead and disengage, and Pro Destroy will be able to get out of there alive. But Riles, on the other side of the story, will fall. Magic taking him down.
At least he bides some time. The rest of the
he does stream all day. That dude's been like streaming every single day non-stop.
Should go down. Kohari able to get that kill. Even when LEGACi finds, you know, a moment, something, they lose elsewhere on the map, though, and that is what's becoming a huge problem. Fiends able to make up consistently. Finally, LEGACi do find a tier 3 tower.
He makes a lot of good content. He's definitely a real streamer for sure.
Get a bit more involved in some of these fights.
Yeah, it's gonna give them map control. Off to a good start, even though they lost. They're down by 4 kills. Compared to Fiends. Turtle does spawn in both sides, able to claim a turtle so far. I mean, with that turret being taken, it could be off to a good start, but a turret on the opposite side has been claimed for Fiends to even up the map control, and now Pro Destroy will pull the aggro of this turtle. LEGACi, do they contest? I mean, they're already down by 4 kills and 2,000 gold. Is this a fight that they can take? Pro Destroy will be able to
ML Hustler. He is the ML Hustler. Ain't no cap on that. He's a really cool person, though. Pretty much everybody I've met in MLBB has been really cool. Zero, fucking was a blast.
Finding Pro Destroy and PDR.
Dez.
With the entropy dealing a lot of
Fucking
damage, but now needs to get out of there.
General was really cool.
Yes, he can. He finds Jolie, but Jolie, an eye for an eye will take him down as well.
Wait, I feel like when you actually really get to meet a person behind the screen, like you get a better sense of like how the person is, and pretty much everybody's always been literally the chillest and coolest people ever.
I don't know.
I definitely can't wait for Vegas, though.
The kill on the board does go down, but it still is huge for LEGACi. LEGACi still behind about 2,000 gold. I think maybe
I play a little bit of every role now.
Much better for LEGACi.
I'm forcing myself to play EXP because I have to get better at it. Because like
take that and get away.
There's always like a couple games I'm playing EXP.
They lose out.
I'm definitely not the best. I need to unlock a couple of heroes first.
Maybe goes a bit too deep here, and PDR.
I need to unlock CC. 100% need to unlock CC. I think that's what I might do tonight.
Some of the comms, some of the
is probably work on some classic games and be able to unlock some of my heroes today.
It feels like there's just some miscommunication across the team.
I think we need to unlock heroes tonight, Ritz.
But very low. PDR
100%, 100%. We gotta get some games in on some different heroes.
They don't have to worry about those heavy spin setups. Now,
I'm trying to replace the GOAT. I'm not.
One to the side of LEGACi.
Dude, I've seen like being the manager for a pro team, like the amount of time you have to put into a team is just. I would literally have to.
Over LEGACi so far, but I wouldn't say too far out of comfort. I feel like this next.
I would literally have to stop doing everything I do besides like work.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see exactly how it goes. Lord gonna be up. Fiends holding position over
Export was really fun. I still have to unlock CC.
And Fiends not giving any time at all for LEGACi even.
You just play. I don't want to play AI though. I'd like to actually learn the hero a little bit.
For fights. I think Fiends.
That was such a good fucking hold too.
The heavy spin Riles will take down Magic. They need to follow through on those. Only able to get one. A little bit of a wasted opportunity. Riles. Immortality has been proc.
Yuzong wasn't too bad. I'm not really good at Benedetta. I feel like Benedetta is like really particular. I also played like Arlat like once and I was lost, bro.
LEGACi evening out the scoreboard 9-9, but loses the.
Yo, LEGACi pulling back, chat?
Push mid, just start taking towers, find something. You get a full 5-man wipeout. You have to capitalize on this. Now,
that was huge.
There, I know both of us were like, nobody's
I think I played CC once already.
That's a pin of a lifetime, and nobody's there. Somehow, LG still comes out on top of this fight. I'm not going to lie, when you're a cutie, went into that back line, I thought it was all over.
Arlot is a bit tricky. You got, it's almost like you got to dash in, dash out, dash in, dash out.
Smashing through the rest of LEGACi on the backside of the map. Whoopi has definitely been the savior of this game for LEGACi. 4-1-1 right now. PDR gets the huge pin, but that wasn't even like the game changer, man. Whoopi picking up the pieces at the end of that fight was huge for LEGACi.
Yeah, has the Blade of Heptases, has the Sea of Halberd for the anti-heal as well. Whoopi's ready to go. He's ready to take that fight. Lethal Ignition on his side. Now,
you just need to time your skills.
PDR,
I think that'd be the one thing that I run into.
Working out in their favor, and I'm right there with you. I mean, imagine how that would have turned out if they were even closer when he had that triple pin on the wall. But this is going to put Fiends in a situation they haven't been in before so far in this series. but nonetheless, still going to find an advantage with it, as you are going to see Kohari claim the tier 1 turret in the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, LEGACi, they have control of the map. They have some answers, too, and Fiends now, by not having that aggressive roam, look, Kohari also going to get pinned. PDR is just all or nothing nonstop. He's like, it's okay if I die, man. We're just going to watch for LG coming into the side here.
Ooh, Riles is going to go ahead and use that last insanity. Catches Magic, catches Kohari, but healed back up from
Is the last 8 seconds, dash, S1, dash again.
Fiends on the push. Kohari trying to deal the last hits on the PDR, but a little overly aggressive, costing him his life as Jolie takes him down with the speedy light wheels. Now a 3v3.
I feel like I would just have to go into like practice in God mode and just practice how to
a lot of aggression
control
from Fiends right there. Kohari, sometimes his aggression can be his downfall, and there it was right there, allowing Jolie to pick up that kill.
Yeah, that is the regular. Kohari, the regular, gets a little bit too aggressive. I think he'd be.
I should try maining.
Laner.
Oh God!
Just figure out, exactly the times.
That shit would be
when that's needed. Now, I do want to point out something. Whoopi was in the top lane that whole time.
That would be a fucking sight to see.
Winning out in the 1v1.
If I could main Fanny, I done made it in MLBB.
He's huge for teams, especially if he's ahead, especially if he's able to get the better. Now LEGACi, take their first Lord of the game.
MV Gaming, what's good, brother? Welcome to the regular side of my stream.
Bottom, and really kind of bring this game even more.
It'd be entertaining.
2,000 goals. Before they were 2,000 behind.
You ever see me destroy my mic? I might destroy everything.
Answers, looking for possibilities, and yeah, they keep on getting these kills on the PDR, but that's not going to win them the game.
It's just severe energy management is all it is.
Definitely tell Kohari is comfortable now, right? We've seen him swapping a lot of roles, and when you put him in the gold lane, he never disappoints on the highlight plays. But you are going to go ahead and see this Lord burst it down from the side of Fiends. A little to no contest, a little bit of a wasted opportunity for LEGACi, who had to fight so hard to get that advantage. So right now, I feel like this is a 50-50, right? The later this game goes, it's just going to boil down to the team compositions and who could do it a little bit better. Now, you are looking at both sides, trying to do a little bit of scouting, trying to find out where everybody is. But look at the bot side. Look at the separation from YuriCutie. Going to be able to claim that turret uncontested.
Yeah, Fiends are bringing the split push hard right now.
Yo, what up, CC Gaming?
Forcing LEGACi to
follow
them around. Just last time we saw Kohari shoving down the top side. Kohari goes back to base as LEGACi goes and clears up that lane. Fiends take out the Lord. Now we're seeing Fiends kind of, as LEGACi is getting back and getting everyone back to mid, they're going to have YuriCutie.
I mean, LEGACi does have the carry.
Here and there and just kind of keep LEGACi.
If the carry can stay alive, it could be rough. Kohari's kind of died a lot on this Nathan.
Fiends have now taken control over the map a bit.
I think we're going to be unlocking a couple of heroes in EXP. I'm missing a lot of heroes in EXP, so I probably will be playing EXP.
Coming up to this next Lord.
Yeah, I think you're right on the money right there, right? That's going to be the focus for
I really like playing Martis last night. Martis was pretty fun. Exborg was really fun.
Getting past that 15-minute threshold. We do see this Lord going to be spawning in the next minute, and this is going to be
Yuzong was pretty fun. I haven't played Yuzong in a while.
Late game items being picked up. You're going to see that immortality picked up from Kohari. You already know what type of time Kohari is on when he picks up immortality. He's ready to go to war.
Uranus was pretty funny.
Nobody needed and having an additional life to sustain himself. There he goes in for it.
Oh, dude, he got Kohari too.
Immortality he just picked up.
Oh, dude, they're going in though.
Take him down.
And they got Jolie though, marksman for marksman.
For both teams have
oh yeah, I gotta do Charizla. I don't think I have Charizla unlocked.
Yeah, but imagine if you're.
I would actually like to play Charizla.
Kill Jolie and Kohari didn't die, right? It's like Kohari jumps in and YuriCutie immediately knows. Here we
I can try to unlock Arlot, but I'm not quite sure about Arlot. I don't know.
Luckily, both marksmen go down, but YuriCutie has been doing an amazing job at pressuring Jolie every time Kohari kind of puts his neck on the line. PDR also, though, this guy, he's just able to get face checked. And I don't know why Trobami keeps using that magic gush, man. It's like you're not going to be able to kill PDR.
I don't think, it's not Zero's fault that he had to go EXP.
Utility given up for Fiends, and every time PDR.
How long have I been playing MLBB? I think I've only been playing like 2 years.
How good the Akai can kind of play into this role.
I'm going to end up ranking later, MV.
Able to frontline a lot of that damage. And then the heavy spin to be able to get back to safety when all else fails.
Yeah, Zero didn't have a choice. It wasn't. It was not. Definitely not his fault.
The opportunity for Fiends to move into this Lord pit and not have to.
He kind of got like forced into the role, so.
That we seen a little bit earlier. There goes that Mystic Gusto onto Whoopi, taking him down to about 25% HP. Looks like Fiends is in a position to be able to take this Lord, but LEGACi trying to contest. Select the final blow from Yuracutie. Very low though. Entropy going down.
DR?
Do the final touches. Jolie with the speed of light.
Yeah, I'm super new to Mobile Legends.
Being procced. Riles and Whoopi side by side. Pro Destroy will be able to get the Lord.
I think I've been. I have to double check. Let me check my history real fast.
Looks like they're trying to disengage, but Kohari.
I started in like season 19, I think, but I didn't like actually start like streaming.
Kills, but they lose 2 members, able to take the Lord away from LEGACi.
2 for 2. A Lord over the side of Fiends is already marching down the top side. Kohari able to output some decent damage there, able to kind of dance around that time.
I think it's been about 3 years then, maybe 4-ish.
Retry distance, Immortality popped, and then Riles
I played.
Has to back off, and it just gives Pro Destroy the advantage. And even though Pro
I started at the end of season 19, so it was like 2021. So about 3 years, about 3 years.
Still, man. A 1,200 gold lead for Fiends, but that 1,200 to 2,000 gold lead has gone back and forth between both teams. Fiends need to crack an inhibitor here, need to, you know, try to get as close to ending as possible. I think LEGACi can survive this as long as
I made Mythical Glory my second season.
They can only afford too many mistakes. Right now, you are.
And I played 466 games as Zosk.
Take it to the front line, apply some slow. Now, this is getting tricky, Trex, right? I mean, LEGACi, this is match point. If they lose here, they're gone. That means their LEGACi will be the only team in history not able to claim a victory in the NACT. But you
2017, sheesh.
With the heavy spin back to safety. A little premature. You are going to see the minions on the bot side, though. Riles working to clear them out, but Fiends looks like they want a little bit more. Yuracutie taking a little bit of hits too. Whoopi able to force him back out of the base.
Listen, man, the Fiends are hungry, man. They've been a hungry team all season. Yes, they start off playoffs a little bit rough.
BloodHounds versus NightHorde.
Take out some big teams during season. This is just another day in the park for them.
That's right. Looking for a home run. Fiends trying to get the clean sweep over LEGACi, trying to make them winless in this NACT, trying to knock them out of the spring season. Only one inhibitor to go through in the 4-man team of LEGACi standing. Last standing going out by Riles.
Ooh.
Doing a little bit of damage.
Whoopi.
Final slash connecting. Whoopi with the play, with the setup. Yuracutie very low. Jolie, 25% HP. Needs to go back. Needs to get his HP. You're going to see Whoopi very low as well. Fiends all in the base.
Technically, we're like 30 minutes ahead right now. I started when my boy Zylong was named Yuzel.
Oh,
not enough to stop them. Fiends takes down LEGACi and knocks them out of the NACT spring season.
Clint had a Clawed ult? What the
battle,
fuck?
a good try, an attaboy, but LEGACi unable to do it. Fiends coming out on top. Moving on to
dude, I remember when jungles literally carried the game.
I don't think we can completely count
like
Fiends
if
off
you had
yet,
a terrible jungle, like you could not win the game.
Count Fiends out just yet. I think they had a really bad showing on day 1 of playoffs, but if we recall,
that's great. What did he just spin around and fucking shoot with his pistols?
LEGACi out, and they're moving on to the next
GG's
round.
LEGACi.
I think there's some possibilities. Their next opponent's going to be even bigger than the last one. LEGACi though, man.
It was a good run.
Weezy.
A legacy is a legacy.
They went down in history for the only team not able to claim a single victory in the NACT, but nonetheless able to make the top 8, which is definitely an achievement in my book. So
he went
burr. See them in some future seasons, and I mean it's only up from here, right? I mean, they can only move up from here. As soon as they claim their first victory in future NACTs, I look forward to seeing what they do. But Fiends, you're right there, right? You're talking about how well they performed.
What, really?
In this series. Now, they were looking a little shaky, like you mentioned, on day 1. They did a lot of roster changes, but putting Kohari...
Sayuri's going to do the interview?
Definitely gets the team overall a lot more comfortable.
Oh, interesting.
And that's the Fiends that we want to see, right? And I think they should kind of stick with that method. As you mentioned, their next match, it's going to be even harder than this one, is they're going to be going up against Devious Activity. a team full of stars. But yes, nonetheless, a great game. 19 minutes, almost at the 20 minute mark.
Legacy of
Legacy
Legacy.
definitely put on a great fight. It was closer than majority of the games that we've seen.
Nana used to give the team gold. What in the Teletubby?
Also getting the carry, the sandbag, being Pro Destroy, and then the
I feel like ultimates need to be more flashier.
Shonsky himself.
I want flashier ultimates, chat. Like I need more Black Dragons.
This is the this is the Fiends, like I was saying, all matches. This is the Fiends.
Kai's pretty flashy.
It makes me think that maybe
Fredrin's ult's kind of just like fucking blah.
Maybe we needed to bring in the sub.
Maybe if he like fucking summoned like a fat ass sword and like brought it down on your head. Like I think that would be really cool. Like I'm talking like a giant sword, bro. And just like ha.
To what we kind of saw work for them in the past, that Ube
Alpha just fucking lifts you up,
very cleanly,
dashes in.
Team fight participation, everyone got involved.
Xborg's got a pretty flashy ult.
Nobody
you want them to fix NA server? Yeah, NA server's kind of ass.
Destroy Yuri Cutie, even Kohari. I don't think gold laners are supposed to take that much damage, but that's just Kohari's style.
Minno's ult's pretty flashy.
Pick up that immortality. We already knew he was ready to take that fight to the front line. Kohari the Brave, Kohari the Immortal, but nonetheless, a great series indeed, ending up with a 3-0 sweep. Legacy knocked out of the NACT.
There they go, man. Just like that. They were here, but now they're gone, but with that being said, I do want to say that I think that was the best game we've seen from Legacy the entire NACT. They came in, they were looking strong. They were there. Jolie and Whoopi were absolutely putting in the work. I think it was Whoopi who got it was actually a triple kill. And when they wiped, man, mind blown. They really had my heart racing there. I thought I was going to get another wrong guess for a series. And I don't know if I can afford that at this point.
Yeah, I mean,
you can be all west and be sent to east. Yeah.
Losses on there, I gotta keep climbing up that ladder.
I'm lucky I'm central, so like I
gotta find a way to get an upset.
I actually have a pretty decent time. Like I think my highest MS is like 40.
Something's off with that. I don't know, man. I feel like you should.
The new Arlot.
I'm like one ahead. I don't know. Whatever. Doesn't matter. It's not a big deal.
I will say,
What's
I
that?
think if we're going by golf scores, I should be, I guess I'm still not in first. I'm still.
Give me a second.
Even when it comes to losing, I'm losing.
Should be subbing. What the heck? Why is there two easy peasies?
I was so excited to see Legacy breaking it up and making something happen.
All right,
I think a lot of us came into this matchup.
Ooga booga.
I didn't expect the Fiends to play as well as they did. I wasn't ready to see Kohari back on gold, but we did, and even with that, Legacy still showed up, and I really feel good about that. So for me, I'm thinking maybe if they stick together,
yeah, because easy peasy, Boca, Sleep, Stoner, and Templess.
NACT.
Yeah, I'm right
Booga
there.
booga, where you at, bro?
We've been
the new Arlot damage is crazy.
Teams kind of make it through, but this time we've had more teams show up to the occasion, and I feel like Legacy is just the start of what we have in terms of North America. They still need a little bit more polishing, but nonetheless, keep working on it, keep building that synergy, and the limitations are endless as long as they continue on that grind.
Yeah, I mean, good.
I can't wait for the new KOF skins, man.
I think
about to go broke.
Some possibilities to see from them in the future. I think we might see some.
We don't get to see the high-lows, bro.
The real thing I want to talk about though is Fiends are going to be going up against DA later on today, and last time DA won against Fiends 2-1. But Fiends did take the first game. Fiends were able to take that win. Fiends.
Let me end this poll and we'll do the next poll.
We've seen a lot from Fiends. This is the roster that works. I think I said earlier in the season, if there's a team that's going to get some crazy upset, it would be Fiends.
NightHorde.
And maybe we'll see something crazy happen later today. Maybe we'll see.
All right, we got BloodHounds or NightHorde, chat.
I'm hoping.
What do you guys think? Who do you guys think?
These teams come in as strong as we've ever seen them play, and I hope that they.
I wish I knew what heroes I had locked.
It already is the most interesting NACT that we've ever seen, but to further secure that would be absolutely beautiful. But without further ado, Steph, MVP, who you got?
Oh, MVP's a hard one. I mean, I would like to say Kohari would be a possible MVP, but Pro Destroy, I'm right there because his Guinevere was nice. I mean, the Guinevere game 1, he was all over the place. He was getting the setups, he was getting the kills. He was even at a point near the end game, just diving into the base by himself behind the inhibitor turrets and not falling, baiting out a lot of utility. And I would say he's definitely a high value player over there for the side of Fiends that you have to watch out for. Not to mention his hero pool is all over the place. Definitely a jungler that you can kind of rely on any given notice.
I mean, definitely a great game by him. Game 1, when completely deathless, huge. Pro Destroy's always been steady. Like, you know, I think a lot of our eyes have consistently been on Kohari and Magic and stuff like that, but Pro Destroy has always kind of been, you know, just the steady.
All right, man. I actually need to cook at some point too. I'm about to go check on my dinner real fast while BloodHounds is getting in.
Against some
BloodHounds and
junglers for neutral objectives. So I think as long as he can stay steady, you know, there's big things for him in the future of NA.
I know for me, I'm actually looking at it from a different point of view. So for me, Pro Destroy, he did absolutely fantastic in these matches. But overall, as a jungler in NACT so far, I do still want to see more from him. Although he has been steady, he's not been able to, at least I haven't seen him make some of the same big plays that we've seen some of these other top junglers make. And I feel like coming into these matches, you know, especially tonight, he's going to have to be ready. Seth?
Okay, I will say one point though, Zeke. Week 1 of the regular season, he was the first jungler to pull out the fanny. And like when Fiends first played and everybody was wondering where they were sitting at against the BloodHounds, he pulled out that fanny and he dominated. So I gotta give him credit there. I will say that was a bold statement, something that I definitely wouldn't overlook. But yeah, I mean, you are kind of right. He definitely has a lot to kind of work against when it comes to some of the more familiar junglers that we've seen kind of earn their achievements in the previous NACTs.
Yeah, we've seen a lot. We've seen a lot from him overall. I think, again, he's still essentially like a rookie. So I do think like there's just from the whole teams of Fiends in general, similar like Kohari. Like, yeah, I've hyped up Kohari all season, but as we saw, when we saw him go up against gold laners like Basic, gold laners like Zia, we saw the cracks start to show. And I think it's similar to Pro Destroy. I think there's a lot of potential in him. I think there's a lot of potential in a lot of these players on this team. But still has had a good season. I mean, for a rookie team, for a new team, has had a really good season. And whether they win or lose, it's very rare that we see a new name team come in and not get 8th or 7th place, right? Like, you know, get a 6th or 5th finish shot. It's very rare we see that. I don't think it's ever happened before, like a brand new team coming in and able to, you know, take out other older teams. So it's huge for Fiends. No matter how I think moving forward from here, it's a comfortable finish for them.
I can see that, because no matter what at this point, even if hypothetically they get knocked out in the next match, they still have finished respectfully. They've still done a good job to represent themselves. But with that being said, I think the match tonight might be kind of spicy. You know, is that just me? Am I the only one feeling that?
God!
I ate some,
Jesus Christ!
All the sriracha.
Dude, that ice cream is gonna give you 20 pounds now.
One match.
Right, well, I'm right there with you. We have some exciting matches nonetheless. I mean, we have BloodHounds up against the NightHorde. That's definitely going to be one to watch. Both of these teams are a little bit more familiar. It's not the same story with LEGACi and Fiends, two new name teams.
That's I was about to say.
NightHorde and BloodHounds. These are teams that have been.
That's like making it right, but not making it right.
Switch up the roster too often. I mean, this is a little bit of a newer NightHorde team, but overall, the NightHorde name has been around for a while. Now, this is going to be a hard one, though. I mean, NightHorde has been pretty much
I'm gonna gas her up, so.
For the most part, where they'd go against. They lost to Devious Activity, though. I mean, it's a new Devious Activity roster. We'll get in on that when we see Devious Activity go up against Fiends today, so we don't want to spoil too much about them. But nonetheless, this is where we get into these teams being a little bit closer in on that ladder, right? You don't really know if it's going to be a 3-0 sweep. These are going to be games that are a little bit closer to that 20-minute mark that you're at the edge of your chair waiting to see what happens.
I feel my wallet getting a little bit heavy. Trex,
we haven't said anything about it because we didn't want the team dynamic.
Put your phone down because here we go. QR code on the screen.
I don't think NightHorde's ready.
Everybody. Well, not everybody, just 40 of you lucky viewers redeem the code for a chance to win one of these. Not just
BloodHounds, my bad.
Not just a trial card, but permanent skins. First come, first serve. Rudy Duck.
I'm starving right now.
School Idol.
My brain can't even work.
Don't even know who the X Factor is, but he's there. And the Yin Yang Mage as well. We got it all. So, and if you don't have a camera on your phone, if you're dealing with the old school Nokia brick or something like that, you got the code on the screen as well. So use them.
It's gonna be like a 5-minute break, chat.
And all 40 are probably already gone. Not gonna lie. Now, next series, next game, BloodHounds versus NightHorde. Weezy, you brought it up. These are two teams that are, like, I mean, NightHorde had a great game and BloodHounds had a very rough season, honestly. But still, these were two teams that a lot of us who have been around came into this season saying these are the two teams that might try to break.
Did you get your magic dust, Ritz?
Number 3 team instead of a number 6 or 7 team, right?
I think they got a redeem thing in game now that you can do.
Showed up, I feel like, during season. But still, if there's a time for BloodHounds to be like, no, not today, NightHorde. You might have had a good season, but we want to take that number 4 slot. We want to take that number 5 slot. Maybe today's the day that BloodHounds does that, and I think that's, that would be an exciting finish. NightHorde also, they got the 0 in the XP lane. We saw that get picked apart by DA. Maybe that's the answer for BloodHounds here.
Steph, do you feel like BloodHounds are ready? I know that's a bold question, but they've, maybe all of the matches up to this point have really been just them warming up, because we have seen them get better and better and better each game. And I know I say it every time I watch them play, but each game they are coming in a little bit hotter. So do you think they're ready for this?
Honestly,
Dave, did I get pro history?
I know NightHorde is
I don't ever know where the damn button is.
I'm a little shaky, right? It's you never really know. I think
I don't need it. I was just asking.
Really bad, but I think against the NightHorde, they have to show up and battle them out, because they're not even considered top 2, right?
Yeah.
They're probably in that, I would say, maybe that 3 or 4th position. There's
that works for me.
Fighting for that number
I knew there was like a specific button that you had to like find.
Teams fighting for that 3 and that 4.
I just didn't know where it was.
Like Trex kind of said, they didn't really show up in the regular season.
Yeah,
so
same.
For me to say that they're ready compared to the teams that have been showing up on the regular season wouldn't really make the most logical sense.
I leave my history open, so.
Them being, one of the only teams who haven't changed their roster too much compared to other teams will lean in their favor, so we'll have to see.
Steph,
that's
before
crazy.
You break my heart, I'm gonna send us to break because you're killing me.
They were gonna do Boca and easy peasy. I'll jump in there. Yo. You guys hopping on cam? Okay, I think we need easy peasy though. It's off? That's wild. Let me confer with Dave. It lets you. Perfect. I'm about to say that is rough. Yes. The next series will be right away. There's gonna be someone in the cams that you guys, I don't know if you guys have ever seen before. No. Yeah. Where's the easy peasy at? He's like late. Does he have to take a shower too? I feel like everybody has to take showers before they play. Like they... You did? Oh yeah, true. I can see the cam. That's what I'm saying. Sleeps. Come on. Jesus. Alright. Like we got T-minus like 1 minute till start, so. If you can invite it, easy peasy. I don't know if the cat or the lobby hosts have them. Yeah.
About what?
I was sleeps, my bad. Yeah, your photo. Fucking goddamn Sir Bossy. God damn it. An acorn ball. Oh my god. I'm fucking dead, bro. That's crazy. And then fucking Templess over here with the yeah, Uncle Sam. You are recruited for America. Move. All right, guys. Well, good luck. All right. They're all in lobby. They're getting in cam. Easy peasy is gonna get in VC at some point. Okay, said he'll turn on his cam. Oh, I don't know where Dave went. Oh. This Moskov skin was probably like the coolest skin they've released to date. Like, look at the amount of time they put into the animations. Terry, who did the animations behind the Moskov like video? That shit, it was so good.
Okay, I found this on the web for who did the animation.
Yeah, it was on the break. Yeah, I mean, this animation is like this could be a whole like anime. Yeah. Oh god.
Man, let me tell you, NightHorde versus the BloodHounds. Dragons, a little bit bigger than Hounds are, so I think that makes the BH the underdog in this fight.
I'm so confused because I can hear Dave, but I don't see him in the VC.
If he thought the BloodHounds were ready coming into this match, but Trex, I
Yeah.
don't know. Do you think we're ready for
Look at this. This is weird.
You know, gameplay, or maybe even
We'll post
a little upset.
Am I ready for
No, you're
dominating
invisible.
gameplay or an upset? Is that what you're asking me?
Yeah. Are you ready to?
Am I just
Look at that.
On? Like, we have
Oh, maybe
this
my
entire
Discord's messing
NACT.
up. It didn't even want to send this photo.
Guessing, man.
Am I ready to not know what's going on?
Let me reset my
This
Discord.
entire NACT. Do you notice that when you repeat Zeke's questions slowly, how ridiculous they sound? I'm just.
Jesus.
Yes, I'm ready, Zeke. I think it's going to be a great series. BloodHounds up against NightHorde. NightHorde definitely the favorite in my eyes, but like I said, if there's a time for BloodHounds to do something big, today's the day.
My Discord's doing some weird stuff.
Can you take us into the BloodHounds roster?
Yeah, let's go ahead and jump into it, as we are going to go ahead and see Ooga Booga subbed out.
I'm back.
Easy peasy. Looks like he's back in play and ready to take that fight into the land of Dawn. Ooga Booga, we've seen him.
The giveaway will be
rotate
on the
around,
30th.
being a
I do it every
strong
month
piece
at the end of the month.
BloodHounds ready to go head to head up against the NightHorde. Sleeps, Easy Peasy, Boca Roscoe, Falam, and also Templess.
Is it just me, man? Is it just me, or is Easy Peasy looking really strong? I feel like every game that we go into, we end up having one of these people just all like ready to rip out of their shirts, man. They make me feel bad about myself. It hurts. This is supposed to be Mobile Legends, not powerlifting.
They're trying to catch up to you, Zeke. Big bro Zeke, right? They gotta catch up to you. I feel like they're getting even. I don't know if it's production doing it or if it's them themselves, but I feel like they're getting stronger every time we see them. Every day they're getting a little bit.
They get
more
a little bit bigger and their heads get a little bit smaller. That's pretty much how it works. But yeah, I heard that production's been doing that behind the scenes. We just But no,
Is he a sub as well?
There are some points I want to point out on BloodHounds real quick before we jump to the next
So did they subbed out Falam as well?
He's able to always keep morale up. He's able to always kind of be positive from what we've seen. And no matter how many losses they take, he's always kind of able to move forward.
Just throw it in there.
He's come a long way. I don't think we can count him out.
I didn't even catch that.
He's had some rough drafts, some rough games, whatever. I definitely don't think we can count him out just yet. High chance the series could go, all 3 matches.
I do think I agree with you there. Boca has the experience to definitely lead this team to success. All they have to do is, remember.
Yeah. We just updated that Uga.
We saw them doing consistently in the
all the damn
subs
subs
of the tournament was just off the wall picks that ended up working against them. But when they did stick closer to the meta, we did see them being a little bit more successful. Steph?
Yeah, I'm right there with you. They're a team that they do what I like teams to do, right? They focus on not switching up their rosters.
Can you just show an updated one?
Fixing the problem
after the fact?
That specific player and improving that gameplay.
Yeah.
Now, sometimes that method can take a lot longer than being like, oh, you don't do good in this role. Let me just get somebody who already does great in that role. But then again, that's when you start running into synergy issues. So instead of taking the easy
that's a good
route,
question.
I
could probably go find out. They don't really tell us what roles they're gonna play.
With what they're looking for. Now,
what roles are Stoner and Easy Peasy gonna play? Easy Peasy jungle?
Up against the NightHorde. If they lose here, they're gone. Be the second.
So Easy Peasy is
LEGACi. So they definitely
jungle,
have to bring their A game.
and then Stoner's roam.
You asked me the question, do I think they're prepared? I think they're as prepared as they can be to go up against the NightHorde, and I think the NightHorde is going to match that same energy. I think both of these teams are ready to take it to the next level.
Well said, Trix. Can you take us through the NightHorde roster?
I think
yes, I can. The NightHorde
roster. Ninja might be lagging a bit.
Gold lane, Momoy,
on my side at least.
Sayori, Oh My Foe, and Zero, the new EXP laner. We saw Zero have a few issues last week. We saw him get a little picked apart. We saw him get a little bullied. Heavy focuses from Devious activity on to Zero. I'm hoping this week they come in with a bit more of a solid ground plan. They had a day to kind of throw some things out there, throw out Zero.
I think that's what that's how he is every time, ain't he?
Maybe not, super meta. And I think this is now NightHorde needs to get back to the basics. Needs to get
what up, honey?
What brought them into the number 3 seeding as we came into
my cat is so weird.
NightHorde
he's like laying on the yoga mat,
be strong,
sleeping
all of season. So this is a time when they need to show why they're here, what they're playing for, why so much hype was built around them to possibly be contenders for maybe number 3 or grand finals.
So I think everybody
does the giveaway command have a bug? It shouldn't.
Everybody watching this right now definitely wants to know, what do you think the chances are if NightHorde starts to struggle that they reach out to the Fiends and ask if Kohari can mid lane for them?
What?
What's he saying?
What's
he saying again?
You know what? I'm gonna answer your question with a question. What do you think?
Yeah.
The odds of that are, Zeke. Gotta pick your brain.
What do you think the odds are that they would call Kohari and ask him to mid lane for them? What do you think the odds are?
Probably 0, one would assume, but we've also seen Kohari in a lot.
Trex does not seem happy.
This season, so
and they already have a 0 in the EXP lane.
Oh man.
I don't know, Krukman.
Oh man, I want to see more Kohari. I want to see. But, with that being said, I do think that this matchup is going to be really close, all jokes aside. I think NightHorde is looking really strong, and again, BloodHounds.
Trex is not.
A little bit stronger, so I think Trex is putting on some glasses. I think he's got something to say. Why are you looking at me like that?
Nothing. I need to be able. I wear glasses, Zeke.
This is analyst Trex. It's
analyst
alter ego. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So is this
tell me why Trex's glasses look like those glasses that are like sippy straws.
We all have, you got analyst Trex and play-by-play Trex.
Yeah, but we only have one Zeke, sadly.
Damn.
Zeke, do you have different versions, Zeke? I feel like
Every sentence is a different version of Zeke. He's never the same. We never see the past Zeke. It's just always a new Zeke.
Yo, tell me Trex's glasses don't look like the sippy straws, bro.
You know,
like I feel like he could just have a drink behind him and he could just like fucking
take us into it. How do you feel about it?
How do I feel about it? I am not the only person who voted.
Send a camera.
That is UA. UA voted for BloodHounds here. Again, this is a game where I thought it could be possible BloodHounds would win. If I wanted to go for an upset, you know, if I was like sitting behind 3 or 4 points like Zeke right now, I might go for the BloodHounds vote.
I could just kill my boy Trex.
But I'm not.
I'm just saying, man. I'm just saying, man. I felt like if old boy had one of those hard hats on and some drinks hanging off the side, that boy would be sipping right now.
It's hard to kind of count them out. Like you said,
you are right there with me.
Yeah, we're literally right there. They've just been dominating this entire season.
The grandma class.
Not give them credit where it's due. I mean, literally, BloodHounds and NightHorde were in the same type of situation, right? Having to rise to the occasion or falling short, needing to break that barrier of always being like a top 5 and above team. And right now, with this season, we're seeing NightHorde.
There's Private cast it yesterday.
When it comes to victories in their series up against the BloodHounds, who falls a little bit more short. But that's not going to discredit the BloodHounds. There's still a possibility that they can pull this off. I just think based off statistics and what we've seen with this season, it will be slightly more of a challenge for them.
I know for me, I picked the NightHorde because I thought Dragons
broke your membership. Damn.
And it's really hard to argue with that. Speaking of wings, I think it's time that we fly into the draft.
Finally.
Ooh, taking it away to the draft. Away
Jesus Christ.
Man, full energy. Gotta love him. Definitely never know what's gonna come out of his mouth as he's on that host position. But we are.
When will I cast? I don't know. Dude, Trex is not feeling Z, bro. He's done. He's done.
Both of these more familiar teams in the NACT, one of them will be going home today.
Yeah, I mean, we've grown. These 2 teams have become a staple, man. And they're
I think Trex got hella dogged when he when he went anti-BTK.
You know? In the olden days, it was BTK, Area 77.
He stopped vaping?
Like Sexy and
oh
things
damn.
like that. You know,
he's probably having withdrawals.
Teams like BloodHounds and NightHorde and some of
he's withdrawing right now.
And what a better time, what a better lower bracket send home match than between 2 of these.
He's on day 3. Oh god.
BloodHounds.
He's fighting the demons, bro.
Kind of manning things here, and they've had some.
I would have to step in if in emergency situations.
Sub out. They put Ooga Booga on the bench.
But I only have my foreign famous tournament account. I don't think I'd ever have to step in. They got Cardi as a sub, so
maybe they can get a whole series over NightHorde.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see how this plays out. Like you said, their drafting has been a little bit more unique and interesting so far. But both of these teams, fresh off getting swept from last weekend, right? We got to see,
you guys actually might be able to see another person on cam you've never seen before.
And on the other side of
emergency caster? I mean, I could.
Up against Devious activity, losing with a
Charmin Cash, what's up, bro?
Sweep. So they're definitely gonna have to bring their A game for this match. One team will be knocked out because we are looking at the draft on the way. A couple of bans have been knocked off the table. We are gonna go ahead and see that Ruby.
Ritz going on cam?
We haven't actually seen Ruby at all today. From any
Zero cam?
Watch the Mathilda.
Yo.
More of that staple ban. Definitely don't want to let that walk.
Ritz a dreaming.
Though, and it was profiting, but it looks
Zero got subbed into NightHorde
for the lower bracket.
You know, with the Ruby ban, BloodHounds could be looking for something like a Noland here, some sort of assassin. It is open right now. Something that, you know, the Ruby.
What's up with your boy Trex today? I don't know. I think people, Pookmon said that he stopped vaping.
With you know, some of those deters away, could be something they pick up right away here. Barat's also open. Vex still on the field as well. A lot of possibilities. Fermi's also still open.
Better watch it next season in ACT.
Minotaur up front.
Oh snap!
Honestly, I think is solid. I know there's a lot of strong picks in the field, but the Minotaur just kind of.
Trex is hiding his Trex.
Decent. I feel like whatever composition you want to pick, it can kind of work with.
Damn, they picked up the Masha.
To kind of counterplay here. And now with the Barats open, the Masha, maybe they go.
It was Grumpy in his last stream too. Maybe he's got some shit going on.
It's gonna be interesting. I mean. Some great picks in the beginning. I think the Masha is a little interesting, but Masha has been a little bit of that heavier hitter, but takes execution to be able to pull it off. But this is NightHorde we're talking about, a little bit of that
Kinda
upper echelon
hungry.
team to be able to perform.
How do I play rank for 8 hours? Pokemon, I don't even know. I literally played like over 20 games. I won quite a bit of them though, so I gotta say we did solid. Spirit, I'm trying to cut weight.
With that nether realm to keep the team alive. That is going to be a
Rich just set me out.
We are going to see that Minotaur slotted, and the jungler will be picked up from the Bloodhounds as well. They're going to go in for that Fredgen. So I think so far we have a couple of things guaranteed from them: frontline and sustainability.
You're somehow hard stuck Legend 4.
Damage.
Yeah, but I think it's, I mean, from what we would normally see from Bloodhounds, it's a solid draft.
I was playing with Ritz and Randall last night. Randall, we took Randall all the way from Legend to Mythic, so he's insanely good at the gold lane though.
You know, you do bring in this big variable with the Masha pick. Yes, it is a strong pick, but it takes a while for it to come online. It takes a while for this Masha.
I didn't even want to stop ranking last night, but I had to get some sleep or I wouldn't be able to wake up for management today.
It's gonna be a lot harder to one-tap people. It's gonna be a lot harder to take.
I was playing Hellcare like someone paid me. They donated for me to play Hellcare. I was just playing all random heroes last night.
And that's kind of what the Lilia will supply you here. So NightHorde still head in the draft, head in the game.
I played Sun Wukong. I played Marsis.
They're gonna need some damage.
It was pretty crazy. How come Zero's playing? He got NightHorde subbed him in.
Especially against that Masha, especially against that.
I can't wait to see what Hellcart's like revamp is. Hopefully it's good. I actually might play Hellcart more often. He's so strategic, especially in team fights.
Flexible on what they pick up in that gold lane.
Zeke, what's up with Trex, bro? He seems stressed.
Especially from Sayori with this Lilia, with the power of glooms, which will do really well, especially if you stack it up with that purify. You get knocked up by that CC for the Minoan Fury, you can get back to safety, use the black shoes, and you're good to go.
Hellfire Starlight skins coming soon.
Rotate around and try and get that marksman, possibly get
that's a good question. We have all off days, true.
Or force it out nice and early for these engagements. Could be
it's overrated,
but we will have
hopefully they don't fuck him up.
This goes for both sides.
I was hitting hard on him last night.
You know, we haven't seen a Roger.
Every time I called that darkness down, bro, the enemy's team was shivering in their pants.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we see it from the side of NightHorde here. The Fermies really kind of hurts the Roger in a sense. Same thing with the Taunt and
NightHorde's like
and everything.
fucking
maybe we see it from
cooking
the side of
some
here.
heat.
Definitely a possibility. If we see Bloodhounds ban out maybe the Harith here, I think a big chance they go for the Ixia ban instead. Could see a carry.
I'm probably going to be playing MLBB all week.
I feel like NightHorde needs some
we'll
sort
see.
of AoE here. Maybe see something.
I think
like
I gotta prep some. Hopefully, I can get some damn scrims for.
Kind of do some nice spread damage. They go for the Brody instead. Also, you get the torn apart memories. You get that first skill, which can stack onto multiple people. So, not a bad answer.
Yeah, not to mention the corrosive strike for that stun, the knockback, and then you also pair it up with a flicker to play for that survivability route inside of the gold lane. Because I would have said maybe a Claude, but there's just a lot of CC for the Claude. You jump into Minoan Fury, you jump into Energy Eruption. Yeah, and then
it might be a little hard to get scrims now with half the NACT taken out.
Brody is always a safe option. Often I feel like it's overlooked with how strong of a pick it can be inside of the gold lane. And now, for the side of the Bloodhounds,
yeah,
they have some options on the table, right? You are seeing the Ixia taken out alongside
Brody.
You still have things such as the
Brody's
Harris,
pretty good.
Carry can definitely be
I like playing Brody.
Somebody to soak into that Barats, to soak into Zero as well, but also need to have a little bit of.
I really need to unlock Terizla. I've been trying to get like actually good at some of the like EXPs and stuff. Yo, chat. You guys, I don't know if you guys seen it last night, but there was a yo, we had a Belric on the team. I force took jungle, and then
I feel like they need some sort of big
and then like the Johnson on the other team knew who I was. He was like, yo, the real G, the Ico, and then the Belric called me a bot, and then the Johnson said, bro, pull up, I'll fight your ass. And then so the Belric was fighting the Johnson in game because like. The Belric called me a bot, and Johnson was like, "Nah, bro, don't be talking to Ico like that." He's like, "Where you live, bro?" He was like, "I live in Hawaii." And he's like, "I live in Hawaii too. Pull up. I'm in Maui right now." And then like, yo, they were really using him. I want to say this might be the first pick by him. It was the craziest shit I've ever seen in game,
bro. And never got picked up. So NightHorde finally played.
And then I had to beat the Johnson's team because I didn't want to lose. So I was like, damn.
This base damage on skill 1, but I feel like it's not really gonna affect what he's there for.
Dude, he was going ham for me. He was ready to pull up and knock this dude out. He was like, how tall are you? He was like, I'm 6'2".
You can definitely rush in.
I was like, damn.
Set up with the penalty zone, or you have
we got the G Colt.
So there's a lot of CC.
I watched them be best friends. And what they both start watching the channel. It's the G Colt, bro. The G Army.
We're jumping into our second series of the day. 4 lower bracket rounds.
Dude, the Johnson was not having it. He was ready to throw down.
Will be sent home.
I was dying laughing.
We've seen Diggy picked up twice in NACT so far. So this is gonna be the 3rd pick for him. He's sitting at a 50% win rate right now. LEGACi picked him up once, lost with it. Area 77 picked him up once and won with it. Is this gonna be the magic answer? Taking a look at the audience predictions, it's 67% to NightHorde. If you guys haven't already, make sure you throw in those predictions in the chat. Let us know who you think is going to win now. Gold lane versus gold lane. Sleeps up against R. I think in the laning phase, R definitely has a bit of an advantage here. You have the poke, you have the distance, you have some ability to bully Sleeps here, and BloodHounds knows that. They're going to send Stoner up. They know that Diggy could also be a major problem, so we're kind of looking at a more old school roamer gold laner up in the gold lane.
Yeah, definitely gonna have to watch out. I mean, like we said, R playing for that survivability route can definitely outlast Sleeps if he's not careful. But Sleeps did pick up that flicker to be able to expand that distance when things do get a little shaky for him. On the bot side, though, we are going to be looking at Zero going up on this monster. We're kind of wondering how this is going to play into today's match. Now, he's going to have to rush in, possibly be able to take down Sleeps. Does have to watch out for that flicker.
Look at Sayori, chat.
Crowd control
Sheesh.
that Zero has to get through in order to find the backline for the BloodHounds. But speaking of backlines, are already having a very strong presence on the top side. Even though it's a 2v2 matchup, he's able to kind of just sustain himself.
I don't think Sayori's like pitcher actually does justice for her.
Carrasco, easy peasy, tipless with the sandwich on to Zero.
I feel like she definitely like she's a cutie on cam. Like she's definitely.
We'll go ahead and play the defense.
Gotta gas her up, chat. A lot of people were saying, a lot of people were trying to dog her photo, bro. Like,
focusing on the EXP lane, same
she's good looking.
Focusing on the Zero, the new member of the
Someone
team,
is already clipping it.
Definitely has been a little bit of the issue.
Yeah, speaking of issues, Easy Peasy is gonna go ahead and claim the turtle for the BloodHounds.
A lot of people were hating on him. I hate, like that's the problem with a lot of the chat over in the like Mobile Legends and A, like man, they don't understand why women don't want to be on fucking cam. It's because they fucking they keep shitting on their photos and stuff, man. You gotta get them going.
Both of them goes down to about 1 HP. Mamoy might get sent back to base as well. Carrasco able to pick up the kill there. I mean,
we gotta gas her up, chat. We gotta gas her up.
For BloodHounds, we're just
give positive vibes. Flip that turtle.
Looking good for the side of BloodHounds so far.
I didn't see the turtle. I was too busy looking at Sayori and talking to the chat.
Right now, the NightHorde, they need to find some answers, or you're going to see BloodHounds take total control for the early phase. I mean, they're only up by 1,000 gold, but taking that
that's
first
all right.
And
who doesn't use filters?
Major statement, and looks like they want a little bit more. You're looking at R though, even though they're behind, he's very comfortable. He just needs a little bit more assistance to be able to get those pickoffs. You already see an Oh My Foe rotating around.
I don't use filters,
but easy peasy to kind of match him. Hit with the detonate as well before the stun on the wall. So you're with the glue. Another round goes down, easy peasy. We'll find Mamoy with Fraser's Wrath. Stoner finds another. Oh My Foe will fall. 4-0 kill lead for the BloodHounds.
I think NightHorde are having a little bit of trouble of, you know, taking this slow. I think when you have something like the Diggy on your composition, you really don't want to try to be too hard aggressive.
BloodHound's going ham right now.
Ooh, torn apart memories though. Not going to be able to deal the damage he was looking for. Barely even chipped off the HP from Sleeps and Stoner. Mamoy still there.
They holding on, chat. They holding on.
Even though they're down in kills, they're still able to sustain themselves in the lane.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see exactly what happens. Mamoy down 2 deaths. Oh
my Booga the coach.
Level 7 to easy peasy level 7. Somehow Oh My Foe's been able to keep up. Even after taking 2 deaths, he's been able to keep up overall in the EXP department. I'm surprised Easy Peasy doesn't have a huge lead over him, at least a level or 2. Finally putting a level above him. NightHorde decided not to go for that turtle.
Yeah, I think the photo that was submitted just doesn't do her justice, you know.
NightHorde need to kind of just buy time at this point.
I don't know what the fuck happened to it.
What Diggy can do as it creeps into the late game, it takes a little bit of time.
It does look like Sorry is streaming. She should, man.
Diggy can definitely be a threat.
You should capitalize on it while you can.
But even for zonage,
I don't know why people don't like
control of map pressure as we creep in a late
stream.
That is a long way away.
I need to get some clips from this match though.
Yeah, speaking of buying time, going in for a possible dive, sleeps by himself, but look at BloodHounds, may be able to get there in time. The minion will fall. Almost a very close encounter for the top side. Looks like they are still going to go in for the engagement. First time goes out. Energy eruption for the knockup. A lot of damage. Oh, very low. Netherrealm going down. Able to sustain the BloodHounds from the torn apart memories. The pullback from R. Both sides very low, but so far BloodHounds still in a position to push. They did lose that minion though. Do they continue to take this engagement? They are going to wrap around. They're looking for a window of opportunity, but may be costly. Another knockup on Sayori. The flicker being forced out. 2 flickers out from R and Sayori so far, and it looks like BloodHounds will have to disengage.
BloodHounds playing very cleanly, but NightHorde also answering the aggression of BloodHounds very well as well.
Cringe.
Still, BloodHounds, a team that we saw have some very sussy plays over the past season, have some very sussy picks over the past season. Today come in with just a very simple, normal
Stoner got swapped
draft. I mean, it feels like I'm watching a different team, BloodHounds, right now. They're 4-0 up against the NightHorde. I mind you, NightHorde was the #3 finisher in season. They have a nice lead, and they don't have anything crazy going on. It's just a simple, the same draft we could see from any other team. BloodHounds, it almost, was this part of the plan, Wheezy?
Yeah, definitely. Was this their game plan? We were wondering, would they show up to the occasion in the playoffs? And it looks like
I feel like
up so far.
The problem with Nicolette is she was like trying to still kind of be hidden, like she was wearing a hat and everything. Sayori's over here being like confident, like she's showing like really good.
Stoner by their side. We'll be able to clear out these minions. Sayori,
her posture's solid, like she's not hiding, like she's got good lighting, the camera quality's good. You know what I mean? It all comes down to like that stuff. She's got like a little nice background. She's got like a little stuffed animal back there, it brings like. Damn. What? Dude, that was an easy peasy slingshot. What was that?
Praises Wrath for the cornal damage on Omifo and R. Torn apart memories, hitting easy peasy on his way out. Neither side will kind of fall with that second engagement, but you are going to go ahead and still see R trying to hold on to that turret. It will fall though, and on the bot side, Templess will claim the other.
Yeah, I mean, any way you look at it, these are wins for BloodHounds right here. We take a top tier 3. We take a bottom tier 3.
pulled them back.
We get a kill onto R. Sayori.
Well, that was the easy peasy slingshot.
To the side of the NightHorde. It's 7-1 right now. Who is this team? Where do they come from? They suited up today, and this is this going to be the upset right here? I mean, it's game number 1 only. Yes, we can't count
BloodHounds beat NightHorde in was it the Hoppy tournament or was it the Mass tournament?
Okay, this is a team we got to keep our eyes on, and they are getting whomped right now in game number 1.
And all they did was change 0, right, in the XP lane. Not much was changed there, but BloodHounds didn't really change much on top of that, right? But you are going to go ahead and see them still fighting it out. 7-1 lead for the BloodHounds so far. 3 turtles.
Oh, you didn't beat them technically?
No trade for
did they get DQ'd or something?
Only getting 1 kill under their belt, and that was the only
I seen you guys win against them, or like I seen the decision, and I was like, oh shit, BloodHounds over here packing.
A one-sided story, not too far out of the ballpark.
I was like, hell yeah.
They need to find some answers fast. You are going to go ahead and see this Lord spawn in, and
my other white boy team,
The opportunity will go in for it. Looks like NightHorde will shift into the mid lane. They are going to go in for the mid turret.
Stayed alive.
Trying to find a trade anywhere they can. Oh my foe with the Detonus welcome connects to Stoner, not able to get the stun on the wall. 0 will be able to possibly get a kill. No, he gets a turret on the top side off screen. You are going to go ahead and see NightHorde on the defense still. Shifts their focus away from this Lord into the mid lane. But look at the top side, Trex. Look at 0.
Yeah. I mean, that is there's one thing, whether BloodHounds is way ahead or not, there is a clock ticking. And
I like
that
all my
clock is
NACT
definitely
teams,
zero
man.
Right now we know what Amash can do into late game. Another clock that's ticking is going to be.
I want to see all you guys shine.
Gonna go
God
down.
damn.
Yeah, not gonna be able to get out of there.
Or just got
Bursted down,
slapped.
High-value target, mind you, are now 0-2-0. But the pressure from the BloodHounds trying to take the purple buff denied with Oh My Foe on the retribution play.
I mean, at this point, NightHorde need to, I think, like we said, it's just kind of biding time, man. It's just kind of waiting it out. Momoy needs to get some items in. Zero needs to get some items in. Zero needs to be able to. I mean, we haven't even seen Zero really get involved in any of these fights.
We'll
honestly, we don't even know.
I mean, if she makes it to the final, when BZK makes it to the finals, you know,
right now,
she's gonna be in person.
So, I think only time's gonna tell really where NightHorde completely sits in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, that's what we're gonna have to kind of watch out for. Where does Zero fit into the puzzle? Right now, though, the split pushing is definitely gonna help the NightHorde in the grand scheme of things, but BloodHound's still in control of this game when it comes to the neutral engagements, when it comes to the majority of the objectives inside of the jungle. They're able to overall find these opportunities, and now going in for the siege on the top side. Triple knock up onto the NightHorde, trying to get away. NetherRealm activated over there by Bokarasco, keeping the team alive, and down goes the tier 2 turret.
I mean, and honestly, here's the thing. Even if Amoy gets, like, you know, is able to nullify the big Minoan's Fury, BloodHounds are still able to just steamroll forward. It's not a loss if they don't get that big knockup, because the rest of the team can still make. Oh, Tempest!
Yeah, big.
That was a good fight. 11:30, 11:13.
But now the response back from the NightHorde. No sleep will find Zero. Wait a second. Oh, my foe able to get a kill, takes down easy peasy. 2-for-1 trade. Can they get another though? Stoner very low. Hit with the knockback. Sayori drawing the kill with the power of gloom. That is going to be a 2-for-2 trade for both sides.
All right, BloodHounds, they get a play, maybe overextend a little bit too much.
Wow.
Stoner goes down. 2-for-2.
Yo.
Is a good trade when you are on the losing side, honestly. If you're able to kind of make things go even consistently, it's not horrible for the losing team right here, because I mean what it does is it buys you more time. BloodHounds can't finish things off without easy peasy. They can't finish things off without Stoner. They need the retry on the field, so NightHorde is still hanging on.
I had a funny thing happen to me last night when I was ranking. There was a guy. So I was like, went into a game. I like force picked jungle because I wasn't gonna let anybody else do it. And then this guy got bad and called me a bot. But then, like, he said that he called me a bot in the all chat. And then the Johnson knew who I was on the other team. He was like, yo, is that the real G, the Ico? And I was like, yeah. And then, so, like, the Johnson from the other team started fighting my Belric. And apparently they're from Hawaii, and then like both of them were from Hawaii apparently. And he was like, "Yo, bro, I'm in Maui. Pull up, bro. I'm 6'2". I'll beat your ass." And so like they were fighting. It was hilarious.
Strike going out by Tempest, but looks like this is the time for both teams to kind of disengage. BloodHounds in control of the Lord Pit.
I mean, with control over First Lord, NightHorde not even going to fight it, and I think that's the right play overall.
We should do that, bro.
Again, we're waiting for late game. NightHorde is fully committed at this point to waiting for late game. If it gets to that point, if they can last out this Lord, maybe one more Lord. We're talking maybe, I'm thinking more like 18, 20 minute mark. Then we're in NightHorde territory of really kind of taking control of this full swing. But that is a long
get it set up, Dave.
away. BloodHounds plenty of time to try to finish things up.
Yeah, you're really looking at R having more damage though, even though he's behind in the economy on this Brody. But both sides fighting it out. Turret will fall in the mid lane, stripped down to the inhibitors for the NightHorde.
Everything is going to be more expensive than Vegas.
You're going to see a Deton's Welcome Connect for the stun on the Stoner. NetherRealm being activated. Both sides fighting it out. Will BloodHounds be able to pierce through? They are able to take that inhibitor turret. Tempest, big damage with the execution strike. Now going to shift their focus into the mid lane for the inhibitor. We'll be able to burst that down as well. 2-for-none combo.
Leaps.
Now maybe able to get out of there. Zero.
I'm a respectful man.
Safety. far.
I'm a respectful man. I'm not gonna
You're already
answer
seeing him be
that.
punished for it. BloodHounds taking 2 members down and now going in for a possible game ender. They're looking
The
at
top G is now
up
the
against
respectful
3
top
members
G.
of the NACT on my foe. Sayori and Momoe left to defend. One opportunity to be able to close this out. Possible early finish at that 15-minute mark. Can they get it? Reverse time going out. Time journey as well. Oh, my foe will be able to take down Sleep. Sayori, double kill finds easy peasy. Sayori takes out kill. A wizard in the making. Tipless. Immortality has been Crocs. Needs to get out of there. Do we get the maniac?
Oh, I thought he was about to live.
With the steal. That should be illegal.
What the fuck, bro?
Able to hold off the aggressive push from the BloodHounds.
Full man wipeout. Bocarasco back on the field, but that's only because of the passive. NightHorde hanging on once again. Able to bide more and more time. The base brought down, all inhibitors brought down. Nothing but 50% health left on that crystal. And the NightHorde survive it. A game of seconds, a game of minutes. They're going to be able to maybe swing this back into their lead, possibly. They're sitting behind 3,000 gold, but that's going to change quickly.
Yeah, definitely going to change in the blink of an eye if BloodHounds is not careful. You already see the momentum shifting for the NightHorde. Quickly able to take down that tier 1 turret in the mid lane. Able to claim a little bit of grounding, but they have nothing left standing between them and that base crystal.
Yeah.
So they need to be careful as we are now at that 16-minute mark. I mean,
Yo, what up, Levi? Levi, did I face you in rank last night, bro?
Aren't really going to matter as much, and that's what they're going to kind of try and bank on. Play for the late game, and hey, we are slowly getting
Did
there.
I face you in Senpai?
Still off to some good defense, putting that fight into the mid lane, forcing BloodHounds to kind of rethink their decisions as the Lord has spawned in.
So then those little bunnies of death coming out from Momoe there, they're going to become more and more annoying. They're going to become more and more of a pain. Oh! And there goes Zero.
Oh, you didn't get me? Okay.
Once again, not having the greatest
Maybe
game.
it was a different Levi. I mean, Levi is a pretty common name.
Taking the name a little bit too literal.
His name's 0 and 1, but yeah, we should change it to 0 and 4.
Yo, are they throwing this?
Right now, after seeing that performance, but you are gonna go ahead and see some.
People are definitely trying to snipe
from the BloodHounds,
I love
forcing
funny.
my foe back, not trying to allow him to get that retribution. You're gonna see the Nether Realm being activated from both.
Ooh, Stoner low.
In this fight.
Oh my phone took him out, yo! This is huge. What the fuck? Easy peasy, what are you doing?
Trying to use that torn apart memories, possibly.
The team split. Easy peasy's dead.
Get back to safety.
Oh.
Easy peasy. Able to take him down, and now the NightHorde has control of this one.
I mean, with no retry on the field for the side of BloodHounds, NightHorde definitely with a huge advantage here. Bocarasco and Templess. I don't even think they're going to try to contest this at all. I don't think they can with the Oh My Foe right next to Lord. They gotta give it up. And now, NightHorde, 500 gold lead. It's been a 17-minute deficit for NightHorde, but they've taken control. 2,000 gold ahead, no inhibitors. All they got is a Lord and a plan and a Diggy. And they're going to try to turn this game around.
Yeah, right now, BloodHounds now on the defense, having to be careful on how they kind of play this out. I mean, the odds were stacked against them.
Yeah, this is the first game.
From the audience, from the casters, but they're trying to change the narrative, and they were doing a great job within the last 17 minutes of the game. But it just shows you how quickly things can change past that 16-minute mark. Once you get to that late game, nothing else matters but these team fights, these rotations for the split push, and that's what the NightHorde is kind of banking on, thinking they can do it a little bit better. As Zero will be able to claim yet another turret on the bot side, opening up the map even more for the NightHorde. I mean, if anybody gets MVP, I don't know, because even though Zero hasn't got too many kills, he's been able to claim majority of these turrets all by himself, showcasing the split push capability of the Masha.
Nah, man. Nah. R, Momoe, anybody. Whoa!
No!
R once again putting out some pressure. Towers are falling, Wheezy.
Like my Deadpool hoodie?
Lord will fall alongside him. And now Zero will be able
It's
to...
got like a really cool like back to it.
Fall. Easy,
Okay.
easy. Frontline, a lot of the damage hit with the reverse time, though. Pulled back to the side of NightHorde, forced out that immortality. Nether Realm from Momoe. Oh no, the time journey going out over there from Momoe. You are seeing both sides fight it out, though. Big knockup onto Sayori.
I think he's got like a frying pan in his hand or something.
Very low. Sayori finding Stoner. Finds the roamer. Bocarasco back in play, though. Maybe able to get there in time. Nether Realm being
It's
activated,
super comfy.
damage from the torn apart memories from R. Bocarasco, though, very low. Using that passive, though, able to sustain himself still in the fight. This is going to be a 5v4. NightHorde has the numbers, but they're slowly losing these minions. Look at trying to join the battle. Finding easy peasy. Zero finding Bocarasco.
That was two?
Falling as Bocarasco getting the double takes down Zero. Arm.
No, Sleep, stay alive! No! Oh, the Diggy's gonna attack the base, not the Diggy! Not the Diggy!
On the base crystal, the emote finish, and the NightHorde flipping this game on the backside takes down BloodHounds for match 1.
Oh man, that is tough. That is
wow.
tough.
GG Zero.
Strong lead.
They put Zero right in front and focus.
17 minutes in, NightHorde hang out, base down to 50%, able to survive the push and grab the game by the horns and send it right down. BloodHounds take the loss there. NightHorde with a strong start to this best of 3, and that is not only huge just in the term of points, but huge I think in the terms of morale, man.
Damn.
That is a tough loss for BloodHounds there, man. Just how do you even come back from that, Weezy?
Wow.
Well, I mean, in the early game, they need to do exactly what they were doing, but they have to close these games out when you have that advantage. That's literally the last piece of the puzzle.
That's crazy, chat.
Right to be able to win. I mean, if you can't close it out, then all that hard work was for nothing, right? And the NightHorde, shout out to them for being able to keep their composure, losing all their inhibitors, but somehow still able to turn that around. Sayori able to get that triple kill, robbed of that maniac from Momoe with the Diggy last second.
Oh, yeah.
Nonetheless, some great execution from the mid laner for the NightHorde for game number 1. 19 minutes.
I can probably make them here in a second.
Late game, mind you. Now, Trex, this is a little different.
Is it already like, you made the taco meat?
From the BloodHounds, right? I mean, they were doing, it was almost a one-sided story for majority of that game. A little bittersweet for them, but still some great gameplay. I mean, if they can bring that to game number 2 and find a way to close it out, they may be a problem.
I mean, what's sad is this is what we wanted to see from BloodHounds all season, and now they bring it to us. It looks so good. It looks so great. We're, you know, I'm sitting here like, oh man, BloodHounds, are they about to really take this? Are they about to, you know, maybe send NightHorde home with a sweep or something? But NightHorde hangs on and shows why they are still here. Even Zero towards the end there, finally kind of getting his rhythm. They bought time to when they needed it. They knew their win condition, and NightHorde delivers on that win condition. Taking a look at some of the stats. Rich Guy, oh my foe. Sayori with the carry. Sandbag, oh my foe. Forgotten One is
are they playing solo rank?
Make it on to the panel here with 11 assists. But overall, man, NightHorde just, I think it's crazy how far they were able to really push that. It's crazy how far they were able to do it and kind of pull through there. That final defense that they made against BloodHounds, you know, you said it, BloodHounds need to be able to close out, or at least if they need to, if you're going to go all in, yeah, you need to be able to close out, or maybe not go all in and just hold your lead, you know, and wait for next Lord. But in the end, NightHorde comes out on top.
Yeah, able to come up top and have a really great performance toward that late game. Now, this is a hard one to kind of base, right? I mean, even though the NightHorde won that victory, they didn't win it with ease.
Yeah, I'm in the BTK squad.
Super comfortable game number 2.
I'm helping manage BTK.
Kind of perform. These are the matches you want to see, right? Down to the wire, all turrets knocked off the map. Damage.
I really just help them get scrims and stuff like that, and make sure that they're on their A game.
Look at the team fight participation, 100%. Outdoing everybody on the panel so far. And I mean, you saw it, right? When they saw that aggressive push from the BloodHounds trying to close it out, Sayori was the one to kind of make up that difference and keep the NightHorde in this game.
Yeah, we definitely saw her damage really start to matter. As
all right, I'm gonna go get some tacos real fast, Chad. I'm hungry.
It was tough. I remember when NightHorde was, or I mean, when BloodHounds were first trying to break through the tier 2 in the middle and like the inhibitor in the middle, and Sayori was able to pick up a kill due to a little bit of overextension and everything. That's when you started to see the Lilia really start to come online, and that's also one of the things that made it so BloodHounds weren't able to just, you know, force an ending there. You drop all those glooms, you clear out minions, and you leave nothing for BloodHounds to push with. So, you know, overall, NightHorde, something they've been able to do is know what they have and make it work to get to the point when they can win a game. You know exactly whether they have an early game comp, whether they have a late game comp, they're able to get to that.
You know, it was interesting too because, I mean, they pulled out the Masha. Zero pulls out the Masha. Momoe pulls out the Diggy. Two heroes that you don't really see too often pop out in NACT, and they're able to pull off the victory with it, which is definitely a sight to see. Definitely showcasing a little bit of their hero pool. Speaking of these players, though, the spicy engagement, the demise for the BloodHounds, trying to close it out at that 15-minute mark, but then Sayori coming through, the wizard in the making, finds that triple kill. Here goes the robbery, though. This should be illegal.
So
like we gotta talk about this, right? We need an interview to figure out why Momoe did this. It was just plain rude, taking away that maniac. But nonetheless, a great defense, a good standing to be able to turn it around for the NightHorde.
Even here, BloodHounds doing okay, but I think R really, I mean, if we were talking about MVPs and stuff, I think R stepped up in the end, in the mid, like right around this point. R really started to just unload, started to come online, kind of felt comfortable. And even when they were making that final push, man, every time a penalty zone would come down to R, he would flicker back, or kind of able to outdistance. Every time we saw a big Minoan's Fury come in, R was able to position so well and just continue to throw blow after blow after blow, and no one was really able to catch him.
I was honestly impressed with Momoe too. I mean, he finished 2-3 and 11 on the Diggy, right? He didn't overextend. A lot of players try and get in there and kind of chunk that Diggy down. He didn't have the tank build. He was just full damage Diggy for the most part. So he was a very squishy target, but able to remain with a great KDA. Now jumping into game number 2. Just a little bit of a tricky situation for the BloodHounds, as now they're faced with their backs against the wall and a match point for NightHorde, who could possibly close this out and knock them out of this NACT. But a lot of things went wrong in the ending, but a lot of things went right in the beginning for the BloodHounds. And I think if they could just focus on that composure, play the exact same way that we've seen them play in game number 1, but close it out. And honestly, I would say it was just too overly aggressive at the end, right? They took down all the inhibitor turrets. They were running out of minions. At that point, I think they should have pulled their punches. They should have just came back a little bit, waited for a couple of, another Lord to spawn in, and then possibly take that fight and close it out. That should have been their game plan. But when they overextended, allowed that wipeout, it was just too much for them to come back from, and it really boosted the morale for the side of NightHorde to kind of turn that around. So we'll have to see how this jumps into game number 2. A couple of bans on the table, nothing out of the ordinary though. X-Borg for the NightHorde, Mathilda for BloodHounds.
I think you said it best. BloodHounds doesn't really need to change anything. I think they can play the same exact game. They just need to be able to play it a little bit better. Hopefully that loss doesn't completely, take them out of their headspace, because for the first time, I think BloodHounds had a really clean draft. For the first time, BloodHounds had a great laning phase. For the first time, BloodHounds had a game in their hands, and it almost felt like, it was on their way to a sweep. Now, NightHorde aren't slumps. They're not some people, they're not pushovers. BloodHounds just, they got to push a little bit harder this time. Come in with the same strategy, but just push, punch a little bit stronger this time. They will be on the red side this time, so drafts gonna slightly change up. They got to think about an approach. They have to have an approach ready for this side of the draft as well.
Yeah, and what will that approach be, right? We've seen two things out of the ordinary, the Diggy and the Masha. And honestly, I mean, even though they had really good KDAs, it really didn't come into effect until the late game. And I don't really know if that's a good plan to really bank on, because, I mean, there was a moment where BloodHounds was possibly able to shut them down. I feel like they just, one overextension costed them. But as we are jumping into the next game, we'll have to see really which way this goes. This time, BloodHounds will not be first in the draft, which gives the opportunity over to the NightHorde for the first pickup. But where do they go from here? You see the R-Lot taken off the table, so that's already one thing that they can't do. They're going to go ahead and take up the Masha, though. What's going on right now? It's like the Masha is highly prioed between both of these teams right now. Taking it away from the BloodHounds, we'll be able to pick that up. Was that the right answer, though? I mean, the Masha 0, he did good on split pushing, but I feel like it didn't really come to effect until the late game where we really saw him really do anything for the team with that pickup.
Yeah, once again, NightHorde kind of, I mean, the Masha is good, yes, but you're very quickly pigeonholing, you know, one of your players into, you know, strictly late game. You're very quickly, you know, pigeonholing yourself. And yes, NightHorde did pull it off last time, but it was risky, right? It was a lot of chances. I do think NightHorde can make the Masha work and maybe, you know, not also be forced into a diggy, not have other picks that are also kind of forced into late game. You know, maybe pick something a bit more
I'm gonna save you
up front.
Save you the hungerness of watching me eat tacos.
They get the Angela, they get the Minotaur. Very similar to last game. We have some support.
I'm here though. I'm still here.
Ooh, Navaria picked up for the side of NightHorde. We'll be able to have a little bit more of that ranged damage and some crowd control to work in their favor. They are going to pick up this Yuzong though, which is interesting.
You won't watch
so
me eat tacos.
We're going to see a Masha possibly in that roam position now, as Yuzong will be in the XP lane. Now, mind you, they are going up against not only CC, crowd control over there from the Minotaur, they're also fighting sustainability from that Angela, who can kind of proc into anybody with that heart guard.
My boy said mukbang.
But you know, running the Angela and the Minotaur side by side is going to be interesting, which means they're going to be lacking a little bit in terms of the damage that the mid laner can provide.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, Angela can, you know, do a little something, has some poke there, but yeah, no crazy burst, nothing like a Novaria that we're seeing from the side of NightHorde. But they got to make up for that now, right? So we need an aggressive EXP laner from the side of BloodHounds, and you need maybe an aggressive jungler, you know, maybe something like that that can pair up very well. They go for Templus. On the Charizla, nothing too crazy, not heart guardable just yet. You know, we're still, maybe they pick up a Roger for BloodHounds. It just kind of sucks that their gold laner and their jungler are forced in a second phase now, right? So NightHorde can kind of predict, all right, what do we really not want to face against that if it's going to have a heart guard on it? Yeah,
and I mean, we are going to be seeing this Charizla pick up again. Last time we saw the Charizla go up against the Masha, and honestly, Templus did a really good job. I mean, he was 6-1-2, had a really good game. Even though they lost the match, overall in the XP lane, the man was dominating. Now, for the second game, though, he isn't going to be going up against that Masha. This Masha will be the roamer, which means you're going to be looking at Masha being very aggressive, harassing whatever jungler that BloodHounds decides to pick up. Now, the Minotaur should be okay to be able to help provide a little bit of health, provide a little bit of damage in CC, stacked up with that Angela to be able to keep that jungler alive. So, may not be the easiest team to kind of invade on, especially with this Masha pickup, but still could be a possible problem if left unchecked. The Yuzong, though, up against the Charizla, this will be one to see, right? Both of them are great on initiating. Yuzong, he uses the Black Dragon. He can hover around, drop down on anybody for a setup. Same thing with the Charizla with that penalty zone to be able to get those group initiations.
I'm wondering what is BloodHounds pick here? Carry open, Roger open. Roger could definitely be something we see paired up for BloodHounds. Still in problem is Harith also still open. And then jungler, I'm wondering if they go for something, you know, maybe on the assassin line here. They have the Angela, right? They have something that you want to pair up. Joy open, Nolan open, so many different options if that's the route they want to go. It is definitely risky though. But NightHorde with the Masha already kind of paired themselves up into a, you know, a little bit more late game there.
God damn.
Definitely opportunity for BloodHounds to pull something off here.
Yeah, and there goes the jungler picked up. NightHorde is going to go in for a little bit more damage than sustainability. They're going to go in for that Nolan. Now, this should be okay. He is going to have to watch out if they can proc that heart guard to be able to keep them alive through that burst damage. But the Nolan, nonetheless, a really strong pick. Now, you did mention the marksman's kind of being slotted in the second half of this draft. Looks like BloodHounds is going to go in for this Harith.
Diggy again?
There's a lot of the marksmen available on the table. I mean, you mentioned the carry. You have something like a Roger. Both of them would have a really hard time up against that Harith. And this composition in general, with a lot of that crowd control. So we'll have to see what they pick in. Nonetheless, though, some great late game damage already from Sayori. Some great initiation, not only from Momo and Oh My Foe, but looks like it is going to still be the carry. They're going to go into the counter pick from that Harith. Not too worried about it. And it's not the worst decision. I mean, technically, it should be able to chunk into the frontline composition from that Charizla stacked up with that Minotaur.
And they need some late game insurance as well. Having this Nolan, you know, having the Yuzong, they do have some other late game picks, but still, I think NightHorde kind of knows where they're at in this. BloodHounds, though, with their jungle, do they, you know, after the Nolan getting picked up, all right, maybe we don't go damage jungle. Maybe we just go for like something like the Basha here. Basha works well with the Angela, works well with the rotations of everything.
You think Zero's gonna jungle here?
Kind of lacking damage if you go for that. So it's they're in a weird position, honestly, on the side of BloodHounds. They're kind of forcing. There it is. I mean, listen, I asked for
ETK is
damage.
next week.
LeoMord, we've seen it work with some teams. We've also seen it completely just not work at all. So high risk, high reward. Match point for NightHorde. Put it all on the line with the LeoMord pick. If there's any way you're gonna run it with the Angela, right? Heartguard, LeoMord. The possibilities are there. Can they make it work though, Wheezy?
It's gonna be interesting. It's this is the second time we've seen LeoMord so far. The first time was from LEGACi up against Gaming Gladiators, and LEGACi did not pull off that victory. Yeah, it was a 12-minute, 58-second match. So this will be the second time around. I mean, if they win this, then it's a 50% win rate. So I guess we'll probably see a little bit more of these being picked up. But it's interesting nonetheless. Speaking of interesting, though, we are now jumping into game number 2. NightHorde up against the BloodHounds. Game number 1 was spicy. Down to the late game, and NightHorde able to push through, forcing BloodHounds at match point. Now on to game number 2. Another chance to be able to stand their ground. Can the BloodHounds take this to a game number 3, or will NightHorde knock them out of the NACT?
Hold on. Zero in the jungle, baby. On the Nolan. A little bit of a switch up. Now, Zero's known as a jungler, man. He's known as a high mechanical player. You normally don't see him in the EXP lane when you're watching him on stream or anything. But right here, right now, they're going to slot Zero in the jungle, which I like it. It's spicy. It's tactical. It's crazy. It's NACT playoffs, baby.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a treat to watch Zero doing something he's more comfortable running, showcasing his flexibility on the team for the NightHorde. We'll see how it kind of affects their synergy. I mean, they are up 1 game, and switching things up may be able to work even more in their favor, or it could be risky and something that the BloodHounds can kind of lean into. But speaking of leaning into things, 2v1 on the bot side, make that 3v1, 3v2 now. Sleeps very low. Zero already off to a good start. First Blood takes down Sleeps.
First Blood into the pocket of a jungler that you want first bloods in. First blood into the pocket of a Nolan who you want to steamroll on. BloodHounds now need to answer back, because you know who else they need to steamroll? They need to get that LeoMord online. They need to make sure he doesn't die early on. They need to make sure that he's picking up kills. So it's 2 very aggressive junglers looking for the same thing.
Ooh, Phantom Steve going out. Easy peasy. Finding Sayori. We haven't seen it in a while, but it doesn't mean it does not work. And you are going to see a response back, 1 for 1 on the scoreboard.
There it is. What did I just say? Both junglers need to find kills, need to start racking up the gold in the early game, and that's what we're seeing. Easy peasy with a kill on the board, Zero with a kill on the board. Oh, my foe. Mike is stunned up, but responds quickly.
Double knockup with the Furious Dive Shot. Essence of Residue being activated, forcing out the flicker from Boca Roscoe. Templess there, ready to take the fight if NightHorde decides to overextend. The Astral Meteor going down, connecting to Boca Roscoe. But look at the turtle. NightHorde ready to take this easy peasy and
Wait a second.
Going in for the
Did I miss something?
We'll be able to claim it for the NightHorde.
Where did I miss it? Right here?
2 very aggressive junglers looking for the same thing.
Ooh, Phantom Steve going out. Easy peasy.
Yo, she definitely tilted.
We haven't seen it in a while.
Pick as we creep into late, mid and late game. We saw
that's hella funny.
BCJ game changers things went forward in game number 1. Boca Roscoe goes down. Sayori will pick up the kill. I can already tell at some point this game is going to hit a bubbling point. You have 2 very aggressive junglers, and at some point someone has to fall off, right? One of the teams is going to get that big wipeout moment.
Ooh, Phantom Steve going down. Combo with the Heart Guard. Provide by Boca Roscoe. Trying to go in for a possible proxy on the lane. Not able to do it in time, though. It looks like they may be able to get it nonetheless, but not able to find the opportunity they were looking for. Top side, though, 2v1. Templess able to sustain himself. Good try from the NightHorde. Still leading by 1 kill.
And both teams just nonstop looking for ganks in the off lanes, man. One thing that's nice here is both teams looking for their own plays. They're not really responding. It's like, all right, we're going gold, you're going EXP, we're going EXP.
I smashed those tacos pretty fast.
Turtle now, though, gonna be.
I made a giant mess though. Like I had
both teams gotta
I had this water and it started like spewing out the side.
Gotta meet each other here, and this could be that bubbling point I was talking about. This could be the fight that maybe turns into more than just a one hero down type of play.
Yeah, you are going to see Easy Peasy pick up that Hunter Strike, give him a little bit more of that mobility, a little bit of that physical pin as well to be able to take that fight.
I wanted some water. I didn't want a bath.
Especially with that Phantom Steed, right? He already has a lot of mobility. But speaking of mobility, there's a match that we see time and time again in the Land of Dawn. Typically, the Harith kind of profits a little bit more, but are willing to take that fight. Momoe look for a possible Thunderclap. You see the Heart Guard hovering over Sleeps, ready to kind of take that fight just in case they want to go in for the dive.
It does get canceled out. Should still be able to have it ready for this turtle coming up. And this time, Easy Peasy gonna get the lead on the turtle. Let's take a look at some of the items. It does look like R holding about a 600 gold lead over Sleeps right now. Gonna be huge. Taking a look at Roam's, things both very similar.
Ooh, you're gonna see the Phantom Steed go down. Turtle very low. Heart Guard being activated on the
Zero!
Zero again. With the Retribution claiming the second turtle for the NightHorde. Momoe finds Stoner. Easy Peasy on the chase. Momoe trying to get out of there. He was able to get a kill, but bursted down himself. Easy Peasy getting the kill. Oh, my foe very low. Needs to get out of there. Furious Dive, Enhanced Soul Grip. Can he sustain himself? No, he can't. A double kill into the hands of Easy Peasy. Sleeps. Finds one as well. Shuts down R on the 1v1 matchup in the gold lane.
All right, Bloodhounds back in the game here. They get a kill up top. They lose a turtle, but they find a kill on the boss side as well. Sleeps now coming out on top of R, finally going to kind of even things out here. Bocarasco with the Heart Guard has also been detrimental to every play they want to make, but look at Zero up against Easy Peasy here.
Yeah, on the invasion for the orange buff. Needs to get out of there, though. Phantom Steed activated. Zero trying to maneuver through the jungle. Heart Guard activated, keeping him alive. Zero very low, maybe bursted down. Bocarasco will take him. But Speedy Light Wheels from R. Trying to get a response back. Finds Easy Peasy. Maybe able to get Bocarasco as well. Stoner on his tail, though.
Damn.
Does find him. Gets the double. Boca falls. Stoner finds R to respond. 2 for 3 trade. Overall, Bloodhounds
R went
winning in terms of numbers.
R went crazy.
I'm trying to do the math. I'm trying to do the calculations. I'm trying to figure out if that was a good trade for R. Personally, I kind of think it was. It just sucks that they already lost Zero. But R does put some pressure on the board. Dying out in the end of it, though, ends up putting Sleeps, the gold laner of Bloodhounds, in an even bigger lead here. And that is where it's hard to say if it was worth it, right? Should he have just let Zero go down and not pushed in? Easy Peasy does finally take a death to the face, which is big, but still, I don't think it's going to be nothing too horrible for Easy Peasy on this Leomord, which is, I mind you, starting to scale, man. 3, 1, and 2. You pair that up with the Heart Guard. He can chase down and catch just about anyone he wants at this point. Third turtle on the field. We're 7 minutes in. NightHorde still somehow holding a pretty decent gold lead here. Bloodhounds need to try to turn things around.
Yeah, Easy Peasy being a real threat over there with this Leomord that they have to watch out for, especially stacked up with Bocarasco on that.
It's in the description of the stream.
The Heart Guard activated though. The Petrify quadruple knockup play from Oh My Foe. Zero gets the next turtle, gets a kill. R finds Sleeps. That is going to be Stoner falling. Zero taken down as well. That is going to mean NightHorde wins that trade. They get 2 kills, they get the turtle, and Bloodhounds having to fall back.
Man, he may have been in the XP lane for a little bit, but this man's retry finger has not gotten rusty. Zero sitting at 3-0 right now on neutral objectives. Really, I mean, honestly, he feels like the one that has kept this team with the gold lead, man. Yeah, he may have made a bad move earlier trying to invade, taking a death, but still Zero has been on fire when it comes to getting the objectives. He's been on fire, moving around the map, and just overall keeping pace of the team.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen him on this Nolan perform time and time again as well. So definitely something that he kind of thrives in when it comes to comfortability. Overall, some great execution from the NightHorde to be able to stay in this game. But that knockup from Oh My Foe, that quadruple knockup with the Furious Dive really opened up that pocket for Zero to be able to use that Retribution. And then Oh My Foe hovering around.
The schedule, I think the schedule's in the description of the stream. I don't know if I told you.
Keep Bloodhounds on their toes, forcing them out of the turtle pit.
So at this point, BloodHounds, what do, right? They're starting to lose.
Currently, Fiends moved on, and I think they're going to be facing.
They're starting to lose, you know, some of the opportunities with the composition that they brought. They do still have some late game.
They're going to be facing Devious activity.
NightHorde, and I would say the NightHorde has a lot more late game boxes.
Whoever wins this goes against Area 77,
which we know can be dangerous. It's going to take a little bit longer for it to get online. Just got in the blade of Heptases. Working next, looks like it's going to be moving into Blade of Despair, just full damage destruction, but that is going to be a while away. It's a very expensive item. It's going to be
the next series are going to be the make it or break it to see who goes against either GG or BTK.
Going to go ahead and stack up those Legion swords, though. Going to have a lot of damage to watch out for, but so far, NightHorde in a position that they're more comfortable in, right? Leading the way of this match. Different than what we've seen in game number 1, where BloodHounds was steamrolling them for 17 minutes straight. But this time around, NightHorde keeping them on their toes and making this more of a little bit of an even matchup. But I would still say holding on to that mid turret is giving them a lot of ground control for the NightHorde. BloodHounds, they can't overextend as much.
No, whoever wins this goes again. Well, I mean, I guess if you want to take it like that, yeah.
Doing a good job on that top side, trying to go ahead and
could be anybody's game in the second series, though.
Join these team fights for these neutral objectives, which may allow Momoi to get the trade-off on the turrets.
So I mean, with this, NightHorde, I still think when it comes to some of these, like to these lords, Wheezy, like Zero's gonna have to kind of come at angles. He can't just kind of sit in the pit, and that's where, you know, that's why some of these more jungly, you know, aggressive assassin junglers do have troubles in some of these big objectives. And watch for Zero. He's just gonna kind of hang out on the backside and wait for the time to jump in.
And this may be the time. Black Dragon
yeah, damn.
Moe is going to claim the tier 2 turret for the mid lane. Flicker in, easy peasy, finds R. Having a great performance so far. Sleeps to take down all my foes. Zero, go ahead and claim the Lord for the NightHorde. And now maybe able to get a kill. Sleeps will fall. Momoe with the thunderclap, but easy peasy. With the response, we'll be able to shut them down. And it's going to be a 1-for-3 trade, but the NightHorde.
Those times are central.
Take that Lord away from the BloodHounds.
Those are central time. That's my time.
I mean, they lose 3 members, but BloodHounds doesn't get anything from this. They need I mean, I feel like they should have tried to shove down that mid, take a lane.
So it's like CST.
Instead, all they do is defend. NightHorde gonna have everybody back up on the field before they get this push, and maybe NightHorde's gonna be able to pull something off here.
Yeah, it looks like they are gonna go in for the contest of this Lord in the mid lane. Not gonna allow it to push up. You're gonna see that Astral Echo connect. Slowing down easy peasy, slowing down Templess, but Zero far behind enemy lines. Looks like he's going in for
easy peasy, kind of going hard on this Leo though.
Waiting for an opportunity to strike. Looks like the Lord will not be used to the NightHorde's advantage though. BloodHounds able to make quick work of it, but they are now stripped down to their inhibitor turrets.
And they do get the NightHorde gets that tower on the boss side. Oh my foe able to pick it up. NightHorde still holding a 5,000 gold lead. In the end, NightHorde wins out on that trade. Man, they lose a few members, but they gain some space. They gain a bit more gold, and they stop BloodHounds from pushing out at all. Taking a look at some of these items, are holding a strong lead over Sleeps right now.
Is he still going on about that?
You know, the holy trinity in of items. Now gets the anti-heal as well, and I think next he can go for something defensive if he wants to. He can pick up Thunderbell. He can maybe go for immortality. He can just juggle this last item any way he wants to. Sleep's gonna need a little bit more time to really come online.
Yeah, and that could be something that the NightHorde can try and close in on, right? I mean, right now, BloodHounds is on the back end with their inhibitors only holding them back from that base crystal being burst down from the NightHorde. They have to play a little bit safer.
That is goes to Zero, yes.
If they win this match, BloodHounds is knocked out of the NACT spring season. They have a lot to lose right here. There's more insurance for the NightHorde to be risky. They know, hey, not only do we have these turrets behind us to be able to run back to and force the BloodHounds to have to go through, but we also have another match just in case things do go south. But this is different than game number 1, Trex. We saw BloodHounds dominate the entire first 17 minutes, but then couldn't close it out. This time, it's looking more like a one-sided story for the NightHorde, but can they do?
You got a lot of work ahead of you, Sherry.
Yeah, because here's the thing. NightHorde knows how to play the patient game, right? NightHorde knows how to, you know, play for late game, even if they don't have the early game. And this time, NightHorde have the early game, right? They've been winning this game through and through. Even when BloodHounds has felt like they, you know, win a small skirmish, maybe are on top in kills, NightHorde has always been on top of objectives. They've
Terry's
always been
about to
on top of
attack you,
gold.
Dave. You better
They've
watch
still
out.
been in control.
Don't talk to their
BloodHounds
teams
only
like
taken
that.
one tower to put this into, you know, when you look at the whole map as a whole, BloodHounds has taken one tower on the field. Yes, they've got a few more kills, but they've really been behind. NightHorde has been control, you know, has been in the driver's seat this whole game. And BloodHounds, I don't know if they're going to be able to come back in a late game. I don't know if they really have that many answers when we creep into the late game here. Now, Lord down to about 50%, and look at the side push from Momoy.
Yeah, big push, trying to go in, trying to keep them on their toes. Oh, my foe takes down Sleep's hard guard, activated on
No,
easy peasy.
it would be Fiends and DA, yeah.
Trying to find a kill to even out these odds. You are going to look at NightHorde still in control of the Lord Pit.
Oh, shit, okay.
The disengage from the BloodHounds will allow them to take this opportunity, another major objective in their favor, to be able to possibly push through their base now, right? I mean, with this Lord, I mean, you already seen that the inhibitor on the bot side got taken down by Momoy on this Masha pickup.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I feel like BloodHounds, I mean, I feel like they just kind of have to go for something here. There's not really, you don't really have like a big late game answer. You don't have some huge security here. You got to look for a big play and look for like the team wipe, man. You got to look for that big penalty zone paired up with, you know, your steed and everything, your heart guard, and just get aggressive and see if you can pull something off here. Because at this point, they're just writing, you know, they're writing their names on their gravestones right now. NightHorde feeling confident coming into late game.
Yeah, speaking of confidence, though, Lord makes his way into the base, quickly bursted down from the side of BloodHounds. Black Dragon from Oh My Foe may look for that window of opportunity to drop down. Big penalty zone for the knockup. Or a little bit of an overextension. Penalized. Bursted down. Zero.
All talking about the girl. Hey, I got, you know, I got my Deadpool jacket on, you know, hoodie.
Alongside Sleeps, Templess.
I was like, I don't know what I'm wearing.
Chase trying to find Momoy. Astro Meteor goes down. Look at easy.
I forgot it was my Deadpool.
Go ahead and use that Phantom Steed to his advantage. Clear out those minions and push back the NightHorde.
Momoy just clapping. He's clapping them boys back there. He comes in from behind and just claps. I mean, just a monster.
Wow.
Takes out Bokurasco.
Trex is kind of cringing it right now.
One tap on each one. And that's where the Masha is feared. That's why the Masha's been getting first picked. That's why the Masha's been getting banned.
Fucking Trex is.
Get to about 16 minutes and the Masha's online. Even, I mean, look at the damage even doing on the Stoner, who's the tank of BloodHounds. I feel like BloodHounds had a moment there where they should have, I don't know, man. If they didn't have all their inhibitors pushed in, if Easy Peasy didn't have to stay in the base, that could have been their time to just, let's put it all on the line right here.
Yeah, you're talking about, you know, the clap. He was getting that thunder clap on him, doing some massive damage. You are going to go ahead and see a little bit of that replay where NightHorde trying to seize the opportunity, but a counter response trying to hold him off, or with the overextension costing him his life. Speaking of overextending, easy peasy, find him Momoy. Phantom Steed goes down. Salmon Force will drop Black Dragon from Oh My Foe to allow him to escape back to safety, kind of rethink his decision on that engagement. Now, this is getting to that late game, Trex, getting to that 18-minute mark. This is where these turns go down. This is where the NightHorde has to be able to close this out, or they're going to find themselves in the same situation that the BloodHounds was in game number 1.
Yes, kind of. I think BloodHounds have been getting some of these kills because they've been playing
Trex is hearing images and seeing sounds.
NightHorde kind of walking
Fucking
into
dead.
them. I still think if it comes down to a straight up 5v5, NightHorde has the advantage in the late game. BloodHounds, if they win this, they win it because of strategy. They win it because of, you know, just getting the outplay here. NightHorde going for more of the macro, but Zero, can he get the seal? No,
damn.
Ooh, able to take it. Stoner, though, very low. Not going to be able to get with that fracture last second. Winter Truncheon being picked up by Bokurasco.
Oh, no.
For a high IQ play. You did see.
I'm actually surprised they didn't just collapse in on that. What the fuck? Why didn't he Black Dragon that? I guess because of the Lord being coming down.
I don't know if
that makes sense.
decision.
I mean, right there, BloodHounds is the one to kind of win that engagement. Maybe if they had Oh My Foe down there, it would have been a different story. But BloodHounds able to find their footing for a possible advantage. They are still down, though, in terms of the economy. I mean, they're down not only by gold, but by turrets. A lot of insurance for the side of NightHorde. But the later this game goes, the more irrelevant that becomes. Is now at that 18-minute mark. I'm sure we're already past that 50K threshold, right? So this is late game for both sides. Everybody getting to that full build. Momoe need to get out of there. Put on the Lamborghinis. Trying to sprint away.
Oh, the Lamborghinis.
But easy peasy to
What
respond
the
back.
fuck?
Zero will find Template.
Oh, snap.
2-1 trade in the NightHorde's favor.
Is this
Going in
it?
for a possible game ender. Minions in the mid lane. Inhibitor will be bursted down.
Is this the
Will be
final
the one to take
push?
it. Heartguard activated on the easy peasy. Stoner will fall. Big knockup from the Noah Fury from Stoner, though. Heartguard on the easy peasy as the last
no,
stance.
no.
Defense. Oh, my foe with the Black Dragon.
No minions, no minions.
Damn. BloodHounds able to push out
What a
the
good
NightHorde
hold.
from their base.
Bro, even if you want to gank the
Wow.
Masha, even if you want to send 4 people over to kill the Masha, you still have to sacrifice 1 just to get the kill. Because no matter what, Masha's taking somebody. The damage on Masha is ridiculous right now. We got the BOD in. We got the Malefic Roar in now. We have anti-heal just to spice things up a little bit. Let's take a look at this replay real quick, and I'm wondering exactly what they're going to give us. It's this final push, or the last push that we saw, are able to just unload. Zero also able to get the fracture off, able to do a nice amount of damage, but BloodHounds hang on once again. And you said it, man, you've been calling it. Now we're at 20 minutes. Are we going to see BloodHounds do what NightHorde did last game?
Yeah, and you know, that's the million-dollar question right now. Can they take this game, or will they be knocked out? I mean, this is literally their backs against the wall, but they have the advantage. I mean, I wouldn't say necessarily it's probably like a 50-50 right now. I think if they can kind of play it safe, wait for NightHorde to engage again, they could possibly find a mistake and capitalize on it. And this is where it boils down to the micro and the macro from both sides. But you did mention Momoe on this Masha. A lot of puns can come out of that, but you are going to have to watch out for that thunderclap. He's definitely going to be eyes on the prize, focusing on the back line.
Momoe's getting behind him and he's clapping, man. He's clapping. BloodHounds has also been clapping a bit, but Momoe's been the real clapper here. Y'all know what I'm saying. Momoe just all up in there.
Jesus
Christ. Unable to do
Christ.
anything about it. But I think this is their time. You know, they got to stand up for themselves. They got to show that we will take no more. We will not let you continue this siege on our backside.
Yeah, the question is who's going to catch the clap from Momoe?
Who's gonna catch the clap?
Not only
That shit you don't say on, you don't say that shit in the caster's desk. You only say that in the stream.
On that initial engagement, Boca Rosco playing utility.
That boy said, "Who's catching the clap?"
We'll be able to.
Goddamn, Wheezy. Dude, Trex is like,
now. I mean, you see the Thunder.
he's converting. He's converting Wheezy, bro.
Ready to take this fight and try and out-sustain the NightHorde on these engagements.
Yeah, I mean, taking a look at the items, everyone is maxed out except for both roamers. Momoe waiting on one more item. Stoner waiting on one more item, but the Lord is getting chunked down quick, Wheezy. Down about 50%. The dance continues.
Yeah, Zero, though, in a good position for the retribution. Easy peasy, trying to find that opportunity. Oh, my foe, trying to keep him at bay from entering the Lord. But look at him hovering around him on the Black Dragon. Great defense from Oh My Foe to buy them a little bit of time, but is it enough? Templess and Stoner trying to help. There goes the Petrify. There goes a Soul Grip.
Looking for it.
Activated. Easy peasy, trying to go in. Or finds him. Zero gets the Lord, the NightHorde. Winning the trade. Or finds Templess. Wait a second. Is this it, Trex? Is this what the NightHorde needed to be able to close out this game?
Yeah, I don't think we knew he was switching.
And easy peasy, Lord down. I mean, he reaches in, man. He tries to go in, but R pops a speedy light wheel and makes him disappear. BloodHounds now on their possibly final defense of NACT.
GG's.
Right, trying to hold off the NightHorde from closing them out with a sweep. But can they do it? Big knockup on the Stoner. Jorgensen Sleeps trying to sustain himself with a Truncheon. Momoe finds Stoner, their hard card activated on
Jesus
the
Christ.
Crystal.
Sleeps was decimated.
Knocks out BloodHounds from the NACT spring season and moves up to the lower bracket.
NightHorde with a quick switch up, a quick change up, putting Zero on the jungle on this Nolan, playing wonderfully. It's going to be one of the things that moves them forward in this lower bracket. BloodHounds sent home today along with LEGACi. Now NightHorde, I mean, feeling good about it, man. And very cleanly in both games.
Crazy.
Game 1 with a wonderful comeback, playing with
Zero
a
coming
deficit
back
throughout
in, being the
most of
jungle.
game, and then game 2 in a
Yeah,
steamroll fashion,
damn.
showing that there are many faces to the NightHorde tonight.
That was a crazy
clapback.
substitute.
Clapback, baby.
The clapback is real. NightHorde
Not the
able to
clap.
showcase to the world that they're ready to kind of climb up there and get closer to that top 4 position for the NACT spring season. BloodHounds, it's been an amazing journey for them. They had a little bit of a rough start in the regular season, but I feel like even though they lost this series with a 2-0 sweep, they put on some great matches, right? You just were able to see the NightHorde do a little bit better than them overall to get that finish, but it was a 22-minute game. When you see games go that long, that means that both sides were most of the time doing things right. I guess game number 1, I guess can't say that because the NightHorde was losing everything, just a beat down for 17 minutes, but then they turned it around. But nonetheless, I really enjoyed that series. BloodHounds, like you said, a more familiar team. Definitely looking forward to seeing them compete in future NACTs, but there can only be one winner in NightHorde. Man, the clapback, it's there.
Definitely there. Is it going to continue through the lower bracket? That's the question. Can they keep on clapping back? Can they show that, you know, taking a loss on day 1 of playoffs isn't the end for them? That maybe they are a threat to the next team on the brackets. We're gonna see them play again tonight, right? Now they're grooved up. They're ready to go. They've taken a win. Sayori with the carry once again, 135,000 damage. It never even feels like it, man. Sayori is the silent killer, man. Literally just consistently outputting an insane amount of damage, but you know, not always the spotlight player.
Not always on the spotlight, but when Sayori needs to be relied on, she definitely shows up to the occasion. And overall, some great performances from the mid lane for the side of the NightHorde. Head to head though, 0. Switching positions last second from the XP into the jungle. Able to overall do well. This is him against Tempest though, which is funny. XP to XP, even though he's running in that jungle position. But you are going to see him with the kill participation doing slightly better. Overall, more damage. And the KDA able to prevail and do better in that category as well. Damage dealt though. Again, look at it. Look at Sayori. 135k. Well over everybody else on the palette.
Yeah. I mean, it didn't, and that's what I mean when I say Sayori is like the silent killer, you know, because some of her picks, you know, something like this, something like the Novaria, when there's so much going on, when Zero and Momoy are making so much action happen, you don't see the output that Sayori is doing, and you know how detrimental Sayori's gameplay is to the team. I feel like sometimes Sayori is overshadowed, you know, by the flashy players like R, by the flashy clappers like Momoy, by Zero switching position, but Sayori is really, you know, feels like the saving grace of this team sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, just a very
Did not
strong
suspect
pickup for the side of the NightHorde, and I'm excited.
The
See where
swap
this goes for them.
going
Like
down.
you said, they still have another match today, and it's the lower bracket. Everything's on the line, and I mean they got to go
Is
again. And this
Deadpool.
time against a team of a higher caliber. I mean, we're gonna be seeing them go up against Area 77. This will definitely be a
Area 77's all loaded in.
Considering Area 77 has done slightly better than the BloodHounds in the regular
Oh,
season.
hey.
Now,
What up?
this is gonna
Who's
be a
all
treat
gonna be
to
on
watch. I
cam?
would say the NightHorde needs to continue what they're doing. Game 1 was a little shaky, but they were able to find that composure in game number 2, and they were able to push it off with a clean sweep.
All right, and I think our favorite host is back, Mr. Zeke. How's it going, man? How'd you like the games?
Those were awesome games, dude. Both of them absolutely sitting on the edge of my seat. BloodHounds came in really strong that first game. We all saw it. They were controlling, and then NightHorde managed to take back.
All right, just log in whenever you can and hop on the cams, and then you guys are good to go.
We saw a little bit of a different game played in that second one, where we saw NightHorde controlling a little bit more. And you know, you guys just got done saying it. Were we going to see the BloodHounds do that exact same thing the NightHorde did the first game? The answer was in fact no. But the fact that they had us guessing, I think, speaks for itself.
Yeah, I mean, the match definitely kept us on our toes. It was an enjoyable one. I like to see those matches that go past that 17-minute mark. And we had a 17-minute game, and then we also had like a game.
See you later, Joe.
Minutes, so it was definitely a good series to watch. But we're just getting started. I mean, we're only halfway through today's series.
I mean, and does I think NightHorde plays again next game? Or does it swap over to the other one? Either way, we're seeing both teams that we're seeing Fiends and NightHordes continue on their lower bracket runs, and they're oiled up. They're ready to go, man. They're greased down from head to toe. They're ready to wrestle, you know? They're ready to bring in the smoke. Area 77, DA, they still gotta, they still gotta get it together. DA, Area 77 coming in these series from losses. Fiends and NightHorde, they're coming in these series from
Let me
wins.
update this poll, chat.
So, the momentum's already there. We might have to change up some votes here.
The next games are going to be Area 77 versus NightHorde.
I thought I was the weird one, but you know what? What's not weird is who the MVP is. Steph, who do you think it's going to be?
Sayori, hands down. It's got to be Sayori. That would be my guess, just overall with the domination. And there it goes, 1-1-11, like I said, a wizard in the making. Overall, at the right place, at the right time, the difference maker when it came to these plays to be able to turn it around and work inside of the NightHorde's favor, especially for game number 1. But I do want to give credit over there to Oh My Foe, as he was really good on initiating, right? He was a time when he jumped in with that Yuzong, he got the setup, and he allowed for a lot of these neutral objective plays. And I don't want to kind of overshadow that because he wasn't really the roamer, he was the XP lane, creating that opportunity. He was keeping easy peasy at bay, even stacked up with Bokarosco with the heart guard to allow Zero to take a lot of those neutral objectives, which was overall stampeding them through to be able to get those finishes.
Most definitely. Very well played by Sayori. Very well played by, I think, all of the NightHorde really showed up tonight. We were a little worried about them after last week, and I think there's still some issues. We still haven't solved the Zero EXP problem, because even in game 1, he was kind of the weakest link. So maybe the answer is, let's just put Zero in the jungle, man. Just put Zero in the jungle. That could be the answer here.
I'll tell you what, it was very cool to see Zero in the jungle, and I didn't have a whole lot of expectations.
How are you seeing Sayori already?
But he definitely did perform, and it is one of those things I know that I've said in previous matches on previous days in the tournament. Just because somebody is the second pick or the backup,
how do you know what she's wearing?
Does not mean they are the second best. So with that being said, I think I've got a brain to pick.
Oh, hi.
Hello. Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Zeke's not good with men or women.
In the first one, why do you do so much damage? It seems like every game you go into, you're just one shot, two shot. Why do you do that?
I'm not really sure. I guess I'm playing mage and you have to poke and do damage, so I guess that's where my damage came from. Yeah.
Well, I just want to say you do such a fantastic job. I know you definitely set a great example for most of these mage players in North America up to this point, but I got some harder questions for you. So you guys had a huge first game. BloodHounds started off in control, but you guys made a fantastic comeback. How did you guys manage your priorities and effectively take back control?
I think we were just telling ourselves that we have a late game comp because we have Masha and Lilia, and even though we're losing early, because their comp has a lot of util and a lot of early game, we knew that
do you consent?
Come back late game, so we kind of just
blink fast if you're in danger.
Engage until they engaged at our base, and that's when we
just kind of blinking fast.
Yeah.
That's very well spoken. A little bit easier of a question. Do you think the BloodHounds performed better than you guys had initially anticipated?
I guess yes, because of the roster swaps, and since we had a roster swap too, it was also we're not sure how good their new roster was compared to our new roster too. So, we came in with an open mind, but we were also we were thinking oh, we can.
She's probably nervous, chat.
Motivation, yeah.
So you guys looked a lot stronger in that second match. What does this next match for you guys, or this next
Sayori in the void, Nicolette in the sun.
A77.
We got the darkness.
Yeah. How do you guys feel about it coming into it?
Honestly, we're a little bit nervous since during regular season we did lose to them, but hopefully we'll take a game from them. Not get too owed. But yeah. They're pretty strong.
Is there anything you want to say to them real quick?
No, not really.
So
What did he just
a
say?
little bit more easy questions for you. A little bit more easy questions for you, more geared towards you specifically, as you know, somebody who's being considered one of the best mage players in North America at the moment. We have seen you playing a lot of different mages, but who is your favorite?
I think my favorite has to be Nana, because no one plays her, and I'm the only one who plays her, and she's really fun. Yeah.
I'm a Nana myself. I mean, I get on that Nana and just throw Melina out
Yo,
there.
YouTube just tried to launch some ads on you guys. I skipped it for
you because I know that you guys are on a time crunch. What are the chances we get another tutorial from you soon?
When they ask me for one, I guess. I'm not the one asking for it. They ask me for tutorials. Yeah, so hopefully give me another one.
This is your signal. This is your signal, guys. She's ready. She's ready. We want the Nana, we want the Navaria, we want all of the tips and tricks from the legendary Sayori. So with that being said, I'm not going to hold you up. I know you guys want to get ready for your next game, so thank you so much for coming out.
You fucked up her name.
Thank you
We
too
want
for
the
interview.
Zosk.
Bye. Very cool, very cool. Sayori absolutely showed up that game and absolutely put in work. You know, some might even
what
say
in the
carrying
fucking
that
bottle was that?
match with that damage from the Navaria. Steph, how did you feel?
What,
about
dude? That was
honestly,
was that alcohol?
Let's do. She showed up. She performed.
Yo, what
she did
type
she
of
was supposed
bottle
to.
was
No
that?
complaints on my side. Look forward to seeing their match against Area 77. I do think it'll be a little bit of a harder match.
You know, some might even
Oh, that's a water bottle. Why has he got so many damn stickers on that, bro? That boy's that's so many damn stickers.
and with that.
Credit up is Kate.
That can actually, you know, no answers to everything. Sayori's kind of taken NACT by storm a little bit. You know, another wonderful mage player in the mid lane, another player who's actually been able to compete with some of the best. And I think we see a lot of great things from Sayori in the future of NACT.
That bottle was just so crazy.
That was something that actually took me by surprise. I knew that she was well articulated, but she was so in depth with some of the answers that it even caught me off guard.
DJG.
I felt like some of the stuff was they were tricky questions. You know, talking about how did you guys effectively take control back.
I think it's this little girl sticking stickers on it.
Well, they recognized that they had to wait it off. They had a better late game composition.
I couldn't tell what the stickers were, but they were so like
it is sometimes
metallic-y.
easier to say something than it is to do something. But in terms of NightHorde, for that match in specific, it was textbook. It was a textbook comeback.
Dang, I think her being articulate is rubbing off on you, Zeke. That was well put together.
Best put together sentence you've ever put together.
They said they're waiting on Yureshi. He had to take a shower.
I think at this point it's probably better that I send us to break before anybody thinks I have a few more brain cells than I actually have. So with that being said, bye-bye.
Yeah. Yeah, Tarzan.
Tarzan Cutie with 3 kills.
Yo. Can everybody that is here, can they get in the game and ready up? I think it's just Tarzan. That's Tarzan and Yureshi. Whoops. Yeah. Get in there, that. That's all right. I let Dave know about that. He just said go ahead and get Guaps in there. They're on like there's 3 minutes left on the break, so hopefully Yureshi can get back in time. I don't know. We'll see. I let Dave know though. Alright, they're getting on. Oh, you're actually still in the shower. BTK's on the weekends.
the gold lane is still doing quite well. R's not that far behind. He has quite a high damage, so there's still opportunity there.
Is it this like from the ceiling? Is that him? Yo, Glops, can you turn your camera to landscape? Dude, I feel like you're giving me a POV from a very crazy angle. I don't know, it's like it's vertical. It's like you're trying to stream on TikTok.
Nice wall coming from Amoy. Full barrage connects. The damage, Yato able to help him out, but Bosch might not be able to get away. No, R gets the killing spree. And now Devious activity looking for the response.
What up, Nami? Yo, yo.
Bomb members of DA are falling. Oh, my foe takes the Lord, and Melon's on the run or on the chase.
A lot more 50-50.
And Jay, you're gonna just turn your cam on once everything's going. It still, it looks the same, I think. It's still like vertical.
On the opposite side of map, and Zero, even down 0-2, is able to do so.
Ooh, Minoan's Fury plus the Shadow Stampede. Two kills go down. Melon gets them both.
They might potentially look to push here.
Yeah,
It's crazy. What happened to your cam? That's wild.
Locking onto the base, and that is gonna be it. Devious activity.
Oh, you don't have. I got you.
Number 3 for another sweep, sending NightHorde to the lower.
Are you using a phone? Can you? Do you have? Is it an iPhone? Do you have like the anti-rotate turned on? It's turned off. Okay. We were having this problem with someone else on one of the other teams. Like for some reason, it's just not rotating correctly.
Final hit is Shark able to get out of there.
Alright, let's go, Lord. It's kind of getting a little bit iffy right now.
Can we do it? I need help, I need help, I need help.
Oh, wait, if they all come to Lord, Chip, teleport.
Oh
yeah.
my god.
No, I can't. I need enemy to TB.
Yo, Franco ulted, Franco ulted. Oh, they can't kill Hurt. Nice. Just do Lord, do Lord, do Lord, do Lord.
Alright.
You have TB, Shark? Yeah. I'm TB
Oh,
now.
Liddy.
Help me, please. You're not gonna fight me.
Yeah. It's good now.
It might.
Perfect, perfect.
Oh, shush!
All right, dope. We just need your Eshi, and then you guys are all solid. Good luck.
I need a tower lock, General.
Out to Joy.
Jay's on there. Jay,
I reset. Check
yeah, Jay, turn on his cam here in a second. He said.
Oh my god! That was my shit almost gone.
Kill Franco, kill Franco.
Tarzan doesn't have his MacBook right now, so he's like using like a stand to use like another phone. So that's all he got right there. That's it. Yeah. I don't know if he had like some anti-rotation turned on his phone or something that was stopping it from rotating.
Tap. Pwede basag tap ah. Tara. May grip sa bato, pre, basag, palo. Ulti.
Yeah, that was GG and them going at it. It was like the background thing.
NightHorde versus Area
BTK
77.
plays next
We've been
weekend.
waiting for this, man. We've
In
been
the
waiting for this.
semifinals.
NightHorde just coming out of a game looking strong. Area 77. Hopefully they've been in their ranked matches doing a little warm up because NightHorde is coming in hot.
Yeah, definitely gonna have to watch out for them. They're off of a sweep, which is definitely gonna give them a little bit of that momentum boost. Game number 1 was a little shaky. they found their composure and then they didn't let their foot off the gas for game number 2. And here they are, back to back, warmed up, ready to go in this next series. Area 77, we haven't got to see them play. Well, we saw them in the upper bracket. They lost to Gaming Gladiators for the 3-0 sweep, so they're off on a losing streak right now. So could be something that NightHorde can kind of lean into, but nonetheless, I think it's going to be a very close game. This was really a hard one to even judge which way it was going to go.
Yeah, I'm honestly, before we came into the playoffs, I had a feeling the NightHorde might be able to take this game. And then looking at it now, after seeing NightHorde play, it feels like Area 77. But then we look at that last series, NightHorde also kind of, having some momentum right now.
Why is Zeke talking like an AI? Well, he's fairly new to the hosting scene, so this is like his very first ever like hosting gig, from my knowledge.
EXP lane being one of them, how is the matchups going to go? Because we know URESHI is a top EXP laner overall, and who are they going to throw against him? But still, NightHorde, we can't count them out. This could definitely be a full series game here.
Absolutely, NightHorde definitely looking a bit more like a wild card this tournament so far.
Yeah, this is his first time ever hosting.
Well,
so
and then we've seen a couple mistakes here and there that kind of leave us questioning. But I think a really good topic is Zero.
An unacceptable amount of cringe.
Zero a little bit more within the
Some people actually like the cringe, like it gives it a little bit of funniness, but I think he'll learn as he goes.
It's going to be a tricky one. I think it's just going to be depending on how the match goes with him in either position. I mean, he switched not in game number 1, he switched in game number 2, so it kind of just depends on their synergy. I mean, they did seem a little bit stronger, at least for the early game, when Zero was inside of the jungle, so maybe they do lean in on that, especially against a team like Area 77, who's very heavily objective focused, and one of the few teams who hasn't really switched up their
What about the poll?
In the playoffs route compared to other teams. So, like
yeah,
I said,
he's new.
They are a little bit of a higher echelon team to have to go through.
I wasn't the best caster when I first started, so it takes time. It takes a lot of experience. It takes a lot of playing around, like
could be an answer,
you gotta feel out the community, you gotta see if the community likes the cringe or not,
I think it
doesn't seem like the casters like the cringe.
I do think NightHorde might think twice before running, a more assassin jungle composition and throwing Zero, because you're up against JQT, right? You're up against a team, you're up against Tarzan, you're up against a team that knows, okay, if you're going to pick up the Nolan, we're going to get aggressive in the early game, right? We're not going to give you time to scale. So that is a risk, right? NightHorde, I'm not saying that Nolan's just counted out nowadays, but you're not going up against
I was good at starting.
And no offense,
I don't, dude. It's been so long since I started casting Salvador.
NightHorde has to think about that coming into these drafts. I don't think the old Swapperoonie.
I think I absolutely killed it in the GOF, but I was getting paid quite a bit of money to do it, so I went all out.
You have to balance this out a bit.
With some of these matches coming a little bit closer than we were seeing in the regular season, we have seen the standings changing a lot. Trex, could you take a look at the playoff brackets?
Taking a look at the bracket, we've now seen the first round of the loser round finish off. Fiends with the sweep, NightHorde with the sweep, and something to point out in general so far is we thought this was going to be such a close playoffs, and all we've seen is sweeps so far. It's been depressing to me, honestly. It's been sad to me, honestly. There's been some good games.
I have tried Moonshine before. That's very wild, though.
Guys, I need some back and forth.
It was like Moonshine cherries. It wasn't even like Moonshine. It was never again. Never again. Won't ever happen again.
So with that being said, Steph, do you want to take us through the NightHorde roster?
Yeah, as we do take a look at the NightHorde, I mean, we just seen them in the last series. Not much has changed. The only difference that we'll possibly see is Zero maybe rotate into that jungle position if needed, but nonetheless, overall a very strong team.
Tarzan and Jay are waiting to be invited.
BloodHounds, but was it a fluke? Is this where they end their journey?
There we go. Nice.
Or will we see them take down Area 77 and officially move on to one of the possible top 4 teams in North America?
Area 77, definitely not going to be an easy win, though. Trex, can you take us through theirs?
Yeah, Area 77 have been a force to be reckoned with.
Marcuti, my boy ISO.
Marcuti in the mid, Tarzan in the jungle, and URESHI in the EXP lane now. This is a team that has kind of taken NACT by storm. Area 77 back.
You said you know I try. I'm more centralized. I'm not super south.
A new logo, a new paint job, you know, and there's been some high hopes. Is this a team that can be contenders?
Blacking out after 2 swigs.
Moments where they've beaten some big teams. They've had some
rough
like moments where they've
Moonshine's like
lost
100%, dude.
teams.
That's like.
And I think this is going to be a point where this is make it or break it, right? This is, can we take out NightHorde, move forward?
You definitely do.
Take another win or two after
you gotta let me know, Nick.
So I want to know.
I'm an enthusiast.
Specifically regarding the rosters of both teams, what do you feel like the win conditions are based off of the people playing tonight?
Well, okay, I'll start with the NightHorde. Definitely
like knows it just
getting Sayori comfortable. I mean, Sayori definitely has been one of the main points on keeping the team in the match. So as long as she profits, majority of the team is going to profit there.
I had so crazy thing. I had some Hawaiian vodka, which was crazy.
Objectives can definitely be something they lean on. The flexibility of keeping
it was so smooth. Apparently it was like distilled with like salt water.
You have a player like Zero.
I don't think I've ever
from a sub XP to
never understood how that worked, but
focus on the early game pressure is something that they're going to have to really lean in on against a team like Area 77. Though it's not going to be the same outcome where you're playing against a team like BloodHounds and they dominate for 17 minutes, but you still pull off that victory. If you give Area 77 17 minutes of domination, they're going to close it out. So I do think the early game focus is really what they're going to have to do.
Hooking my boy Juicy J up.
Yeah, I think some of the major points that we have to this match is, you know, what do they keep Yureshi on? I don't think we want to see Yureshi on the R lot. You don't want to see Yureshi on any of these very proactive EXP laners. NightHorde already kind of having trouble with identity overall when it comes to
Shine K9s? That's crazy.
What some could consider to be top 2, top 3 EXP laners in all of NA. And then you have the mid side that we have.
You gotta find someone that does it in their backyard. I'm pretty sure when I lived in, well, I didn't live, my family, when I went to visit my family in Kentucky, it definitely seemed like there was some crazy stuff happening in Kentucky.
And has also kind of made shockwaves. So it's going to be, you know, Sayori up against Mar, Yureshi up against who knows. And it's definitely that's going to be the major thing that NightHorde has to look if they want to take down Area 77 here.
I think speaking of shockwaves, it's time to make some ripples in the chat. Who do you guys think is going to win?
Oh man, I'm kind of torn between both teams, but I'm going to go ahead and go with Area 77. And the reason being is just because they're a little bit more stagnant for my liking. But nonetheless, this is a very hard one. Like I said, it can go either way. I don't think this is going to be a clean sweep for either side. It's a possibility, but I don't think it'll kind of play out. I think if any series can go to a game 3 between all the matches today, or all the series today, this would definitely be the one. Now, you're the odd man out, Zeke.
Yeah, Zeke.
Why did you go NightHorde?
I'll go after Trex.
Oh, you know, Area 77. They look good, bro. No, honestly, I think NightHorde has the opportunity to take this. Before playoffs came in, I thought NightHorde would take this game.
Dude, Trex is always like riding both lines.
So far on my before playoffs predictions have been right so far. This is where the fork happens right here, right? Area 77 though, we'll see, man. I think, like I said, NightHorde has possibilities, but Area 77, they just look cleaner. I think the Zero, the whole roster change for NightHorde is just
Venus over here got
too much of a switch up.
Got the family hookup.
So for me personally, I've gotten a lot of guesses wrong so far in this playoff series. But this
I don't even remember, like,
NightHorde's
so,
looking strong.
you know, crazy thing. I was barely of age. I think I was like 18 when I tried Moonshine Cherries.
These last couple of games, they don't always take the W, sure, but they always put up a tough fight.
So it's been
that being said, I do think
it's been like 10 years.
77 is making any mistakes, and we have seen a lot.
I don't remember the brand.
They very well might take it to them.
I don't even remember where we even got them from.
You know, they fly and stuff, but you know who's even higher? Aliens, baby. And Area 77 coming down from space, gonna take the Dragons out.
Yep, I'm right there with you.
Getting like pinged right now.
It's gonna be a good match. It's very hard to decide, but I'm going for my prediction. Hopefully we get it right. If not, I mean, I guess we don't really have much to lose, right, Trex? I mean, we'll still be ahead of Zeke.
Still be way ahead of Zeke. Way, like several games ahead of Zeke.
You'll be one game ahead.
Several games.
I'm trailing in third, but not by a whole lot. And you can say what you want, but NightHorde, again, we saw them play against some better teams. Even we saw them take a win against BTK in the last series of the regular season. So why can't they beat Area 77? Why, if anybody at this point could do it, why would I not think it could be them? I've got faith. I've
rooting
got
for Zeke.
And NightHorde, if you let me down, man.
I think if you get this one wrong, it's official that the Zeke curse is on. Like, if you get this one wrong, it's like, not all the time, like, Zeke folks have been right a lot, but when it matters, you don't want Zeke voting for you.
Well, I'll tell you what, interesting fact.
Yeah, damn.
Over BTK, but Area 77 is playing a series.
Trex has turned into an absolute savage.
NightHorde only winning a single game in a best of 3, so that would lean a little bit more in their favor, but that just shows that they have the caliber to take down the top 2 echelons.
That boy Trex he's going for everybody's throat.
Those predictions are going to get ripped left and right, not knowing which way it's going to go and harder to gauge. And this is what we love.
He's got the threatening Riz.
Find out what team will be able to represent.
I'm fucking dead, bro.
Finest and
not the threatening Riz.
Good contenders.
Yeah, I mean, NightHorde also
threatening Riz.
Like Sayori said, they got a singular game off of Area 77 in the past. Fun fact, Sayori,
when are you gonna clap back? I'm telling you, he's got to start fighting Trex.
They also had something like
we're gonna see a battle at Vegas, man. We're gonna get the gloves. We'll get the gloves and go to the back alleyway.
Needs to be ready to think
we'll settle the beef.
They did not play any assassins up against Area 77 whenever they won.
I'm joking.
Whenever they played before, it was always a bit more utility based.
We need the caster host boxing match.
Pull something off here.
On my going away port, Steph, I know you brought up the first game Area 77 took it to BTK. That might be true, but it was the first game in the playoffs. NightHorde coming out top, and I'm ready for them to prove it in the draft. Let's see what happens.
That's right, and away we go into the draft for our third series of the day. Officially done with round 1 of the lower bracket.
God damn, the bands are already going through.
Out left and right. I mean, it's make it or break it now, right? Everything on the line.
CC, Loyi, Fredrin. I'm gonna do a little bit of analytics for you guys in this time around, kind of take a look at what's going down. The Matilda, the Faramis, the Masha.
Both these teams have a lot.
First pick, Bratz.
I'm not gonna
that's good. That's good. Valentina's open though, so we're probably gonna see Area 77 pick up a Valentina if I had to guess. Maybe even an R-Lot here. Or no, they're gonna go Xborg. Oh no, they go what? Do they go R-Lot Xborg?
Rookie team's gonna finally, these newer
yo, they need to get Xborg. How do they leave open Xborg, chat?
Do that. NightHorde with everything on the line here.
That's crazy.
Area 77. I think if they can
I do like R-Lot more, but then the Valentina is what I'm saying, chat.
Name in NACT.
The Valentina, you don't let the Valentina get through.
Occasion up in that bracket. I believe whoever wins here will be in that 4th place position currently.
Booga Booga, what's your next team, bro? You gonna stay in Bloodhounds?
Competitors now. Looking at the side of Area 77, they're going to go in for some CC, right? They have the R-Lot stacked up with that Minotaur. Both of them.
You got to start your own Ooga Booga. Your Ooga Booga clan, bro.
And then you have the Demon Gauge over there from the R-Lot. You mentioned
that's a secret?
It's funny.
All right, man.
Said it, right? Allowing your Reshi to run this R-Lot could be a possible problem.
It's dangerous.
Hope to see you around, Stoll, dude.
For the side of Area 77, but a response back from the NightHorde.
Listen,
NightHorde's drafting is really good, but so is Area 77's.
We're talking all the way back to like spring season of last year. The Yureshi R-Lot was something that was a problem when he was playing on Outplay.
Ooga Booga Esports.
Still, it's something you got to watch out for.
We got to get you to stream, Ooga, man. Did you know how many people would literally watch you? Like, you would be able to come into the streaming world and not have to work super hard.
The
BTK Ooga Booga.
Maybe it's a little early to
I gotta use the restroom though.
Kind of questionable. It does slow down Area 77 from maybe picking up something hyper aggressive in the jungle. Kind of changes things up, and especially since Area 77 doesn't have a jungler yet. The Fredrin's gone, the Bosch is gone, the Barat's off the field. We are starting to pigeonhole Tarzan, maybe, you know, being forced into picking something, you know, like the Nolan, something hyper aggressive that wouldn't play well against Kaja.
Yeah, this is definitely a treat to see. I think it's going to be one of the spiciest series that we've had today. I'm okay with the Kaja. The reason being is because they already have the Valentina, which is a checkmate. If they do want to go in for the Group CC for the Minotaur, they can definitely profit there. Or they can even wait and see what else is picked up. The final slash could definitely work out. But we'll have to see how this kind of plays out. The Kaja is great for the carry, though. If you can catch them out of position, get that Divine Judgment, they will be able to take carry down, and that will be delaying the late game presence that the carry will have, especially soaking into that Barats. But there goes the staple pickup. Haven't got to see it too often today, but the Vexana now in play for Area 77.
Tarzan is running out of picks, man. They just heavy banned into him. Fredrin's gone, Bosch is gone, Guinevere's gone. All he's got left is like Martis, or he's got to go the Nolan, right? He's got to go the Nolan or Joy, which I think that's NightHorde's plan. It's like, let's force him into one of these two assassin junglers and then try to bully. They already have the Basha, they already have the Kaja, they have a comp that's like what you would normally pick in response to that. So I think there's some possibilities for them here.
The Kai. Still available.
Yeah, Kai's still open.
Whoa! Hold on now. Zero.
The flex, baby.
I think Zero's running in the jungle.
Oh, yeah, I think so too. And it's the flex, man. It's the last moment spice, the last moment pick, and that's why they picked up the Kaja. Lack of answers. I think you have to go the Akai here, right? Like, you have to pick up the Akai. It's the only thing that, unless they go damage jungler as well, but I don't think that. I think Akai is the answer here. It stops Zero from being able to bully your jungle. It's definitely, I think it's the answer.
Martis could work out. Martis could
too.
be an option, but there goes the Akai. Oh, this is getting good. I like the draft so far. I think it was very creative from the NightHorde. Honestly, I didn't even expect it, but they have Zero. We talked about them in the draft being able to flex him into that jungle position where needed and just kind of makes him third dimensional. And I think it's a great opportunity for them to pull out this Fanny. With the Fanny, though, his main objective is going to be possibly going in and getting those early kills, trying to shut down the side laners. Not even really too worried about the turtles. But Tarzan, I mean, he's pretty much guaranteed on these neutral objectives for the most part, but he is going to have to watch out for those quick rotations from the Fanny. I mean, Zero on the cables, it's like Spider-Man. You can't catch him. You're going to have to watch out with the mobility that it provides, not only for the neutral objectives, but also for the split push to take down your side lanes and possibly go in for,
hey, don't call me out like that.
Objectives.
I blame you.
And I mean, this is, and it's surprise factor too, man.
No, this is Dave.
Like this, throwing that flex, I guarantee you Area 77 thinks Barats has got to be jungle, right? Like they lock in the Barats, Kaja, Valentina. I don't think anybody was guessing there's going to be a last minute flex here. And that's what they do, and it completely just...
A Fanny! Yo, Zero! Zero said he said I needed to learn Fanny.
77 like, whoa, we have to completely change the way we're looking at this now. Is that going to be the game change?
It's going to be wild.
If NightHorde gets game 1 here off of that right there, it completely throws a, it just stops completely changes momentum for Area 77 here.
Yeah, speaking of Area 77, going head-to-head up against NightHorde for our third series of the day. Moving on up in the brackets for the quarterfinals. Who will be able to claim victorious? Will it be the Dragons? Or will it be the extraterrestrial aliens? Which one of them are out of this world?
And look at those predictions, baby. 43-57. Area 77 barely holding a lead. This is one of the closest predictions we've had in a while now. NightHorde sitting strong with it, and honestly, the Barats should be able to do okay. Shouldn't get too bullied by Ureshi here. It's going to be able to just kind of hold its own. So also another solid point of the flex there.
Yeah, and this is going to be a fun one to watch. There goes Zero! Already finding ISO.
Jesus Christ.
That's it. And this is the worry, right? The target is not Tarzan, right? The target is not Ureshi. The target is ISO. The target is Marcuti. The target is the Squishy. And if there's anyone that I have faith can pull it off, it's Zero. We were worried about Zero. in the EXP. Well, forget the EXP. He's switching up. He's in the jungle, baby.
But wait a second. Speaking of junglers, Tarzan trying to find a place. Sayori finds YuReshi, though. That's going to be another member falling for the side of Area 77. Tarzan! Heavy spin from Sayori.
GG?
Sayori getting a kill. 3-kill lead for the
Yo, what is going on here?
Minutes unanswered.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Weezy.
Eyes on my twin Zero.
The lower bracket momentum is strong with this team right now. Area 77, I think, just kind of, they got to pull it together. They got to slow it down. Everything just got, the table just got turned over. We're all sitting on our heads right now. We got to think this.
Zeke fan, stand up.
Them that they picked up the Akai, though. It's going to be very hard for the Minotaur to stop this Fanny. So they need a more CC.
They're zoning. Good assault by Area 77. Zero, good zonage.
Turtle, Area 77. Even though they're down in kills, they have the pressure, and it looks like they are still maintaining that control for this Turtle.
I mean, forget the Turtle. NightHorde just, they need to keep playing into the off lanes, I feel like. It's okay to give up a Turtle. You don't have to, especially first Turtle. I think they need to stick to exactly what they were doing. Aim for gold lane, aim for EXP lane, aim for little pickoffs here and there to keep yourself in-game, try to snowball.
Sayori, though,
where are you gone?
Will fall. Last second, 3-1. For the NightHorde, going into ISO though, Zero looking for a second kill of the game. JQT doing his best over there with this Minotaur. Is trying to catch a fly.
I wonder if what ISO's picked up. Yeah, here we go. ISO.
Fanny on a carry.
He ended up picking up the full defensive boots, but
like your freaking
I was actually surprised he didn't pick up like the steel platings.
They do have answers though.
Early.
I think as we creep into mid game, like you said, the Akai. Once Area 77 is able to start grouping up, it's going to be tough for Zero to look for these pickoffs. It's why NightHorde I think really needs to push the envelope and try to get as many kills early game as possible. Try to put R as ahead as possible in this early phase. And Area 77 needs to force them, you know, to slow it down, and that's exactly what they're doing in here.
Yeah, for the knockup.
Yo, he stopped on my foe. What the fuck? Where'd he go?
And for the play as well, but it looks like Omofil on the top side, able to kind of maintain himself. Right now, though,
JQT's got that. He's got that Playboy bed.
I am right there with you, but look at Zero, almost able to catch ISO. Very close call, just showcasing his potential. ISO. He's gonna have to play full defense in that gold lane. Speaking of defense, so Momoe 2v1 on the chase. Needs to get out of there. Do they go in for the kill? No, they decide to disengage.
One of the problems is recently there was a buff on, because some of the gold laners got some nerfs here and there, there was a buff on the towers, right? That you get more defensive bonus. So it becomes even harder for, you know, some of these aggressive junglers, some of these assassin junglers to get pickoffs in the laning phase. Because as long as ISO like hugs under the tower, it's going to be tough for him. You know, normally, Zero picks up a kill on the aggressive there, but still it's
Christ,
tough for him to get
Zero
kills onto ISO in this laning phase.
YuReshi, a little bit of an overextension kind of.
Hey, no name. Did you ever get your diamonds? Did those ever get sent to you? The 1,000 diamonds.
NightHorde, and now shifting focus over to this Turtle. Area 77 was able to claim the first one with little to no problem. Now Tarzan will be able to claim the second one as well. 2 turtles for the side of Area 77, and no trade back from the NightHorde.
I mean, so gold sitting at a standstill, right? Area 77 has been able to hang on, maybe not in kills, but in neutral objectives. Big pick on a Momoe here, though.
Big stun, Eternal Guard going down. The Terrify, Tarzan finding Momoe.
No.
One member falling for the side of the NightHorde.
Hey, Sherry, did you ever send out those like 1,000 diamonds to those people that I sent you?
Play the frontline bully, but speaking of frontline bully, Dennis, welcome. Oh my foe. Going in for the kill, finds JQ.
I forgot about that.
Out. YuReshi joining the party. YuReshi taking down Sayori. Zero, he wants blood. Still cables in. The cutthroat. Not enough, but he is able to find it.
It's all good if you did.
Falling 6-3 lead for the NightHorde.
All right, we got us a game, boys, ladies and gentlemen. We're 6 minutes in. 6-3, NightHorde leading in kills, but Area 77 holding an ever so slight lead in gold. But the pressure is there, and I got a feeling we're going the long haul here, Weezy. So let's break it down a bit more. We haven't really seen Momoe get to be detrimental yet on this Kaja. I think You know, we talked about how Tarzan's going to start being more important as we creep into the mid to late game. Well, I think it's the same thing for Momoy on this Kaja. I think as we creep farther and farther into the game, those divine judgments are going to become
That's all right. No biggie.
bit more glaring, a little bit more of a problem for Area 77.
Speaking of problems,
all right, no name.
Kind of
You'll get your diamonds. I think.
Too far ahead of each other. I mean, he hasn't picked up too many kills. He has
maybe this Friday or next Friday.
A little bit of a struggle for him. I mean,
she's the Moontown's working on it right now.
I think he can soak them down.
Next Friday. Is it?
There's a lot of CC.
Like this Friday coming up or the next one?
For not only Minoan and Fury, but also a big heavy spin coming out from Tarzan on top of that, which may be a possible issue. But speaking of Tarzan,
1K each.
Invasion play onto the purple buff. But the numbers are there for the side of NightHorde to defend, and it looks like they're going to shift their focus over to this Lord.
Yeah, one good thing about the Claude, though, is if you're going to have a marksman dealing with this much CC, Claude is one of your picks. He capitalizes so well off the Purify. He has the BMI. He has a lot of answers. So if you can be mechanically gifted and make it work, it can definitely be the win.
Ooh, Sayori a little aggressive.
Sayori?
Yeah, gonna use that heavy spin.
Oh, look at Mar! He got him! ISO though.
Skate away. Tarzan finds Sayori. No ISO. With Speedy Lightwings takes out 0R. Finds Tarzan. Cutie. 2 members falling for both sides. Stun though. Final slash.
Oh my God, ISO. Team wipe. Area 77. Yureshi. ISO just going absolutely insane.
In the tier 1 turret for the mid lane will be bursted down by Area 77.
ISO online, baby. Yeah, you took me out once, but I'm online. ISO getting the triple.
Fo flickered in and like spit the guy out on the wall.
Catches 0 at a mid cable. Like, nope, there's no escape here. Pops the Speedy Lightwind, just starts melting people down. We're gonna take a look at the replay real quick, and I want to see the way ISO.
I'm not sure why he flickered
in. A little bit late to this party, still in the bot lane here. This is more of when Sayori gets caught off, and this is kind of the beginning of it. Momoy does get to pull in on Tarzan, but literally brings Tarzan in. But there's ISO popping off, able to get the kill on a 0, and his position is so clean from there on. NightHorde unable to really defend it. Nice pull though. JQT gonna go down, so NightHorde continues to answer back.
Yeah, able to find some answers despite Area 77 overall winning that first engagement. They took the turtle, they took the tier 1 turret in the mid lane as well. Tarzan though, on the Sakai, trying to go in for the invasion on the purple buff, falling a little bit short, but able to get out of there. Momoy, though, Ring of Order is going to go in for the slow.
Oh my God, yo, the carry is just devastating.
Or we'll be able to take down ISO. A lot of trades on the board. 1 for 2, though. NightHorde able to kind of push through with the numbers, still leading 11-9.
That's big, though. So NightHorde finally gets a kill onto ISO. R gets the shutdown, giving himself a little bit more gold. And just like ISO wasn't out of it, R is also
they need to take out towers right now.
The man has only taken 1 death. You mentioned earlier when we saw the items, their gold is pretty close right now. R, I think, just takes a little bit more time. Maybe 1 more item than ISO is going to need. Maybe a few more minutes than what ISO is going to need to really come online. But once R comes online, he's going to be shredding down multiple members. Tarzan,
who got the turtle? Oh, they got the Lord.
For Area 77, the NightHorde trying to respond back. Marquis finds 0. Oh. Wait a second. BMI goes out. Possible another kill on the way. Area 77 forcing the NightHorde out of the Lord pit. Down in kills, but up in the objectives. Oh, wait a second. R on Tarzan Cutie. JQT forced for the knockup.
Ooh, the fucking Vexana. Nobody followed up.
Nobody to follow through. And overall, Area 77 able to win that objective.
I think as long as NightHorde cannot lose an inhibitor here, they're doing okay. They still have been unable to take a single tower away from Area 77. So though they had some flashy plays in the beginning, though they got some early game kills, though they've been leading, Area 77 has always been controlling the game.
You know, it's funny. Look at R's damage. He has almost double what ISO has right now, but ISO has almost double the amount of kills. Definitely making them count with the damage. But so far, like you said, Area 77, they're in the lead, but NightHorde still holding on to their inhibitors. The later this
it is objective gaming.
More of a threat it's going to be from the side laners, the marksmans, right? That's when they're going to start to shine. ISO able to take the tier 2 on the top side. Heavy spin in the lane as well. Big knockup from the Eternal Guard, connecting onto Oh My Foe, forcing R back to safety. And now the NightHorde stripped down to their inhibitor turrets.
Yeah, man, NightHorde is unable to get some of those kills. And those are the one kills. If R could have just taken out Tarzan, if Tarzan would have just gone down there, those are the things that start to tip the game back into your favor. But NightHorde just unable to completely follow through here. You know, what's the strategy from here, right? I think Zero maybe needs to start split pushing a little bit. Needs to maybe stop going exactly for the kills. Start putting some pressure in the off lanes. And the rest of the team just needs to kind of keep up the defense. R sitting now, we talked about the gold not escaping him, but now it is starting to. ISO holds a 1,500 gold lead over him. He hasn't gotten his he hasn't gotten his fourth item locked in yet. He's got the DHS, he's got the corrosion scythe, he's got the gold. I think he just needs a little bit more, and I think next it's going to be the Wind of Nature, and that could be the game changer for him. It could be the thing that helps him survive a bit more or push. Oh, Final Slash coming in.
From USG is going to try and find the pick off. Yeah, they're trying to contest onto this purple buff, trying to stop any farm from going into the NightHorde's hands. Double heavy spin, though, in the mid lane. Beyblade at its finest between Tarzan and Sayori, but USG changing the narrative to Final Slash. Aikido finds Sayori. Another member falling. ISO finds Zero. Two members falling for the side of NightHorde and the Siege onto the mid lane for the inhibitor. Momoi very low. USG out for blood. There goes the inhibitor, 50% HP, and the focus. Oh my foe, trying to defend, trying to hold him off. Minion in play. Go ahead and soak some damage on to the base crystal. They still have minions in the mid lane for the push, and they have the numbers. It's a 3v5. Area 77,
it's a crazy ass hold.
Out of their opportunity, forced to disengage out of the base, but now another possible siege for an inhibitor.
Yeah, definitely not over for NightHorde just yet, but a huge take for Area 77. They break down the mid inhibitor. They take their gold lead even farther. NightHorde now, I think they got to contest, and now they're in a position now where they have to contest this Lord, right? They can't just kind of hang it out. If they still had all three inhibitors, maybe they could, you know, play it safe, go for an even farther late game, but I think now we're at a point where it's like, maybe we have to go for this. Maybe we have to force something here. They do have Momoi on this Kaja. There still is some possibilities to maybe get a nice pick off before Lord comes in and put themselves in an advantage.
I think this is also where Zero's going to have to start split pushing. I mean, if they're not going to be able to win these objectives, he needs to find some type of trade. I mean, it's with how late we are in the game, 13 minutes. And only able to take down a couple of turrets. It's not really where they want to be so far. I mean, normally the Fanny's meant to kind of bridge the gap in the early phase and create that opportunity. Zero was able to get the kills, but it just didn't translate into any objectives, right? They were not able to claim the Lords, not able to claim the Turtles, and most of the turrets went to the side of Area 77, even with how close these kills were. And so, like, I'm right there with you. Zero, instead of being so kill-oriented, start rotating to being a little bit more objective-focused. This is where the Fanny has to start to pivot toward the mid to late game, focusing on the mobility provided, but a big Final Slash, Minoan Fury for the knockup, connecting to the NightHorde. Heavy spin goes out by Tarzan, no ISO finding Oh My Foe, Ureshi. The dash in, hit with the Divine Judgment for the stun. Are gonna fall.
Took out Ureshi.
Cutie.
Oh no, they're on the chase.
2-for-1 trade. Make that more though. Sayori trying to get out of there. Momoi. Blindsider. Two-man army, but oh, they're gonna split. Able to catch Sayori though. Won't fall. ISO getting the kill. Momoi.
Momoi able to like
go in for the contest.
sneak away.
They're not really worried about him, but look at the split push. Look at Zero.
Yeah, he's going to be able to take this tower. That's going to be kind of big. Might be game-changing. I don't know. My foe will be back up on the map. R will be back up on the map. But Area 77 should be able to rush this Lord. So it's more back up on the map to defend. NightHorde can't lose any more members. I will say that this Lord is... With R on the Claude, it definitely feels defendable. It feels possible to be able to get away from this. You also have Zero who can kind of disrupt some of these off lanes and make it so the waves aren't going to crash evenly.
Yeah, ISO going to pick up another core item, picks up that Wind Talker. Now 8-2-1 on the carry right now. Highest kills in the game overall. You are going to see this Luminous Lord now making his way through the mid lane, and it looks like Area 77 will work on trying to push through the base for the NightHorde.
Yeah, Momoi needs a big pick-off, man. And something huge. I think at this point, you might not even, like, it might not be like, oh, we just have to get ISO. Like, get anybody. Anybody works as long as you can get the kill, but hold up.
Ooh, Final Slash onto Sayori. Needs to get out of there. ISO able to take the inhibitor on the top side. One more to go through on the bottom lane. Lord quickly bursted down. You kind of called it with R on this Claude. Making quick work of it, and now Area 77 deciding to kind of shift their focus back out of the base, being cool, calm, and collective. Definitely not wanting to overextend and
Ours
fall
of
into
Chad.
the trap of being too aggressive.
1 HP from R right
The
there.
down goes inhibitor on the bot side. Minions are in play. They can go in. They have the numbers. They have the damage. Both teams fighting it out. BMI from R to be able to clear out these minions. Area 77 still in the base for the NACT. Do they take the fight or do they push out? I'm not really sure if they can handle it. I think they need to pull their punch.
Yeah, I think R plays that very well there. He does not use the Blazing Duet for the members of Area 77. He uses it for the minions, clears out the waves. Maybe a whiff. Sayori goes down.
1703.
Ooh, quick kill by ISO, able to take him down. ISO find him a Moe for the double, triple, 5-0. Immortality being procced on Tarzan, a maniac.
Sheesh, does he get the savage? Does he get the savage? He wants it! Oh! He blew them all into the base!
But look at the damage, the triple kill from my phone, the base crystal. What is going on?
Wow, he almost pulled them all into the...
Taking game number 1 against the NACT.
For just a moment, I thought we were about to see the biggest whiff in NACT history. But no, he's not able to clear the waves. Area 77 said, whoa, we all just went down. All right,
Nah, GG's match is tomorrow. Or next weekend.
Area 77 comes out on top. A beautiful game by them. And like I said, man,
that was crazy.
Like NACT had some opportunity there, but Area 77, they play the game cleanly. Yes, you can get some kills early on, but we're taking objectives. I
just seen that play, Sherry. That was crazy.
And Lords, and in the end, we're taking.
Could you imagine if they team wiped them by pulling them into the base? Like,
a little scary though. Like you said, could have been the biggest whiff.
That'd be one of the craziest clips I think I've ever seen of MLBB.
Able to claim game number 1 against the NACT. Definitely was a hard fight though. I wouldn't say it was the easiest, but overall they were cool, calm, collective, objective focused, and they were able to push through. The NACT, they had the early advantage. They had Zero on his comfort pick on the Fanny. He was able to get the early kills, but they were not able to translate them into the objectives.
Very well said. I mean, I still can't get over that big 3-man kill there for a second. I was like, whoa! Taking a look at it though. NACT. I think we buy a bit more time. Maybe NACT's able to pull something off, but here are some of the, once again, what was it, man? Yureshi with those final slashes, man, continuously catching Sayori off. I mean,
he escaped the spawn with 1 HP.
These two players were able to just make it so ISO could free roam, man. ISO could do whatever he wants. He felt comfy. He's able to dance in and out of team fights, knowing that there's enough CC, enough peel with Tarzan, JQ, and Yureshi that are providing for him. And in the end, ISO is just able to go 12-3-1 like it's nothing.
Yeah, overall, a very entertaining game. I mean, those engagements, whew. Definitely showcasing their mastery on these heroes and overall synergy from both sides. But Area 77, I mean, I feel like they just showed up and played better, right? Able to take these objectives, able to, even though they weren't getting the early kills, that's where the LEGACi starts to kind of shine, right? He's not going in for those kills. He's just going to be that bully, invading the jungle, taking your purple, taking your orange buff, taking the Lords is where it kind of started to stack up against the NACT. Even though they had Zero on that comfort pick, just wasn't enough to be able to shut them down for the first game.
Good morning, Weed Nub. What up, dude?
Rich guy, ISO. Most gold per minute R. 118K on the carry. You're going to see the sandbag being Tarzan Cutie, and then also the Forgotten One stacking up the assists, racking to 15. Will be JQ.
Welcome to the normal stream and not the crazy late nights.
Halfway through the game, that R had about double the damage of ISO, but only
Good night, Enrique.
It just goes to show the ISO.
Thanks for always stopping by, homie.
Maybe he wasn't firing off at everybody, but when he locked on, he was making it count. And I mean, just with every bit of damage that ISO was doing, it always led up to something. It always led up to a kill in his pocket. Now, taking a look at the head-to-head, kind of an off head-to-head here because Zero, though he is the EXP laner, has been playing as the jungler with that final swap in.
Yeah, the man's wearing multiple hats. Nonetheless, though, it was an entertaining match to be able to see his Fanny, but it wasn't enough to take down Area 77. Yureshi, you mentioned the final slashes that he had, creating those opportunities, those setups on the initiation for the side of Area 77 to follow through.
Jesus Christ.
You saw it every single time. He's able to dash in, initiate, and also get out to safety before falling, and it was a huge play. A lot of crowd control from the side of Area 77, which created a problem for the NACT to find that window of opportunity. Damage dealt, though, across the board. There goes R. 118k.
The Vexana was crazy.
Way more damage, but ISO making those kills count. Able to kind of outdo him with the better KDA with the lower damage ratio.
Yeah, and what's really insane about the R-Lot is like it was number 2 or number 3
Fanny
on the
something
team in
else,
damage.
bro. Chat.
So it's not that like it's not the R-Lot isn't only providing insane CC, insane engage. It's also providing a decent chunk of damage. It is melting people down, and that's why the R-Lot is. I mean, it is something that you really need to think about putting on the ban table. It is not something to be messed with, and I think some EXP laners might just not be, might not be able to hone it to its greatest skills, but it is definitely.
Damn, yappers are going at it, chat.
Right now.
Speaking of land at dawn, let's not waste any more time. If that first match was not entertaining, I don't know what game you're watching because there was explosions going everywhere, fireworks in the sky for land at dawn. But now on to game number 2, Area 77 up against NightHorde. Match point, a possible chance for them to get the sweep and knock down NightHorde and move up to the top.
Who's a little far behind?
Put up a good fight. They were just not able to find the objectives. Where do they go to kind of turn this back around in their favor?
I mean, I don't know, man. I think they that last match. It's like they pulled out their trap card, you know? They kind of used everything they had, I feel like. So it's tough from here because honestly, that was one of the compositions where I felt like, all right, this is, this felt winnable. It felt very winnable for NightHorde that game. It felt like they had the possibilities. So I think maybe don't completely switch it up. Maybe just, play it out a little bit better. Maybe ban out the R-Lot this time, go for something similar again. Again, I don't think it's completely out. I think they played very well with Zero in the jungle as an assassin. I think they could pull something out like the Noland and be able to protect Zero from getting attacked, able to defend those invades. I think they did that very well. I think it comes out to some other situations on the map that they have to deal with.
Yeah, it was funny. They pulled out that trap card, that blue eyes white dragon came out right there with Zero on that Fanny. Just the distraction of pulling out that Barats and keep making them think that's going to be the jungler and then putting them in the XP lane was definitely high IQ. But nonetheless,
I think they pulled the comments from the live stream.
In the early game, he was trying to bridge create that bridge for his team to kind of ride on to be able to take and stampede the early game. But even though he was getting his kills, his team was not able to kind of profit on the neutral objectives or even on the turrets.
I don't think I have the
in game number 2.
A lot of the UI that the production uses is like all pulled from like a Google sheet. So like anything you're seeing, so like normally like how each individual person's like classified as like roam, jungle, EXP, stuff like that is all, it's all pulled from the Google sheet. I know they seen that and they pulled it as fast as they could get it out.
Side lane and take down that turret so you can get the pick off to keep yourself in that game and not allow that snowball. But here we are, game number 2.
If DA and Area 77 win, they will face each other next week, honestly, as well as so next week we'll end up seeing
the Paquito maybe slotted into something like the jungle, maybe slotted into the EXP lane. Same thing with the
we'll be seeing GG, and then
Area 77 though
we'll be seeing the losers semifinals.
It's like, listen, we know JQT's got a mean Minotaur. We're gonna lock that in immediately. Now they get the Luyi to add a little bit of spice to things. If they, I mean, that's Area 77 likes to be aggressive. They like to play the macro.
What up, Frostbite? It's been a minute, brother. How you been?
So on fire, they are very.
How's the fam?
With it, and I think they just have a well-rounded draft right now for whatever they want to bring to the table.
They have a lot of crowd.
Mars Loyi is pretty devastating.
Focus right now, right? You have the Barats with the Deadness Welcome and Noah's Fury, the duality over there from the Luyi, and then looking at the side of NightHorde. I mean, they have engage and disengage, I guess. You have the Paquito who can kind of go in and initiate, kind of survive on these fights and get back out to safety with mobility, alongside the Ruby who can kind of do the same thing.
For the all of so everything past this is all BO5s.
He's gonna get chained up.
So like the winners finals is a BO5, the losers semifinals a BO5, and then the loser finals is a BO5.
Alongside the Ruby, gets a little risky because that's a lot of frontline heroes that you have to kind of worry about getting hit up with that crowd control. Now, Nana.
Let me see when they're gonna do the losers finals. Are we gonna have like an insane ass weekend? I guess in the losers finals is gonna be on Sunday.
We're able to pull that
like
off.
we're gonna have like a super short day on Sunday. Yeah.
It's a comfort pick, man, and I think that's what NIGHTHORD's
we literally do one BO5 on Sunday from like 4:30 to 6.
Crazy here, man, guys. You know, it's lower bracket. We've had a good run. We're on match point. Let's just play what we want to play here, man. And I don't think it's bad, and it still works. And I think one good thing that Nana supplies is a lot of help when it comes to these early objectives. She's great when it comes to first, second turtle, right? Because you have the Molina Blitz, you have some heavy CC, you can try to kind of zone off and target down the enemy jungler. So I think Sayori on the stand is going to be a great support to whatever jungler NIGHTHORDE wants.
Yeah, I think it's a good counter, especially up against that Barat. So we'll
she's pulling out the Nana, chat.
Have been shown super early. I'm trying to picture this Minoan Fury going through. It's going to be a good tool for Area 77 to lean on, but the diversion over there from this Lu Yi is going to be something I'm really watching out for. You combo that up with the Minoan's Fury from that Minotaur, could be deadly if they catch you out of position anywhere on the map, so you're definitely going to be on your toes. Maybe playing a marksman with survivability should be the game plan, right? You can possibly lock in a Brody. Actually, I think would be okay here, just because you know they're going to go in for that invasion and you need to get back out to safety. A Claude still available on the table, could be a viable option. It's good against the Barats. Are gonna have to watch out for that Minotaur, but they're gonna take the Claude away from them as ISO's gonna slot that in. On the opposing side, though, will be the Kai for the response.
Most of it. I mean, again, I don't know whether Zero is going to be in the jungle here or Oh My Foe is going to be in the jungle here. Could go either way. Area 77 pick up the Claude here. What is NIGHTHORDE again? I mean, I guess they have to go like Brody or something like that. Maybe Bruno if they really want to spice things up. But either way, NIGHTHORDE is aggressive here, man. They have a great mid-game spike. Great 7-minute spike. Whereas Area 77 just feels very well-rounded. Whether they have a lot of opportunity here on Area 77, man. Just kind of, I mean, just like when you think of what solid is right now in the meta, and I look at Area 77, it's like you have the Barats, you have the Minotaur, you have this Lu Yi, you have the Lu Yi COD combo that we've been seeing all over the place. Just a lot of different ways to take this game. If they want to try to hit hard, you know, early game, they have some possibilities there. They have some bullying possibilities. If they want to wait for late game macro possibilities, they also have that. Just a lot of different ways to attack the game from Area 77.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. I mean, this is a recipe that's proven to work, and if any team can pull it off, it's definitely going to be Area 77, and they're already at an advantage, forcing NIGHTHORDE into match point. If they take this, they're going to be knocked out of the NACT spring season, and they're definitely showcasing their cards. But whoa!
Oh,
wait a minute, Hanabi. Haven't seen one of these in a minute. This is definitely going to be something to watch out for. But is this the right move this late in the game? Possibly your final match in the NACT. Do you risk it all with the Hanabi pickup?
Did you finally get your figure?
Pick, right? Is it the pick? We have seen the Hanabi come in, like Melon. Melon has been one of the players that it's like, whoa, made this Hanabi.
You got a PSA Charizard card. How the hell would I guess that?
I'm not counting it out. I'm not thinking that it's like a horrible pick. But the team has to be ready for it. And with NIGHTHORDE already having some synergy issues, I feel like
I was actually going through my old Pokemon cards, and I have a Charizard card that if it was a PSA 10, it would have been like $10,000, but the condition on it's not definitely.
That's right. Put your faith in your favorite
team,
as we are now moving into game.
It's definitely not PSA 10. I think it might have been like one of my brothers or one of my stepbrothers cards, and it was just I guess I must have just ended up having it at some point. But I have a really low edition Charizard card.
Area 77, like I said, I think has some great rotation.
It's just not graded.
Here. Taking a look at the
it's probably only like a fucking maybe a 3 or 4 at most PSA.
NIGHTHORDE, what are some win cons here, man? I think they have a great late game. They also have a great mid game spike.
Charizard is a Charizard.
Are that they can force fights. I think second turtle, even maybe first turtle, they have some big advantages.
It's kind of bad.
Stop to that.
Yeah, Sayori does have that passive that you are going to have to watch out for. But yeah, I mean, winning conditions trust in Hanabi. I mean, I figure that's really what it's going to boil down to.
Is it shadowless?
Hanabi, one of those less mobile marksmen, easy to pick off and catch out of position. Does go
I don't know. I have to like gather up all my stuff. What up, Marcus, bro?
Even more.
What's up, man?
And also no purify.
How you been, brother?
Gets hit with that CC.
It's been a minute. We've seen everybody in here today. We've seen Nick. We've seen Marcus. Fucking Honey Mustard came up in here.
Hanabi just really kind of heavy into damage, getting the quantum charge to kind of
me and Randall were going crazy
like that. So again, nothing too out of the realm except for some of the picks on the side of NightHorde, but still, if the game is sitting at
it's good to see all of you guys. Hopefully everybody from the old gang's doing good, man.
Yes, we're just starting, and NightHorde's goal is a long way away. We're talking 12, 15 minutes or so. 3 or 4 items for R. Same thing with a couple items.
Yeah, he was Legend 3, and we literally got him all the way to Mythic.
There. Can Area 77 cut the clock though?
We were literally grinding.
Number 1, take all the neutral objectives, and
we were having special hydration night.
Area 77 able to get first blood, and it looks like they are gonna lose that turtle to the NightHorde.
Yeah, so NightHorde loses a member, they lose on my foe, they get a turtle.
Money been grinding with Ben.
Past, but again,
so I think A1C Tank's been grinding with Ben and them as well. Nah, Randall was just, I don't know where he was at. He was just chilling.
You're gonna see the Hunter Strike picked up.
I was just, me and Ritz randomly got on, and then he was like there, requested to join.
And movement speed boost for these fights. Now, I'm ready to see kind of how this Lu Yi plays into this composition. I mean, when you have the Lu Yi, when you have the
players I got when I play with Tank were just so damn bad. My randoms was, for some reason, when I was playing with Randall and Ritz, dude, like the randoms are actually pretty decent, which is wild.
Every play, every mess up matters when you're this far into NACT. Every little whiff can make a difference. And when you're on match point, lower bracket playoffs, you can't make mistakes like that. You got to be able to land every ult. You got to be able to land every skill. You got to make sure every basic attack counts.
Yeah, speaking of attacks, Black Dragon forced out by LEGACi on the 2v1 matchup. Able to get out of there. I'm kind of surprised there's not really too much focus from the roamer, from Amoe, to protect the Hanabi, right? They're just going to kind of trust her in that lane, even up against a Claude who has the mobility to be able to take him down, but the camera shift.
Oh my God.
Final slash going down, and Orange Fury for the knock-up. Tarzan in the front line of the damage.
Oh, what a punch.
Left punch, take down JK.
God damn.
Tarzan to respond back. Finds my foe. Tarzan trying to get out of there. Hit with the heavy spin on the wall. 0.
Nice.
Be able to take it 2 for 2 on the scoreboard.
You can't get into the season like you used to. M2 was the peak. We're going back to Vegas again, Marcus, man.
No, actually, Zero has not taken a death, so he's going to hold a slight advantage, and this is going to be another neutral objective.
I'm the manager of BTK now, so I help those boys out and try to take care of them as much as possible.
The Aegis comes into play there, but I'm only worried about it when it comes to the dive potential that Area 77 has against him. I'm offended, though, for the stun on a Marcuti. Big play.
Damn.
Momoe able to get the kill.
Vegas is May 11th or 12th. We got Basic, Zane, Whole World, Nicolette,
3-2.
and Milo.
Leading up by 1,000 gold and also 2 turtles. Area 77, game number 1, they were able to take majority of the neutral objectives. This time, though, the objectives, the turtles, are in the hands of
LEGACi kind of
with the Black Dragon.
What the
Not gonna
fuck?
be able to engage, but push back.
Cardi's there as well. He's the sub. Yeah.
Ooh, you are going to see Tarzan rush in, though. Is going to get the stun. Heavy spin on the wall. Oh, my foe will find Tarzan. 4-3, a little bit of miscalculated play. Jungler will fall. Tarzan,
how do I feel?
Second.
I feel good. I feel good. I mean, we've been We've been grinding really hard throughout the week when I'm not really doing anything like content relating.
By ISO, working on these core items.
Well, we ended up, you know, just
falling a little bit behind in the economy.
scrimming a ton, taking care of the team, hashing out problems if they arise, trying to get scrims whenever we can, trying to scrim GG, but they won't.
We are going to look at a lot of crowd control potential though for Area 77 to kind of lean on.
I think Cardi could fly out if he wants to.
Definitely. I mean, NightHorde,
because
with a lead,
you get 6 people, so yeah.
A lot of it's gonna have to do to spacing, and
I already fly out since I'm a manager, so I'll be there no matter what.
They're actually winning. They're winning even more because they have this late game composition that's gonna just get stronger and stronger and stronger. And though Area 77
subs are always invited. At least one sub player is always invited.
NightHorde has the opportunity to upset that.
You are going to see the blade armor picked up by Zero as well, kind of deflect or reflect some of that damage. But you are going to see JQT rest him and Nolan Fury. Flicker play for the double knockup. Yureshi, he wants to get the assist. He wants to go in possibly for the kill. Does not connect with the Furious Dive or the Soul Grip though. But you are going to see Area 77 maintain.
That was the good old Facebook days, Marcus, man.
This will be their first one of the game.
Stuff has definitely really changed.
To the NightHorde. Yureshi though dealing some damage. Tarzan will claim the turtle.
Oh snap!
77, but now bodies may drop. Momoe very low. Tarzan on the chase. Nobody there to follow through though. JQT trying to test the waters, deciding if he wants to engage. Tarzan though not afraid to take the fight behind enemy lines.
She fell asleep, man.
Nice on Tarzan there. Area 77, they went out on objective, but still not too far ahead. Tower is still standing at a standstill. Still anybody's game. What we need to see from Area 77, I feel like, is we got
GG.
That,
I don't know why they won't scrim. I mean, it's their choice to not scrim.
From Marcuti pop off a bit more. I feel like you.
I really don't question it. I kind of just I ask if they want to scrim. If they don't want to scrim, then we just kind of just move on, and I try to find the next best thing to go to
consistently
for BTK to train with,
and have them second guessing themselves.
Yeah, and right now 3 to 4 so far, able to get not only a turtle but also a turret. You're looking at both sides claiming one turret so far, but
I've been trying to get them though.
Forced to kind of disengage into the tier 2 turret. You are looking at Momoe trying to join the party though, trying to help kind of sustain himself on the bot side, especially running on this this Hanabi, not your typical marksman that you traditionally see, but can definitely work out if they can get to that late game and hit those power spikes with their core items. But Area 77 giving them a little bit of a hard time as ISO will be able to claim the turret on the bot lane.
But NightHorde doesn't like force it. It's like, okay,
I don't think Brats is actually the most banned. Fredrin's actually the most banned jungle.
Against BloodHounds is, you know,
I played Hellcurt last night. They were actually pretty good. BTK does not pay me. I mean, at least we've never worked anything out.
They know it's okay. Area 77, you have the advantage right now. We're going to give you this tower. We're not going to try to, you know, give up our lives to defend it. We're not going to give up a huge gold lead just to try to defend something. And now, looking for a play.
Yeah, both sides taking the
I get paid by the NACT, so it's kind of like I'm already doing what I normally have to do. I'm just putting in a little bit more work to kind of help out them. Oh my god. 920.
Yureshi finds Momoe for the double kill.
920
for Area 77.
And then 920. Oh no.
We'll find Yureshi the last second, able to escape with the 1 HP play, but Area
929
pushing through the mid lane.
And that could be game-changing there. One of the big heartbreaking things about that fight there is, oh my foe dives in, looks for the connection onto ISO there, and just misses. One more hit, one more punch, takes out ISO, and it could have been completely the swap around for that fight there, or at least the balance out. But Area 77,
my AFK journey is going pretty good.
Connects on multiple members, and watch for Oh My Foe here, right? He tries to get into the backside. Once he knows he goes down, Oh My Foe flickers in. One more punch, man.
I get paid by the NACT, which is technically Dave.
From there, Area 77 snowballs forward. Now look at him. They're turning it into even more. I mean, it's becoming a problem. Area 77 now, they are
Hellcurt's gonna have Invis? That's crazy. Yeah, I've been playing AFK Journey. I've just been really kind of getting on there every day and collecting my stuff and leveling up my heroes. I haven't been playing it like super crazy.
But you are going to see, like you said, Area 77.
It's something I just do in my free time. I collect a lot of my dailies and
problem for NightHorde to try and deal with. You're going to see the Wind of Nature picked up by ISO, ready to take this fight and negate that physical damage.
I haven't seen the Hellcat revamp now. I have the advanced server. I've just been so busy.
Ground control at the 11-minute mark, ready to possibly crack open the base, forcing NightHorde down to their inhibitor turrets.
Yeah, it's definitely a problem.
I actually have to collect my dailies right now.
About 100 seconds, a minute and a half or so. But look at you actually into the backside.
Yeah, Black Dragon hovering around. Duality going out as well. Over there from Marcuti. Momori very low. Hit with the stun. Tarzan trying to expand that distance, trying to get any hits he can, but not able to open up the base for the NightHorde so far.
NightHorde just got to defend, man, and they have the kits to do that. They have the heavy spin, they have the Ruby, the Amafenda, and then they have the Shred from R, and they have burst. I mean, they have all these answers to be able to defend. Very similar to
I thought it was coming the 23rd.
when they had R on the
like Wednesday,
and they just. We know NightHorde can do it. It's just how long can they do it? And I think they need at least another 5 minutes or so until they're really able to put up a fight. They need to try to... Oh, Sayori. That's a lot of damage from ISO.
But if I'm offended by Momoe, using the BMI last second to get out to safety. You're rescued with the Black Dragon hovering around, trying to find a member to drop on. JQ very low, but Minoan Fury goes out for the knockup. Flicker back to safety. Big play for the setup, and it looks like Area 77 will disengage.
And Aries said they're pushing, man. They're testing the NightHorde, and the NightHorde is passing. I have to admit, man. It's like Area 77's diving in. They're looking to force baits. They want NightHorde to come out and take a fight, but NightHorde is not following for it, man. And the plays from JQ there, like just knowing, being able to dive under towers, knowing how long you were going to be able to last, flicker out just in the nick of time. Very clean from Area 77 as well.
Yeah, both sides have the late game marksmen, right? You have the Claude, you have the Hanabi, both of them able to kind of push out that damage that later this game goes. I mean, look at the items. I mean, look at the goal difference. ISO up by 2K above R right now. He does have that Legion sword he's working on.
Damon's still going.
He does have the Wind of Nature to be able to negate the damage when it comes to these fights, which is something that the NightHorde does have to kind of watch out for. Blade of Heptases picked up by Oh My Foe, ready to kind of engage and try and get some instant damage.
And NightHorde just needs like the big steal here, right? I think one big play by NightHorde and the game could quickly turn around. Area 77 on the other hand, all they have to do is just keep it steady, man. Just keep it steady, keep doing what we're doing, and the game is ours. It's a match point. We're one game away from
Will this be the end of NightHorde?
You know?
Find out on the next episode of MLBB.
They just have to keep it simple, do exactly what they've been doing. NightHorde's the one who has to pull the rabbit out of the hat here.
Yeah, and the question is, do they have that rabbit in that hat, or is there nothing in there at all?
Oh, God.
Both sides fighting over this Lord, but you are looking at Area 77 having the advantage. Black Dragon a little early from your Reshi, trying to kind of
GG's. They're not even going to heavy spin in.
Tarzan will be able to get this Lord.
They're going to just accept another siege.
The NightHorde to kind of rethink their decision now. They're going to have to kind of contest. Oh, diversion does go out. Looks like they aren't able to find a member, but Oh My Foe is there. JQT 2v1. And they get it. Look at the damage. That was the Blade of Heptases.
The Valley did.
That he picked up. He is able to dash back down to safety.
Hit him with that clap, boy.
Oh my God. What's up with the casters in this damn clap?
All right, so able to defend. All members, full health bars. Area 77.
These boys have said clap more than clap needs to be clap.
I feel like NightHorde they can defend this, man. It's definitely defendable here.
I just seen R laying down. His team has their back against the wall, and he's just as relaxed as ever. The man is just laying down on the couch.
Hey, man, play from comfort.
That's a true comfort player right there, but you are going to see the Lord make his way into the base, bursted down. Yureshi with the Black Dragon hovering around is going to drop down onto R. Furious Dive and Soul Grip will be able to find the marksman, takes down the back line for the NightHorde.
This damn siege, bro.
Will they send them home? Area 77, the extraterrestrials, the aliens, taking the fight into the base for the NightHorde. They do have minions slowly making their way through the mid lane. Is this their final stand?
With R down, this is their time to do it.
Yureshi?
Right? With the Shredder down, Area 77 could end here.
Yeah, possibly a game ender. You are going to go ahead and see JQT rush in for the initiation.
Whoa!
Wow, Minoan Fury quad knockup. Here we go. going in for the kill, for the finish. Area 77.
Yo.
Pushing through the minions. Oh my
Congrats,
God.
congrats, Jay. They're gonna interview you, bro. I'm gonna send you the link.
Area 77 not able to find.
That's what the production wanted.
Hovering around, JQT being bursted down, but back with the immortality, able to get out to safety, but very low.
That's all right, my guy.
Very close.
Try your best.
So far, the NightHorde still able to stand their ground, but MarQt,
you got this.
down the mid lane mage Sayori will fall.
I'll send you the link.
Immortality being picked up.
I don't know what the questions are.
We're gonna see Lift Your Roar picked up by Oh My Foe as well.
Back on the map though.
It'd be Zeke, yeah.
Looking for something there as well. Nice, I'm offended on Tarzan.
I can see if I can get him sent to you.
Gonna get the CC.
Hey Dave, can Jay see the questions real quick?
Tarzan finding R yet again. Falling. Fourth death of the game. Memorial Immortality being proc. The chase is on. 0.
Dave said there's not too many questions. They're super simple, so they're nothing to be like super worried about.
It's being cleared. Base Crystal 25%. Too much crowd control to handle in Area 77.
No, it's only one. Yeah, it's only allowed one cam.
That is it. The story's told. Area 77 comes in.
You'll be able to. I think you'll be able to talk to them, but they're gonna be in the middle of like casting and like doing their transition, so you won't be able to talk to them.
77 shows who the big dogs
You got this, man.
Why we've been here. Why our name has been known in NA for so long, and they're coming back for more this season.
Hey, just say whatever you want to say, man. You don't gotta answer it or you do. It's up to you.
A very great series overall. Able to focus on these objectives. Lost little.
You got this, man. You got this. Hop in the cam. Hop in the cam. I sent you the link.
I mean, they were able to get that victory over the BloodHounds, but running it back to back was just too much for them to be able to sustain. Great game.
Can you?
NightHorde, an excellent run. Definitely look forward to seeing them in future NACTs. Is they had a really good showcasing, not only in the regular season.
Jay's working on getting in there. If I can get confirmation that he got in.
Within the matches that look promising for future games.
I mean, well played by Area 77, man. Just
all right, awesome.
I think overall, Area 77, this is what I kind of said about them all season round, is when they're at their peak, they play very, very well from not just a micro standpoint, but a macro standpoint. You know, they execute their win cons, to perfection sometimes. It's just that when they play off, they play very, very off. So I think if they can keep up this momentum, if they can do what they just did to NightHorde down the line, get these kinds of drafts in, get this kind of gameplay in.
DA versus
from them.
That's 3 teams.
Fiends. DA versus Fiends. They want to play at their scheduled time, so we're gonna have a little bit of a break, chat.
16-minute, 49-second match.
That match is only supposed to be taking place at.
He was looking for definitely an interesting pickup. You are gonna go ahead and see
9 o'clock, so we got like 30 minutes.
Over to ISO with the most gold per minute, most damage, 89k for MarQt. 0 on the opposite team though will be the Sandbag. We saw him got the flex over from the XP into the jungle. And then the forgotten one, Mr. MarQt himself, with 7 assists.
Definitely. And something to point out, once again, NightHorde only able to take 1 tower in that game. Once
there'll still be like an interview and everything from Area 77 coming up here.
Over and look at the KDA head-to-head 4-1-1, 0-1-4. 0. I think it was a well try. You come into the playoffs to a team that you haven't been playing with it all season. They try the swap-a-rooney. They put you in the jungle even, but still NightHorde
rank
unable to pull it off.
I don't know yet.
Last game, they went for a little bit of comfort. Oh, my phone on the Paquito.
I want to watch this interview.
Even did a decent job on the Hanabi, but it just wasn't enough tonight. Area 77 shows up and shows out.
Yeah, and that's going to push them even forward into the lower bracket semifinals. And, we're going to have to wonder who their competitor will be. We're not even done today. That's our 3rd series. We still have a whole nother series to kind of jump through. But these matches have been
NightHorde.
more intense. And that's what
happens.
That's
the first and last time you guys are going to be able to see Sayori, chat.
Will survive.
Better
the strongest, though.
Better embrace it.
Over there on the side of the NightHorde. Interesting enough. Or damage taken is going to be 0 on the Sakai. Right behind him, Momoe. On the opposing side, though, Tarzan QT sustaining himself through a lot of that damage on this Barrage. Right behind him, though, Yoreshi, who had a lot of good plays over there with that Yuzong and the initiations.
Perfect.
That's definitely very well played. I mean, Area 77 now. Gonna move forward. Gonna go up against the winner of our last match today. And next match, it's gonna be DA up against Fiends. Gonna be another great one. Area 77, I think if they can play how they just played now, definitely some possibilities. It's kind of upsetting that they, you know, got swept earlier on. We expected such great things from them. You know, I don't think a lot of us thought they were going to be able to beat GG, but we still thought they would at least put something up. And then you see them play now, and it's just like, what is missing when they're going up against some of those top teams now? Zeke, what'd you think?
I'm sad. I feel like it's cursed. It's a plague. It's all
all
rigged.
your fault.
All jokes aside, Area 77 looks really strong. They came in and they didn't waste any time. I felt like I felt so confident in NightHorde's ability to really take the fight to them. But
Who do I think's gonna win the NACT? I don't know. We'll have to find out, man.
There was definitely
it's anybody's game.
Both of their drafts
BTK flipped the switch on OP back in the day, so
and
we'll see.
They weren't. It turns out they weren't sure. So that was
probably
cool.
a little bit later. Depends on how late it
Was
gets.
there anything that stuck out?
Depends on how
see your face when they
how long this
What
last
was going
series
through your
is.
head when you saw that?
There might have been a tear. There might have been 2 tears, but for me, man, it just I could understand.
Maybe Jay was a former MPL PH player. I don't know.
Definitely, I didn't feel like they had enough CC. I didn't feel like they had enough frontlining, like effective frontlining. Like the Paquito's got cool damage.
I don't know if he's. I mean, he definitely doesn't speak insanely good English, but I think he's
very much an in and then out character. So with that being said, I didn't feel like there was enough utility.
The numbers are going down now.
The effects of the Hanabi.
Yeah, I think it's an excellent read. I mean, I was surprised about it. And I
Yeah,
always ask that question when your back's against the wall and you pick something like that.
It is the former sorry about that. It is the former MPL PH pro player. Yeah.
I mean, it's match point, right? And I think NightHorde played the best to their abilities tonight, man. You know, they pulled every rabbit they had until eventually they were out. And the thing to really point out from Area 77 there is that they beat them even with the surprise game 1 pick of the Fanny.
I didn't know he was this
composition that was great against the Fanny. They were able to pull through and
that's crazy.
Several deaths in the early phase.
Like he was on Onyx, the Philippines. He was on Echo. He was in the Simpsons and then Area 77.
Meta draft and
that's crazy.
Roll through, and you know these are the things you want to see from teams that are you want to be at the top.
Yeah,
level.
it's gonna be him though.
Show that they're able to pull through in the lower bracket tonight, and we're hoping big things from them, as this playoffs keeps moving forward.
Absolutely. And with that being said, no hate against NightHorde from me. You guys
yeah, I see. He was on what was it, Archangels?
How you guys performed. There's
Archangels?
no shame in anything. You guys came in
fucking
this
crazy.
You look strong.
Back in 2019, bro.
You guys put on some great shows, and I'm thankful for that. So, Steph, I have.
That's crazy. How is this not talked about more?
So this time, I want to hear what Trex has got to think.
Like, how do the casters not know this? Like, I feel like I haven't heard the casters talk about this at all.
Number 1. They also did
like he played in MPL Philippines season 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Like the dude's been in so many MPL Philippines MPLs.
I mean, he's been around the scene for a while, and it definitely shows.
That's crazy.
With his selection of heroes and also what he provides to the team. You got to see him kind of rotate around, able to open up the opportunity for the team.
Dude, it blows my mind that no one's talking about this. Like, this is huge.
On those games. A lot of times we'd see Yoreshi just hovering around with the Black Dragon. Even if
he's literally like the most.
He's letting him know, hey, don't cross this line.
The most professional player I think we have.
Things like the turtles, objectives like the Lord, and overall able to claim that victory. So looking forward to see what he has to do up in the upcoming matches in the lower bracket. But man, 3 teams sent home already.
That's crazy, my boy Jay.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, I'm really keen
That's
to
crazy.
see which team is going to be the first team to not get swept in the playoffs. But enough about that business.
I don't think they do know. I feel like it needs to be known.
Bring them on.
Like, that's crazy. How do they not know that? Look at him.
Cutie, man. I just want to say, before we really get into this interview, how does it feel to have given me another wrong guess?
I don't know. Just maybe because NightHorde defeat BloodHounds. I mean, they had a good game against BloodHounds, and I'm not blaming you for your prediction, but yeah, I think it's pretty good. It's fine.
So, NightHorde was super aggressive in the first game, but they weren't really
crazy.
prioritizing those neutral objectives. What do you?
I wonder
think
what he's
the reason for
wearing.
that was?
Like, what's that
Do you feel
American
like they might have
flag?
been able to compete with you guys on the objectives, or do you feel like they were onto something?
No, maybe they just re-rostered lately, right? And last time Zero is on XP lane and Foe is their jungler, right? Then
Yeah, he has really good English.
in our game. They switched roles. Maybe they didn't practice that much on that lineup, and yep, I think yeah.
I want to know what the shirt
They just
is.
not,
Like, I want to know,
just
like,
didn't
if it's like
practice
a. I want to know if that's the Area 77
So
jersey,
when the Hanabi was picked up, what was going through your mind?
or what is that? It could be an army hoodie.
Hanabi is fine because we have Yuzong and it's easy to kill Yuzong. I mean, it's easy to kill Hanabi as well if he out position. And I just trust my teammate that we can reach Hanabi. That much.
Well spoken. So, were there any concerns coming into this game?
No. I think I mean,
Maybe it's like a sweatshirt.
game,
Oh yeah, that's definitely a military
maybe the
outfit.
next game against I don't know DA or it's gonna win in that series will be a problem for us. But yeah, we'll get GG next time maybe.
Sheesh.
question.
Yo, he said he'll get GG next time.
A 10,000 gold difference to end the second game. Did you expect to diff the entire team?
Yeah. Yeah, I think so because yeah, as what I said earlier, their lineup right now, Foe on XP lane and Zero on jungle is new to them. I think they didn't practice that much, and I think that I expect that too. The gold lead, I mean, the game.
So, this is a personal question for you. Your roam picks so far have been absolutely monstrous. What has been your secret to finding so much success in NACT?
Maybe he joined the military when he got here.
Maybe. No, I can't tell. I'll just tell him. We have drafters. His name is Rose. I think a lot of teams wants him to draft for their team, and I think Rose is doing good in drafting and for us too. We just need to fix our gameplay and rotations. Yep. I think Rose is our key player on this team.
That's fair enough. You got to give love where it is due. And finally, the QT crew has been around for a while. And in 2024 NACT spring season, what does it mean to you to bear that title, JQT?
It's just I don't know. We just did it. The cutie just did it because I don't know. I don't know what to tell. Yeah. Anyway, sorry. I can't. And what's the question? Sorry.
Does it mean something to you to still hold that title of QT? Because I feel like if you guys keep playing the way that you are, I might have to change to like Zeke QT and then like, be like anointed, you know?
I think it's just the Area 77's buff, the cutie, you know. We just and also our manager wants to put that on us on our IGN. So yeah.
I wonder if it's like a blessing, but I'm not gonna hold you too long. I think you guys played fantastic, and it's been so great to have you out. Get some rest. You guys are gonna need it coming into this next week, and we hope to see more from you guys.
Yep, thank you.
Have a good one, buddy. fantastic interview with JQT. You know, again, as far as roamers are concerned, he's extremely well versed, you know, not only in his ability to speak, but also in his ability to play. And when it comes to bringing the heat to the enemy team, he absolutely does it.
Yeah, I mean, ZQT, I feel like it had a ring to it. You may need to make that change, but overall, yeah. I mean, he's standing on business. He's definitely performing well. Their team's doing great, and can't wait to see how they play going forward. I mean, they have Devious activity. They have Fiends to go through. I think that's going to be another good match. Honestly, though.
So we got like about 15 minutes, maybe not even that. It's probably only going to be like maybe 10, 12 minutes. They kind of went through with that interview.
Definitely.
Yo, Dave, did you know Jay's like former MPL?
And goes up against Area 77. It definitely feels like it's gonna.
I did not know that.
Toss up. Even this next series could be a little bit of a toss up. But JQT,
I don't feel like they mentioned it enough.
Time in MLBB, all the way back to MPLPH.
Like the dude,
he's been playing, so I think
he just mentioned it.
Of solidarity to Area 77, you know, and all of this.
But I think they're. I don't think they're.
NACT. It's nice
I feel like they're not bringing it up enough. Like the dude's been through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 seasons of MPL, and he came in first place in one of the seasons. Like that's insane.
Steph, you want to take us into this next giveaway?
That's right, another giveaway on the screen.
Yeah, he played for Onyx Philippines, Echo, Archangels. Like he's been part of a insane teams.
Make sure you claim it while it's available. Limited quantity, 30.
I was blown away when I looked it up.
First come, first serve.
I do think that the QR code to actually collect the skin, although it's been a relatively new thing over the past season, I do think it's absolutely awesome for them to have incorporated that, really making things so easy and quick to capture and lock in this skin.
Most definitely. I mean, it's definitely. It's a piece of technology that's become more and more popular, and you know, as long as you don't watch YouTube on your phone and you don't have another phone, you know, then you could actually take advantage of it. But yeah, it's great either way.
So, all that being
the
said,
code only works for North America.
Another matchup, a tough matchup coming up after this. So, let's get into the break, and right after, we'll find ourselves.
It was a good one. It was a good one. It's really hard to get like different interviews with some of the other players, man. Not me watching YouTube on my phone.
Wait, I think we might have to go Lord. Yeah, I think Lord. Get top first, Melon. Can you get top first?
The last series, I don't manage the teams. It's all Sherry's.
We need Lord. No, get top.
I'll start.
And there's so many rings. Yeah, I think I had the ball, no?
And the ball. No. No.
Tower, what the f***? Tower, Melon. Yo, there's more waves. Tower.
What's happening with Fiends? Oh, dang.
BT
This fairy tale ended with the poison apple, and my
Yeah, that was Joybaj. Those I love this that they put the comms and stuff in the break time. I think it's a pretty good addition.
A princess in a tower is just a bird in a cage.
My boy Joybaj ready, he's in there. First one in. Last one out. That's Melon in the... He changed his name? No, I'm talking about in the lobby. Yeah, he's in the lobby.
Kneel before your queen. It won't take long, I promise.
Love the mic check. can't we use code? You can like redeem it in game. I need another Red Bull. Make sure I'm not gonna get demonetized by that. I don't think I would, but Area 77. Yeah, I know I was muted. I was talking about sensitive stuff. I'm gonna have to go get another Red Bull. Another tiny one to make it through the day. I don't think it's the placebo effect that when I drink Red Bulls I get energy. I don't think that's a thing.
The Fiends, the last game of the night. How do you guys think this is gonna pan out?
It's gonna be.
I tried like Celsius Live Fits, but they just don't.
Do you think this is gonna be the same story that we've seen all night?
It's a hard one to gauge, and the reason why is because Fiends.
Shrek's over here eating food.
A lot. I think we got to see Kohari back in the gold lane, which is going to be something that they're stronger on playing with. But up against Devious Activity, their new addition to their roster, the man's a monster, right? They put Joybaj in that roam position, which is kind of essentially that old BTK that we've seen.
Oh yeah, wasn't Eunice like eating and sleeping?
Was able to kind of get that victory up against who was it? It was Outplay back then, in that grand finals. Essentially, that's the same exact roster that we're seeing without Mobazane. And they're a pretty strong team. They have a lot of synergy, and honestly, they have more synergy than I would say Fiends does, and a couple more achievements under their belts. But it's a little bit of a new.
I think it's the team inviting,
which brings not only some good things, but also some bad things. I think it's gonna have to boil out to who has more synergy. But if I have to go synergy focused, just from seeing them in previous NACTs play as a team
of your region.
Not to go on it.
Probably not.
I think
it's really hard for me to like watch anything else because I work early in the mornings.
We saw them kind of snap back to the way they were moving in season and in their previous game of today, and they looked pretty good. Is it going to be enough to take down DA? I don't know. But again, maybe we finally get the big upset match. You know, maybe we finally don't get the sweep.
I literally had to request time off from my job in order to even cast in GOF, and
no, I don't know.
That was like a super special occasion because like I was casting in GOF, and then I would like come like after casting I would go to work.
Old-fashioned mobile legends.
So I would like take like half the day off to cast.
I want to see heated battles.
Or if I needed to take any time off, my boss kind of just let me come in when I got off of casting.
Is that just me?
And then I just used vacation time to make up for the missed time that I missed.
I think that's what we all hope for, but I feel like you're gonna get that soon. I think the higher we climb on that ladder, the more even these teams will be, and hopefully,
I'm losing hope. I'm losing hope, Weezy.
That's what we expected when the regular season started. I'll just leave it at that.
Most definitely. I think we'll see. We'll see. I mean, at this point, we're 3 sweeps in. Might as well give us another one, send us home early. But who knows, man? You know, maybe Fiends. I do think there are some. I mean, at this point, no. I said that for last series too. I said there's some possibilities. You know, I've been saying it all night. But back to back so far, teams have just dominated the last one. You know, only time will tell.
Steph, you want to take us into the first roster?
That's right. As we are going to be jumping into the roster, first on the board is going to be Fiends. We got to see them take down LEGACi, and now up for their second series of the day. Got Magic, Kohari, Chirobami, Pro Destroy, and Yuri Cutie revved up and ready to go. But do they have enough to be able to claim their victory and move up?
I cast it in IESF, or what are we talking about?
I definitely think it's tough, man. I think it's definitely tough when you look at these teams and trying to figure out who's actually going to be able to take over.
I mean, it's just a little bit of an investment.
Teams.
I mean,
but with that being said, Trex, can you
what,
take
10 phones or
DA, a roster
what,
that
fucking
has really excited
$10,000
since the recent change. We got Melon in the gold lane.
$1,000 each. I mean, you could get like, you don't need fucking Pro Maxes. You could get like maybe the $500 phones.
Now, we had very high hopes from this team coming into playoffs after some of the changes.
But even if you just went like with the Pro, like the iPhone Pros, like it would be like that.
To BTK, unable to put up a singular match in that series.
Yo, Dave, why doesn't Red Magic sponsor the NACT?
Do something if they want to take this the long haul. They got to start playing on point and prepare themselves for the big teams down the line if they win this one.
I do want to take.
I was wondering. I was thinking about that.
I do appreciate still seeing Melon on the now primary lineup. I think that he's been such an explosive player, and I think coming from that sub position into the primary, he's definitely just
that'd be pretty awesome.
Representing.
Do we know when are they sending the phones out?
Further ado,
to me,
who's gonna win what? What's your bet?
Looks like gotcha. DA all over. DA across the board. Zeke finally jumping on the wagon with us.
Yeah, I mean, I looked at how many guesses I've been getting right and wrong, and I just said, just give me one. Just give me one. You know, I got UA picking up on the Fiends, so I figure as long as I have more right than him, I should be okay.
Yeah.
I gotta.
That's a great way to look at it. That's a really good way to look at it. Yeah, UA definitely being an anomaly. It's nothing out of the ordinary for him. He has a better prediction rate though than he did last season. So I guess he's making small improvements as we progress.
They said, do you get one? Nah, they're sending I mean, I still don't know if it's 100% yet, but my guess is that it is, but I'm being kind of sponsored by the same phone Moba Zane is, which is the Red Magic phone, so
that's okay.
So they'll be sending me a phone out here soon.
So do you guys think that UA has seen an increase in his correct votes in correlation with how much hair he's growing on his head?
What happened?
Repeat that question.
A hoodie swap?
Do you think UA growing out his hair?
A little bit slower.
You should get Moonton to sponsor us by Secret Labs.
Man, that might have been the hardest question I've ever been. You know what? We'll save that. We'll have Liz ask him that question himself directly tomorrow.
Next week.
For next week. There you go. That's way better.
Regardless of how much hair he's got on his head, that doesn't change the fact that the draft is ready.
Go.
That's right. Production, Zeke's gotta go. Had to pull him out. But here we are, final series of the day. Devious activity up against Fiends. It's been a hard-fought series compilation today, but here we are at the finish line. Trex, it's been a pleasure casting these amazing games, and I think we've had a lot of fun. But now into the bread and butter, the final two teams fighting it out for today in a best of 3 from lower bracket quarterfinals to earn their spot in the semifinals up against Area 77.
Gotcha.
And it's a carry band to start things off from DA.
I'm surprised they don't just do the tournament though, like how MPL has like Secret Lab chairs and stuff like that, but that makes sense.
DA showing respect, and we see that from some teams sometimes. It's like, yeah, listen, especially with them being on blue side, first pick here, they have space to,
it makes
they
sense.
have some leeway to make to kind of do more target bans here. And as we mentioned before, I think Kohari Magic, as long as you can keep
Red Magic's like sponsoring us all.
It definitely puts a dent into Fiends.
Yeah, we got to watch what kind of walks through in the draft so far. I mean, you see the R-Lot being a possible option. The Mathilda is definitely nothing out of the ordinary. I think the R-Lot's definitely been something super strong. I mean, we've seen Ureshi, we've seen just exactly what it can kind of play into with any of these compositions, and it should be something that could be possibly banned out. They are going to take out the X-Borg, though, a little interesting. I'm not really too much on the X-Borg train where I feel like it's that much of a threat. I feel like there's a lot of answers to it. But possibly trying to limit some of the comfort picks for the side of Fiends. But they didn't pick an X-Borg, not even in their first series today. So I'm kind of scratching my head on that.
Yeah.
Maybe they're worried about the true damage that it provides. Maybe they're going in for a beefier composition, something like the Barats still on the table.
I just want a Mobile Legends Secret Lab chair.
Why they went in for that? There are still supports on the table as well, though. You've got the Angela. You've also got the Faramis to be able to slot up the Rafaela. So I think Barats still would be a safe option for either side.
Yeah, I mean, I think what you said is perfect. Barats up front, DA kind of banning out. So far, we got 2 Shredder. We got the Burner taken out. We got the Shredder taken out. Definitely a lot of possibilities, just showing kind of what DA maybe wants to go for here. Fiends, on the other hand, is kind of keeping.
I think it's Samsung's.
Simple, but with the X-Borg being banned out, with the carry being banned out, there's a lot of stuff.
Oh,
open.
yeah. It was the Infinite. Yeah.
Matilda is
I remember
taken out,
that.
but still, we have the R-Lot open. We have plenty of options. Honestly, I want to say, like, this is probably one of the first times in a while that nothing feels super game breaking. I think the only hero that has felt kind of game breaking is the Matilda. Other than that, the draft has been very open, Wheezy, like in all games, and there hasn't been any hero where it's like, this has to be banned no matter what. This has to be that, except really for the Matilda. And I feel like it's one of the things that's been kind of nice about this about some of the most recent patches is just the availability and the possibility to change things up all over the map.
Yeah, I'm loving it. I mean, I don't like seeing only clear-cut answers, but like multiple different avenues that you can go within the draft. And I'm right there with you. I think there's so much available on the table to where you can still pretty much get a good draft, even if you don't get the first pick that you're looking for. There's just so many options on the table that you can't ban out within the first phase. But speaking of bans, Masha taking off the table alongside the CC.
Yeah, Red Magic sending me their like top of the line Red Magic phone, so
Valentina
we'll be doing a review on it.
Angela picked up. At this point, Fiends like R-Lot open, Barats open. Do they just lock that in immediately? DA kind of takes a risk, I feel like, picking up the Angela up front.
Did you see the recent like news article where like iPhone or Apple's being sued for their blue text message chat?
I want to say that's what they got their
for emotional damage because like they feel like they're outcasts if they use an Android phone and they use a green box
with Magic and Kohari. If that would have went through, it would have been like Claude Angela immediately for Fiends. So now Fiends, they got to change it up a little bit. Fermi's still
wish you luck on your gamble.
Joy on Pro Destroy.
Well, that's why,
Joy, not
like, you know how we got Type C's now, or because, like, the UK said we're not fucking dealing with your Apple charger, like, you need to go to Type C. Like, we don't care about your brand of chargers. We need a universal charger for everything.
With that, Angela, you didn't even pick up the Barats. It's opening up the opportunity for that be slotted.
They, like, passed that in the government.
Now, they do have to watch out for this Kaja. Does have the suppression, but so far not enough to really deal in with what Devious activity can kind of pull in through the draft. They're going to need more CC. I mean, they already picked up the Joy. Could be flexed. Not really sure exactly where it's going to go yet. Maybe a jungler. I mean, Pro Destroy does have it. Definitely a possible option. We've seen him dominate.
The 9 Pro, overclock 8 Gen, 3 Snapdragon, Eternal Fan is crazy. Yeah, that's what they're sending me.
Joy is one of those options, but speaking of options, in terms of synergized composition,
dude, I'm not gonna cap. I hated the iPhone charger. Like, especially since like everything, like even my keyboard, like this keyboard right here, is fucking. It's the old micro. It's like literally the old Samsung fucking
what it used
charger.
to do.
And the same thing for my mouse,
like
bro.
there's
I'm
just
like,
too
why
many
the
ways
hell
to
is
deal with it. The
Logitech
damage
not
doesn't come online in
like
time
going
enough.
for
And
it?
even when
Give
it
away a
does, it
red
doesn't feel
magic?
as
I mean,
impactful.
maybe if they sent me 2
So it
phones.
just feels like it's kind of slowly falling off, and you mentioned it might be a little early to just be first picking Joy on the red side. And then they also, you know, they feel the need to pick up the Kaja because that's something. It's like, all right, so we're gonna pick up the Joy, we're gonna pick up our counter.
Well,
But now
see,
you're
I think I have to
sacrificing,
do.
you know, your
I have to
roam as
use the
well
red
just to
magic
pick up
for
this
my
Joy. Which if
sponsorship.
it
I think
doesn't
it's like
hit, if it doesn't hit its spike when it hits it,
it's like a thing
pretty
that
much
like
useless pick.
they want me to keep.
Yeah, it's gonna be something we're gonna have to.
I might
watch
end
how it
up
plays
start
out.
using it to play MLBB.
I feel like it's a little risky. You kind of nailed it on the dot right there. For the side of
Yeah, the
Devious
micro
activity, though, I do
USBs
like
were
what
the
they have and
worst.
What they're setting up. I mean, you have the R lot. At this point, it's pretty much
Like I have so many damn cables on my fucking desk, bro.
I mean, they still put the
Like
Angela
I got
in
this
the mid if
stupid
necessary,
micro
but they
here,
can also just flex
and I
the
got
R-Lot
like 3 or 4 different type
if they want to. They
Cs.
could still keep the Angela in the mid if they really wanted to.
I'm so tired of
That's
wires.
why I kind of like the drafting so far from Devious Activity. There's just so many different ways that they can go about it to open up an even more diversified.
I need like a wireless charging mouse pad. I need everything in the damn world needs to go wireless charging. Why does my mouse not wireless charge? Why does my keyboard not wireless charge?
Because there's no way for
Why do my headphones not wirelessly charge?
Even with the detonus welcome, but when you pick up something like the Fredrin, I mean, you can rush in. You have the energy eruption. As soon as that Joy gets close,
You're gonna 5G the Ico? I'm pretty expensive. That's gonna be like a solid $1 million. Like you're gonna have to like pull up a. I mean, if you pulled up in a Lambo and like here's the keys and the title, I'll be like, you know, maybe.
It's not the worst in terms of drafting, but overall it's looking a little tricky, man. I'm feeling like so far Devious Activity has a little bit stronger of a draft.
Yeah, and taking a look at bans, Claude banned out.
Oh shit, I didn't update the poll. Did anybody yell at me yet?
I think Melon, on the other hand, has plenty of options. We've seen him dig deep. We've seen him pick things like the Hanabi if he needs to. So, I mean, I won't count him out. I think DA is able to kind of freely ban into gold lane and feel comfortable about it. Fiends, on the other hand, they take out the Hilda, which I don't think DA needs to pick the Hilda to deal with the Joy. And like I said, I mean, back in the day, yes, when Joy was this monster of a pick, the Hilda was something like that was the major pick against it. But nowadays, like I said, I think there's plenty of answers to
everything that I have is wireless. Like my phone's wireless, my headphones are wireless, my mouse is wireless, my keyboard's wireless, my iPad's wireless, my Apple Watch is wireless.
They still need a gold laner.
Yeah, this is hard. I mean, when you're looking at Fiends, like you said, they need that marksman to be able to slot in. There's a lot of CC to have to deal with. They're gonna go ahead and pick up.
I don't have anything that's like wired. I have to wire my iPad, but that's for like the Ethernet and cables like that.
Could be flexed. But again, it's I don't know. I feel like the Joy may have been a little too early for the side of Fiends to kind of showcase that, but time will tell. For the side of Devious Activity, though, just like the Barats can be flexed, so can this R-Lot.
I'm gonna pop a Red Bull here. My ass fell asleep.
Definitely can. So there goes the Tig. Oh, so it's gonna actually no. Unless we see the Tig in the XP lane, but I don't think we'll ever see that. So this is interesting. We haven't seen a Tig in a while, at least not one today. And I do think he's very strong in terms of what he can provide. A lot of CC could definitely overwhelm this Kaja pickup with the amount of crowd control that Devious Activity has to bank on. And that'll also profit on that R-Lot.
All right, so they do flex the R-Lot over into the XP lane. T gonna pick up the Tigreal. So CC, they have some answers here. They have some damage as well. And with R-Lot being in the XP lane, a lot more chance for it to just be a very damaging R-Lot, you know, kind of pick up some damage items, not be super tanky. And either way, you still get a nice amount of sustain on that when you build damage on the R-Lot. So yeah, we'll see exactly what DA brings here. Fiends, though, I mean, again, if the Joy can kind of go deathless, hit a nice spike, maybe get a kill or two in, you know, around the 6 to 8 minute mark, the draft isn't horrible. It's just, the Joy has just disappointed me time and time again now. So it's hard to put my faith into it.
I do like the Brody pickup, though. I mean, he's going to be playing for that survivability, especially with the amount of crowd control, the amount of dive presence that Devious Activity has. You need a marksman that can kind of sustain himself all by himself inside of that lane if necessary. As we are going to see both drafts kind of finalize just make it or break it, right? The battle for the lower bracket semifinals will be on the way. This is the last series of the day in the quarterfinals. Devious Activity going head-to-head up against Fiends. Game number 1.
All right, let's see if we can finish things off with a bang tonight, guys. Pro-Destroy will be on the Joy. It's not going to get flexed over or anything like that. It's going to be the Barats in the EXP lane. Kush sitting on the Fredrin in the jungle as well. And Magic already kind of holding down the front side, keeping vision. And I think this could be important, man. Fiends need to be aggressive. With this... With the Angela pick, there's possibilities. Ooh, wait a second, though. Yato, as aggressive as ever.
Almost able to take down Shurabami in the mid lane. Forced to recall nice and early. I did too. It might have been worth it. I think he still would have been able to get out. But speaking of invasions, T going in on the 2v2, trying to deny the farm. But it looks like Pro-Destroy able to get the orange buff with little to no problem. Oh, wait.
DA.
Off screen, though. First blood Kush. Able to get a kill. Takes down Magic.
Yeah, being aggressive as ever. DA just really going to hit the gas here. Because once they hit level 4, too, like once Yato gets to level 4, once Baj gets to level 4, T, the rest of the team, they're going to be able to kind of push even more. So if they can get a small advantage here in just the laning phase, they can turn that into something much, much bigger around, 4, 5, 6 minutes.
Yeah, and I mean, Kush picking up that first kill is going to give him a little bit of that boost inside of the jungle on this Fredrin. Now, there's that Barat we mentioned. Was it going to be the jungle? Was it going to be the XP lane? Flex to that XP position, forced to go head-to-head up against the Arlot.
I'm back, chat. Sorry, I had to go flop my laundry over.
Overly aggressive. But speaking of the aggressive plays, Pro-Destroy electrifying beats.
It's Sunday chore day.
Falling short on
gotta get all the laundry done.
1-0.
I'm gonna stream afterwards.
Now with first turtle coming up, Magic still hasn't hit level 4. Chobami still hasn't hit level 4, and just those two players being a bit down, Fiends need to maybe try to
10 tickets are the max.
For a second. Wait just a minute if they can slow Kush down, but it doesn't look like they're going to be able to.
Yeah, it looks like Devious Activity going in for the objective. Heart Guard ready to go. Chirabombi, though, won't be able to take the turtle. The still Fiends claiming the first objective. Heart Guard activated. Electrifying beats possibly going down. Their mobilization.
God damn.
Destroy 2-0.
He walking away with 1 HP.
Takes down Joy Baj. That is going to be a 1-for-1 trade. But overall, the objective with the steal. Fiends claiming the turtle. Chirabombi able to claim it.
Yeah, so Chirabombi makes the pit stop up top in the top lane, gets just enough EXP to get to level 4 there, and gets involved in that fight, able to drop the Eternal Guardian, able to really help out with the team and everything. And it's those small moments that could put Fiends at the advantage here. Now they have the gold lead. It's nothing major, but it's still huge to be able to kind of slow down DA in this initial push, and it still gives them the opportunity to hit their big power spike. The only problem I see right now is Pro-Destroy taking that death early on. Like I said, Joy, what we need to see from Joy is to really kind of scale when the time comes, and if Pro-Destroy can't,
I'll be in Vegas on
yeah, it's interesting seeing this Irithel on the bot side.
What is it?
You don't really see Irithel too often nowadays, especially in ACT. But speaking of these players, Heart Guard activated on the Kush. Electrifying beats does go out from Pro-Destroy, not able to find a kill off of it. Pro-Destroy already finding an early death so far. Chirabombi forced to use the flicker. Melon on the chase. Joy Bosch alongside him. Ringo order Magic to kite the damage and force Devious Activity off the chase.
And
so I leave on the 9th. Yeah, I'll be in Vegas on the 9th. I land in Vegas at 5:12 p.m.
Put a little bit of extra gold
this is the final game of the day.
As
long as I don't receive any damn delays,
not able to find one. Found
May 9th I'll be in Vegas.
Side though, the jungler for Devious Activity. Kush off to a great start.
Just in time for dinner.
On this
just in time for dinner. I'm just so glad that the damn Uber from that airport to the venue's like super short.
Take him down, and now opening up the opportunity with no retribution for Fiends to take the second turtle of the game. Joy Bosch going in. Implosion. With the final slash from T to join the party.
I don't eat sushi.
Connecting for the triple stun onto Devious Activity, but not enough to stop.
I've actually never ate sushi, I don't think. I'm not like a huge like raw person.
Pro-Destroy trying to get that electrifying beats off possibly. Now
I'm a very much American cook type of guy.
It's he putting work in right now, but Turtle still not gone. Kush decides
I think
not
it's
go
like
for it. He's just
the
gonna take his orange buff back off.
the
but now
texture.
Fiend's sitting on almost a 2,000 gold lead, 1,500 to 2,000. I mean, feeling good, and at this point, they're going to be able to hit a nice spike in another minute or two. Kohari 1-0, completely winning out in his lane right now. A level up currently. I'm guessing a good amount of gold up over.
I don't
Melon
take it,
as
roll.
well.
What the fuck?
So this is exactly where Fiends want to be.
Yeah, it looks like 2 turtles. Which
Jesus
is gonna help
Christ.
them tremendously, especially if you're not looking at Devious activity trading
The chat-
these turrets. I mean, the more
Ritz
you
went
stack
that
up,
way.
the
The
harder
chat
it's gonna
went
be
that
to catch
way.
up. And I think that's what Fiends is trying to bank on so far. You are looking at Kohari picking up his first kill of the game, which is going to give him a slight boost against Melon. I mean, you look at it, he's already level 8. Melon sitting at level 7 so far. As you
I mean, I probably would be down. I don't know.
Opportunity can still play on the other side. Both teams looking for that opportunity, but only one may be able to get it. There goes the electrifying beats. You are going to see the turn on the bot side, though. Fall Kohari will be able to burst it down.
Yeah, that's huge. And with that, Kohari's going to be able to rotate around a bit more. Maybe they throw the lane swap in here. Your Cutie goes down to the bot side. Either way, we see members of Fiends going to be able to group up a bit more for these fights a little bit sooner. And that's going to be huge coming into this third and final turtle.
Yeah, and speaking of so far things that we are seeing,
Would it be too
both
expensive?
sides trying to find that window of opportunity. Devious activity falling short on the objectives, but able to lead in terms of the kills. As we are looking at a little bit of that replay for that turtle play. Kohari finding his first kill of the game.
Yeah,
takes
to be
down
the grand
Fish.
finals
This
in
is huge,
Vegas.
right? Limiting their retribution capability. They didn't claim the first turtle, were able to get the second one. But speaking of claiming things, both sides fighting it out in the jungle. Magic finding Joy Baza. Rome taking down.
I think my arm rest might be a little loose.
Capability for the side of Devious activity, forcing them back into the mid lane.
I'm at the
Beans
have to
are
screw that in.
Good right now. What did I say, man? They're back to, you know, the original roster.
Where are we gonna eat when we all land in Vegas?
Brought in Yuri Cutie in the EXP. They got
I mean,
Kohari sitting in
I'm not gonna intrigue on that, but I mean, I'll bring her along.
They looked great in the last match up against their previous opponents, and now they're coming in against DA with a 3,000 gold lead, 7.5 minutes in.
Watch out.
That's right. I mean, they are fresh off of a sweep against LEGACi.
Are we just gonna roll with the flow?
Devious activity play since their upper bracket match against BTK, where they lost 3-0 with a sweep.
That makes sense.
And now looking at Fiends having the advantage, tied in kills, but up in the objectives, and it looks like they're trying to get some more.
It's not too bad. I land at like 512, so that's gonna be the first thing on my agenda is food.
One above Kohari to possibly even out this game in May. Slowly get them the advantage they're looking for.
Yeah, that is huge for Melon. Melon needed that tremendously. Getting those 2 kills and now possibly getting this tower as well is going to put a nice chunk of gold in. And just put Melon, I mean, Melon was falling.
No, he said he speared. He said he doesn't know. He said he's going to roll with the flow.
With the assist. Now things are turning around into DA's favor.
Yeah, they're now in lead in terms of the gold. Not by much. But they're able to kind of even out this economy. And not only that, but like you said, Melon, he needed that. He needed the kills.
Yeah.
He got 2 assists as well. And now he's kind of leading in terms of who's ahead in the gold lane. Speaking of things being ahead, though, big stun from Kush on the Magic, trying to get around back to that tier 1 turret. But
Jesus.
Melon rushing around for the follow-through. Kush will be able to take him down. And now maybe able to get a little bit more. Kohari falling Melon again.
Yeah, just go to the food court.
Yeah. Activated on him. T finding Chirobami. Eternal Guard not even going to phase the 5-man rotation from Devious activity.
Aye. That's one thing you don't want to see.
Yeah, that way it allows time.
Melon sitting on the Aerithal with the hard guard on him, just
for each team, yeah, or the teams together.
Taking out Chirobami, taking down towers. Devious activity. We talked about an 8-minute power spike. Well, now Devious activity steal that power spike away from Fiends, and they're shoving it down their throat right now.
Yeah, I'd love to see, just in terms of golden items, how far ahead Melon is above Kohari with a couple of plays so far. I mean, he's definitely got to be hitting these core items ahead of the power curve compared to him. But speaking of the power curve, there goes that hard guard again this time. Hooked on the T. Joybot, but set up Chirobami will fall. You're looking at Yurikiti trying to get out of there. Praises Wrath.
Yeah, we'll probably do some things. I think last time the NACT, Dave allowed the casters, and they kind of like forced all the players to go do interviews. So it'd probably be something similar to that. Oh shit! Fiends was looking good earlier in this, and then DA's turning it around.
Heart guard possibly procced on him. Need to watch out for that. 4 Fiends not able to find the opportunity in the Lord Pit, and Devious Activity will claim the objective.
Yeah, T does a great job at zoning Fiends away there, and look at Melon now. With
Melon and T are just going, they're cracked right now. Even Yato on this.
Because he does have the heart guard, but it keeps.
Jesus.
Maybe able to get Yurikiti. Gets a double kill.
A fucking Angela double kill.
Yurikiti is going to be the one to fall. Devious Activity now a 13-4 lead and climbing the taunt on a Pro Destroy. Kush trying to deal the final damage, not able to find it, but Devious Activity finding their footing and controlling this game.
The DA's looking for GG.
Fiends were feeling comfy. They thought they had it. All it took though was one heart guard and a Melon to change the tides, to change things up. Let's take a look at the items. This is a 3,000 gold lead for oh, never mind. I'm looking at Melon up against the Kaja right now. All right, no, it's only a 500 gold lead for the 2 gold laners. We got the Berserker's Furies in. We got the House
the final slash!
For the setup, Melon will find Matt.
Yo!
Yato! Person down to Praises Wrath. For the damage.
Oh my god.
Follow through, finds Kohari. Kurabami by himself will be able to take down Kush, but the Lord.
No, I think that'd be a good interview.
See the inhibitor fall for the top side. They have the Lord. They should be able to close this out. I don't think Kurabami can do this by himself. And ladies and gentlemen, Devious Activity takes game number 1 against Fiends.
For just a second there, all the Devious Activity fans were clenching up. For just a second there, it felt like Fiends had the game in the bag. But in a matter of 3 minutes, we saw 6,000 gold change up. It went from a 3,000 deficit to a 3,000 lead and steal the game away.
In Saudi, it's like a different type of culture with women, right?
Yeah, definitely able to follow through on their commitments, and that's what makes them such a strong team. We talked about synergy, right? We talked about a lot of these players together in previous NACTs, and it's definitely showcasing today, giving Fiends a little bit of a challenge. I do think, like you said, Fiends had some things going for them in the early phase, but the later that game went, Devious Activity able to kind of flip the narrative and close it out with a fast finish. 11 minutes, 42 seconds. The crowd control, the sustainability, too much to handle, and overall able to push through, taking game number 1 against Fiends, forcing them to a match point.
Taking it so cleanly. Yato 3-0-10, Melon 4-0-10, and T 4-0-10. T came through with some insane final slashes there, completely turning the game around. But I think the real combo, man, the Yato Melon combo here was just vicious, man. Using a strategy that we see from Magic and Kohari a lot, right? Like the heart guard, and I'm wondering if Fiends like didn't ban it out, hoping that maybe they would get their hands on it. And Yato was quick to scoop up that Angela. I was almost worried about it at first. I'm like, is this really what they're going for up front? But they pulled it off very, very well.
Yeah, I feel like they kind of drafted themselves into a hole in the beginning, right? I mean, they picked up that Joy alongside the
I have to go to Chicago's airport, bro. I hate Chicago's airport.
That was your first pick. Like, that was your... They put themselves in that position. And honestly, I think picking up something that could have profited off that Angela, even a Valentina, could have been valid there to be able to take that hard guard away from them and use it for yourself. And they could have even picked up a Baratz, you know, in the Valentina combo.
Something.
To technically work that, you know, have that work out. But
they spotted
really see the
I'm flying American.
As much or the Joy. So going into game number 2,
they making you fly a Spirit Airlines?
This guy going to Melon, the carry as well. 47k damage dealt. Yurikiti on the opposing side is going to be the sandbag with the triple 111k.
Maybe I'll see Private there.
Stacked up with
oh shit.
Assists. Melon on Devious Activity.
Melon.
Oh, you're flying Southwest with Dave? Nice.
All around the board right now. Let's take a look at the head-to-head. Joybaj up against Kohari. Now Joybaj 2-3-10.
Using you as a luggage allowance.
Game that series.
We're in a private jet to Saudi.
Well so far since he came back.
That's
but
hella
I think,
funny.
Honestly, T was just a star that series. Kohari.
When we get in our own private jet, Dave.
Try to get the gears moving, but end up coming up a little bit short there on the Brody.
Yeah, you know, he looked good too in the beginning.
You can fit a lot of people in there too.
4 deaths right after that, not able to find that opportunity. And really, like you said, Melon, able to out-rotate. A couple of good looks from him with the setups from his team really made the difference there. And then he was able to kind of close in on those turrets to expand that lead even further. As you are seeing
30,000?
100% team fight participation magic on
Jesus.
LEGACi. A little surprising that he was able to hit that, but not able to really be where he was needed for that game. Overall, though, Devious Activity was able to maintain their composure and close that out with little to no issue. I will say it's hard when you run a Kaj up front like that, because when you stack crowd control against him, it's hard for him to find that opportunity that he's looking for. And so maybe in game number 2, I think it's just going to start with the draft. Maybe just do a little bit better drafting up against Devious Activity if they want to have a chance to be able to kind of even out the series.
Yeah, they got to figure something out. I think
when Dave wins the lottery,
gameplay, just all around DA. Because here's the thing, Fiends had the advantage early on. They had a 3,000 gold lead, and that's where it comes down to gameplay as well as. DA was able to hang on there for a minute, wait for that one player to really come online. They knew once they could get the Melon Hardguard combo on, the Aerithal Hardguard combo on, they could really kind of push forward. And then once they got that, it was just boom, 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 from top lane to bot lane to mid lane, all over the place. Just able to kind of slowly win out on it.
You got to respect the support meta. You have to. If you can't let it walk and not have an answer for it, and that's what we kind of seen in that game. So this is our final series of the day. We don't want to see it into the sweep. We always see, or we've seen nothing but sweeps so far in the playoffs. Nothing, and it's a little surprising. I would have thought that we would have seen some games go a little bit closer than they were, but hopefully this will be that series that we're looking forward to. But I would say for that match, a little too one-sided in my opinion. I think Fiends definitely has a lot of groundwork, like you kind of mentioned, to be able to turn this around, but not impossible.
It says a light jet for a journey from where I'm at right now to Vegas would be around we'll round it up, about 14,000 to 18,000.
NACTs in the past, so it's definitely one of those teams that you have to watch out for. But speaking about watching out for things, into game number 2 we go. Match point for Devious Activity, possibly the last game of the day. And maybe the last game for Fiends if they're not careful.
And you know, here's something I want to point out with Fiends. We saw this
apparently it's about $3,000 an hour.
Earlier in the day,
a mid-sized jet's about $4,000. A super mid-sized jet, 4,800, and a heavy jet is 5,800.
And again, that's just a small thing. Maybe they don't feel confident enough with it. Maybe they don't want to test it. But they ban out the Angela, and like, I get it. You just got beat very bad by an Angela, but their first pick now. So they could kind of, you know, force DA to ban it if they don't want it on the map, right? Force DA to kind of ban some of those picks. But anyways, too late now. Minotaur banned out. Arlot banned out. We'll see what Fiends has up their sleeve here.
I mean,
it's pretty expensive.
Kind of how we mentioned in the first draft.
Yeah,
right?
for a private jet.
Nowadays, in terms of meta and what you can pull off, there's just so many heroes and compositions available. I mean, you still can go the Raphaela and the Barat.
Economy class it is.
You have to watch out for that Valentina on the board if you do go for that, but nonetheless, very strong options. Nolan, still a good pickup for either side.
That's crazy.
We haven't seen the Ruby prioritized too often nowadays, but I still think it's a strong pickup. It's able to be flexed into multiple different positions, but like I said, I think it's gonna
Devious Activity won the first game.
The drafting, but the execution from both sides. And when it came to executing the draft that was on the board for both sides, definitely Devious Activity able to kind of hit it right on the target.
It just hit me right now, but Steph Weezy looks like Spider-Man.
Saw the Kaja pick up. They prioritized that, and they just weren't able to perform.
I can't unsee it now.
Going a little bit more traditional, not putting themselves in a pocket in the draft is where they kind of start off at. Now, first pick on the board for Fiends. Where do we go here? Do we play the safer route?
Like with the red and the blue outfit he's got on too. Like it's just,
you know,
like it just, it literally just hits me. It literally just hit me.
Flex it as well if they want. I think that's
bro. It's so random.
Ruby's also been another pick that sometimes teams will pick up front. Minotaur's taken out.
Is GG? No, BTK and GG play next weekend.
Strong up front pick here that leaves you a lot of space.
Navaria, Vexana, still available if they want to go in.
When we go back to the host, like, so it's normally like the setup is Zeke, Steph Weezy, Trex, right? So it's like an Oreo but reversed. You got like a black inside and the white outside.
The X-Borg will be the one prioritized. I was just about to mention the X-Borg, but I don't know. I feel like it's a flex pick. Could be in the jungle, could be in the XP lane. If it's in the jungle and he falls short on the first neutral objectives, it's very hard to catch back up. If it's in the XP lane, I feel like it's all right, but easily counterable, easy to get behind and out-rotate. So we'll have to see how the side of Devious Activity responds. Do they go in for their mage pickup now? Do they go in for something like a...
This is the shit that goes through my head.
They want to prioritize. Maybe the Valentina. I think that would be okay here because technically you would profit on the X-Borg already. And there it goes. They're going to take that last insanity and use it for their advantage.
Yeah, I think solid from Yato. They bring in the Ruby as well. Most likely roam Ruby. We do see Joybosh swap up for it. I think on the XP lane going against the X-Borg, big chance we see something like maybe a Benedetta from T here, maybe a Terizla from T here, something that can kind of dance around, out-rotate the X-Borg. On the side of Fiends, though, Barat's still open, still opportunity from them. If they want to go for the Vexana here as well, they can. Plenty of opportunity for any way they want to do things. I think they need to just kind of block out the Valentina, not really worry about what ult you're going to give it, and just kind of, you know, play your game.
Technically, yeah, they could definitely go in for that Barats. They can go in for something like the Nolan if they really want to. I mean, he is available. They could lock in... I mean, I don't even know mage-wise they options on the table. You do have to
Alien game keeps losing.
Speaking of pickups, though, Pro Destroy wasting no time is going to go in for this Guinevere, but there goes the Florian again. We got to see the showcasing of it earlier. Now picked up for a second time. I do like Pro Destroy.
Yo, the bot eating all your flex coins, man.
Against LEGACi today.
Yeah.
Definitely was able to go in, initiate, disengage, get the neutral objectives, and I think it's something
they be getting you, man. Sometimes gambling pays off, sometimes it doesn't.
We saw the Florin earlier today. It was when they also picked up the Natan on Kohari. Definitely slightly
after this DA versus Area 77.
At least the Guinevere, I think it's decent.
Correct.
I think not knowing what kind of jungler you're going to go
will
up
probably
against can be okay, because most likely Guinevere can at least do well in early objectives. I think once the game moves a bit towards into mid to late game, the Guinevere starts to fall off. But early on, if you want to go for, I mean, Fiends should definitely have some advantages when they come into like first, second, third turtle, maybe even first Lord.
You know, I'm wondering what they're going to pick in for their marksman, though, for the side of Fiends. I mean, Brody.
Match 9.
Okay. I mean, this is a very dive-centric
Match 10.
Position from the
Match
side of
7.
Activity, especially when you have that Ruby.
Match 11.
Yourself, but able to get into your turret.
Oh no, match 7 and match 8.
I think that's where the Brody.
Yeah, so we'll be seeing if this is in DA's favor, we'll be seeing DA versus Area 77, and then we'll be watching BTK versus GG.
Alongside the Lu Yi, who we've been seeing kind of rise up to the occasion in the NACT, gonna be taken off the table. Fanny.
I think heist allows you to do like a heist in the like in the chat, and then they send you on like a little RPG adventure.
I think one thing about the Guinevere is it can't really get bullied by a utility jungler, but it's one of the...
Yes.
And she is kind of a utility jungler in a sense. Like, she's not really an assassin jungler. She's not quite a tank jungler. But,
is the heist not good?
Have some problems against some of the more...
I don't know how the heist works.
Junglers like a Nolan, like a Fanny. So covering bases here from Fiends, knowing what some of their weaknesses could be, and taking that out. DA, though, there's still plenty of options. They could still pick up something like the Barat here. They could pick up something like the Martis. They could go a Kai if they wanted to. Plenty of options on the field. And here's T's signature Yuzan pick, which again also very solid. I think even against the Guinevere, you bring down Black Dragon, you can kind of
what are you talking about?
Things in their tracks.
They got to go Brody. They have to. I mean, there's too much.
That's used in the Philippines.
Decided to give his activity, especially when you lock in that Yuzong. I don't really know who's going to be able to get away from that much CC. You need a marksman with great survivability, and I think Brody should be the pickup for the side of Fiends. Now looking at the side of Devious Activity, though, one more pickup is going to need to be a jungler. Nolan could be a possible option. I mean, we do know Kush likes to kind of switch it up. Can play the assassins, can play the front line. Oh, he is gone. Oh, yeah, you're right. So maybe the Akai.
I got to execute it, Dave.
At this point, I think would work out. But I mean, I'm not too against it, but there's a lot of
This
CC
is the
to kinda rush
Fiends
into
that we're dealing with.
for the Roger. Kohari liking to be aggressive, though. Definitely not too far out of his realm. But is that an Odette we see?
That is an Odette we see, and I wasn't against the Roger. The Odette, on the other hand, we're getting a little crazy. It's a lot of magic damage on the side of the Fiends here. The Odette. You have coverage. You have coverage.
I actually like the Odette.
I mean, you get some AoE, you get some defense when it comes down to some of these objectives and everything.
The Joy is going to wreak havoc, though.
Odette, because honestly, the Joy doesn't do great against the Odette. But still, yeah, I mean, here we go. Game number 2 to take us in.
I was really interested to figure out what you were gonna make up for a good reason for this Odette pick, because I couldn't find a single
because even the
one.
Yuzong is a major problem to it. The Ruby is a major problem to it. It's questionable. The Roger, not too questionable.
Yeah, this is the last team of the day.
Like what you would get from the Brody, but the Odette just throws the wrench in everything.
Man, we gotta like look up the Odette and just see. Have we seen the Odette yet, or is this the first?
We have seen the Odette.
We did once, one game.
Yeah, one game
with the Odette, and that was over to LEGACi. Was the one who pulled it out. They played it against BTK. As we are now jumping into game number 2 for our final series of the day for the lower bracket quarterfinals. Devious Activity up against Fiends. Devious Activity currently sitting with match point. If they claim victory here, they'll be able to shut down Fiends and send them home. Will Fiends be able to take us to a game number 3?
Listen, when the pressure is on, we see it happen all the time. It's match point. Fiends have had a great season, but now everything's on the line for them. And things get a little crazy sometimes when the pressure builds up. We bring out the Odette pick, and either it's going to be the game changer or it's going to be the thing that puts the final nail in the coffin for the Fiends. Now, taking a look at the gold lane, I do think Kohari should be able to do okay. I think Claude can almost always kind of stalemate, can always kind of lane with all the best gold laners out there. I think as long as Melon doesn't get too crazy, he should be able to hold his own, at least, against Kohari on this Roger.
Yeah, definitely going to have to watch out. Kohari likes to be aggressive. If there's any marksman that can be aggressive nice and early, it's definitely going to be this Roger. We didn't get to see it at all today. I think this is the first Roger that we've seen, at least for today's series. He is going head-to-head up against Melon, though. Melon already off to a little bit of a harder start. I mean, you look at him, 50% HP, both sides forced to recall.
Yeah, and after last game, we know that Devious Activity is totally okay with kind of hanging it out, waiting for mid-game. They don't need to force, they don't always try to force things early on. They know how to be aggressive, but also, if they want, they can wait for second, third turtle to pop off. And with something like the Joy,
pirate crew,
we said it last time when Fiends picked it up, you have to try to go deathless for the first, 5, 6, 7 minutes. Wait for your power spike to come. Wait for you to lock in your second item or so. Third item around 8 to 12 minutes. And that's when you're really able to start hitting hard into the back lane.
It's interesting because when it comes to the 5v5 engagements, speaking of engagements, look at the predictions over there from the community. 85% to 15% for Devious Activity taking this game with a sweep. But on the opposing side of the board, Fiends, off to a good start, claims the first turtle.
Most definitely. I mean, it's first turtle already going to Fiends, but again, like I said, Devious Activity not trying to force things here. Able to kind of take it slow, and as long as they don't die, as long as nobody goes down and Fiends doesn't just skyrocket ahead, it's okay. But the funny thing is Fiends also not trying to force things, knowing that with the Odette they need some time to scale, knowing that with the Florin they need some time to scale, and then the Roger as well. So both teams kind of in this weird place where it's like, whose power spike is going to hit a little bit harder than the other one?
You are looking at 3 quantum charges picked up for the side of Devious Activity. They are going to be very mobile when it comes to these engagements, and they have a lot of crowd control to kind of work in their favor. That's, like I said, a very dive eccentric composition for Devious Activity. When you look at the side of Fiends, though, it's a little interesting on how these heroes kind of play together on the 5v5 engagements, right? You have Pro Destroyer who can initiate with the spatial migration on the Guinevere, possibly get the knock-up with the Violent Requiem. You have Kohari who can kind of sniff out the low HP with the Lycan Pounce for some possible pickoffs, initiation from the Last Sanity from Yuri Cutie, but not a lot of crowd control to really bank on compared to Devious activity.
Most definitely. Now, I'm wondering, you know, when does the big play happen, right? Weezy, like, I don't think we haven't seen a game this slow all night, and I know it's only 4 minutes in, but comparative to what we've been seeing, there's been a lot more action. Both teams really just kind of testing the water. Yato just kind of poking back and forth with Churro, but still nothing crazy. Pro Destroy might be for the play here.
Some people are like flex coin billionaires in the chat, man. You better watch out. There's some high ballers in there.
Threat, right? Like one Violent Requiem connects onto more than one player, or really just one player. It's game changing, and that's why the Guinevere normally kind of has advantage early on, because not a lot of other junglers can deal with that knockup, can really respond to it. But Devious activity, knowing that, they don't force it. They give up first turtle, and now they're going to try to maybe contest this one.
You know, and they don't really have anybody to stop Kush in his tracks on this droid. Yes, he doesn't have the support to lean on. Possibly go.
So I'm a middle class flex coin holder.
Hard with the aggressive dive though. Nothing out of the ordinary for him. T though, Black Dragon hovering around, drops down. Kush able to claim the turtle for Devious activity. Evening out the scoreboard. Kohari will find Yato though for first blood. Your cutie finding T, 2 kills. Nice and early for the side of Fiends for a trade-off. Kush, maybe the third if he's not careful, able to get back to safety.
He made it up from the come up.
With the dashes, Joyboz there to kind of help sustain him as he escapes to safety.
That's hella funny.
I thought Kohari might get another one, but luckily Melon's smart about it. He's like, listen, fine. You want to go all the way down to the other side of the map? I'm going to take this tower. I'm going to definitely get something out of your attack. And with that, with the turtle plus the tower,
Jesus
even
Christ.
Though they take the 2 deaths, DA still, you know, in the game there, man. Very much so in the game. And no, Melon able to get the solo kill on Kohari, and now DA on top of all the trades.
Yeah, definitely DA winning in terms of
the solo kill, bro.
But on the bot side, Fiends, they were able to take the turret, so both sides able to claim a little bit of the map so far. Not too high out of the park. I would say gold lead for Devious activity so far, but in terms of kills, you would look at both marksmen having one. We will see Kohari finding a death, though, which may put him a little bit behind Melon.
Ooh.
Looking for that Linkin Park, but a misplay over there from Joyboz. Looking nothing but air. Gonna go ahead and recall spam out of there, but not what he was looking for.
Most definitely now DA. Still waiting to see if Kush is going to come online. Just waiting to see if the Joy is really going to be the big play. But wait a second, Violent Requiem.
Ooh, T. Caught out of position. Hit with the Violent Requiem. This is where the Guinevere starts to shine a little bit. Joyboz now joining the party alongside Yato. 3 kills for the side of Fiends. They were not able to claim that second turtle, but overall, they're not too far behind. This is really anybody's match. A little closer than I would have anticipated, but I want to see how Chirabami plays into this with this Odette.
Yeah, I mean, still no kills for Churro, but still no deaths for Churro. So far doing good for an Odette in the NACT playoffs. Turtle is going to be down to about half health. T going to force the engage.
Yeah, it's going to full sin, drop down on a Pro Destroy, hit him with the knockup. Base migration by the Requiem as a response. Nice Sandy from your cutie, though. We'll be able to take down T.
Nice.
One member falling for the side of Devious activity. But look at Yato. He grants the Swan Song, is going to use it. Kush able to get the turtle and skate out of there for Devious activity.
Those turtles that Kush keeps getting are the thing that's keeping DA in the game right now. Because Fiends, I mean, it's 4-1 in kills, right? Fiends has been coming out on top in some of the trades. But DA, man, able to get these objectives. And then Melon as well, just farming away, has been doing a great job. And finally, Kush puts a kill on the map.
Oh, yeah, they need to watch out for Melon. Going in for Pro Destroy. We'll take him down to Blazing Duet. Your cutie, Faraga Armor has been taken down. BMI back to safety, but still in the fight. Takes down the turret and now going in for the kill. Joyboz on your cutie. We'll be able to take him down. Devious activity, evening out the kills 4-4 and claiming more on the map.
Listen, this is the
yeah, the gambling on the stream's real for the chat, man.
Around the 8-minute mark, this is the same thing we saw from DA. They're able to hang it out, let you maybe get some more kills, but once their time
You get to have a little bit of fun in the chat while, you know, shit's going, you know, a little boring on the thing.
1-0. Yes, T has taken some deaths, but all the players on the team that need to be able to scale have scaled. And
The chat loves the gamble, bro.
Speaking of moments, T with the Black Dragon back to safety on the invasion for the purple buff, not able to get a Pro Destroy, able to claim it last second. Forced to use his retribution though in that play.
Hey, at least you're not losing anything, you know. Ooh,
Now may be able to get a kill. Spatial migration out from Pro Destroy, showcasing why
Pro Destroy almost got caught.
Has its perks. You're gonna go ahead and see another turret fall though on the top side. That's a tier 2. 9 minutes in.
Yeah, tier 2, 9 minutes in. Kush might not be getting all the kills, but he is causing pressure on these off lanes. Look at him still up in the top side. Gonna macro that up, then move down, move over to the mid. Maybe he wants to hop down to the bot side. You got Melon there, so he doesn't exactly have to do that, but still, Devious activity just keeping pressure all around the map.
Yeah, 1,000 gold lead over there for Melon too. A ticking time bomb. Corrosion side, Demon Hunter Sword already picked up. Only the Endless Battle and One Talk over there for the Roger. Kahari falling short on the mark compared to him so far. And right now, Devious activity starting to build up that snowball. Fiends need to be careful. I mean, this is match point. If Devious activity takes this victory, they're done. Finito out of the NACT spring season.
Yep, and that might just be it. I mean, Fiends has had a great run, and I don't want to count him out just yet, but it's looking very similar to last series where DA just does this great job at waiting for the mid game and then popping off at it. Fiends need to find an answer. We saw Kohari able to get some kills. We saw the whole team able to kind of take advantage of T's over aggression. They need to find those moments and make them work again, but look at Kush.
Yeah, he's going to rush in. Spatial migration, not going to hit the mark from Pro Destroy. Tried to catch him on that aggressive play. Swansong going in, though. Yato with the IMU using their ultimate against them. Kush will be able to find Magic in the backline. Churubami will find Joybox, gets a double. Takes down T with the Swansong. Kush will find Churubami. Churubami does shut down. Kush to respond back with the triple kill. Melon trying to get away. Pro Destroy may be able to spatial migration in. Forced to use a BMI, and now the Lord in control for the side of Fiends. But speaking of Fiends, Kohari, you know he wants it. Almost able to get him with the Lycan pounce. Melon trying to get back to safety. Kohari looking like he's gonna let him go.
I mean, that's a big dub for Fiends there, man. That's a big win.
That's why I said I like the Odette, bro. Like, Odette does so much damage.
And capitalize
like,
on it. Look for those mistakes
fucking reason.
And now Gold down to barely a lead. By the end of this, Fiends should have the lead. They've taken a Lord. They should get a nice push out of this. And look at this. So Kush makes that immediate aggression.
Look at this, bro.
Anything out of it. Yuri Cutie gets a response, and now Kush, yes, they find Magic, but Churro just starts cleaning things up here, and it's a bit of a bloodbath back and forth, but in the end, Churro with the triple.
The power of the Swan Song coming alive. Just the AoE range that it has is very hard to get out of. But speaking of things,
damn.
Set up with the Violent Requiem. Magic will go ahead and shut down.
Yo, Melon got caught.
Swan Song, Yuri Cutie.
Swan Song versus Swan Song. Sheesh.
Most definitely. And Devious activity now on the back foot. What's their answer to this, right? They can definitely kind of take it slow, but we're starting to see Yuri Cutie come online a little bit more. We're starting to see some of the late game possibilities from Fiends become possible. They bring in this Florin, which now that it's got Flask of Oasis, now that it's starting to feel a little bit better overall, the heals are actually starting to matter, and the sustain is starting to happen. We're seeing some of the cracks happen in Devious activity.
Yeah, it's
crazy. Is this our first BL3 chat?
On this Odette, but T off to a hard start. He's 0-4-0, 4 deaths. Not the game he was kind of looking for, and I'm honestly a little bit surprised considering the way this has been playing out for him. But Fiends, this is better than game number 1. If they keep up that momentum, they could possibly take us to a game number 3. I mean, right now, I would consider them in control of this game. I mean, it's only a 400 gold lead, but nonetheless, the way they're rotating around, the way they're able to take these objectives is putting Devious activity on the back end. But look how comfortable they are. Not really going to phase them. Waiting for a window of opportunity. Melon is going to possibly be that deciding factor. I mean, he's been kind of farming around and getting all the looks that he's wanted without being punished too much compared to Kohari, who's one kill behind him.
Hold on, sir. Did you just say a game number 3?
That's what it's
Oh,
looking
wait a
like,
second.
maybe.
A lot of damage.
Ooh, Swan Song going out. Black Dragon from T. Cutie will find Joy Bosch.
Oh!
Trying to escape. Like and pounce in. Kohari taking down Kush. Kush will find one. T taking down Churro Bobby.
Oh shit!
He's made a 3 for 2 trade. Kohari find another. Find
Oh!
trying to get away.
Kohari!
Not gonna allow him to. Melon by himself. Wait a second, Trex feeds. Able to gain control. Devious activity. Not the match they were looking for.
Listen, man, you asked about the Swan Song and why it'll work. Well, there it is. That's why it works.
It's not. I'm telling you, it's not. I'm telling you, it's not bad. That Odette is
when they try to dive in,
OP.
even if Churobami ends up going down, the amount of immediate damage, anytime Kush tries to dive in, boom, Swan Song comes up.
Odette can't be
Anytime
CC'd.
T tries to come in, we have an answer to it. And
She
we'll see
she
it
can
right
only
here,
be
right?
knocked
Kush
up.
Does try to
Yeah,
make the big engage into the back line, but the Swan Song comes out.
No,
and Kush
her
is
ult
just
still
getting
goes. Like
shredded
her ult
down
won't
in the
be
midst
stopped.
of it all,
She
and
has to be
unable to
knocked
really pull
up.
out the kills.
Yeah, respect the power of the Swan Song. Last standing from Cutie. Both teams fighting it out in the Lord Pit. Kush very low, not in position for the retribution.
Yeah,
Melon need to get out of
only
it.
person that
Kohari
could do
taking
it
a
would
lot
be
of damage.
Yuzong.
Able to dodge the last insanity. Look at the Lord though.
Ruby literally.
Swan Song
it-
in.
No, Ruby actually makes it worse for your team.
A double kill. Takes out T as
Because you
well, a
pull her to
triple.
you.
Melon again, all by himself. Luminous Lord claimed for Fiends, and now to push through the mid lane, a possible game ender on the way. Melon, can he hold him off?
Yeah,
Looks
it's just
like he's gonna
a
try and go for it, try
it's a
and clear out these
displacement.
minions. Needs to wait it
Same
out.
thing with
15
Arlott.
seconds
Like it's a
till the team
displacement.
spawns in. Is that enough of a window? One lane of minions to go through. BMI's in. Blazing Duet. Able to clear it. Oh no!
That's it,
Not
boys.
able to in time. And Fiend.
The
able to
game
take the game. Ladies
3.
and gentlemen, we are going to a game number 3.
Wow. Fiends coming in with some clutch picks, able to turn things around.
Oh snap!
It's our first game 3. I mean, not our first game 3, but our first non-sweep, our first back and forth series of the NACT playoffs. And Fiends, the team that came in and took NACT by storm, now showing, are they going to be the upset makers? Are they going to be the ones that knock some of the OG players out of the playoffs?
Hey, Odette now at that 50% win rate. LEGACi couldn't do it, but Fiends was able to push through. And major victory. I mean, their backs were against the wall, right? If they lost that, they would have been knocked out of this NACT. Devious activity. Not the game they were expecting, and now both sides one step away from moving forward or one step away from being knocked out of the spring season. 15
Crazy chat
for the side of Fiends to turn this around 17-8. I mean, highest kills on the scoreboard is going to go over to Kohari on this Roger 5-1-5.
I mean, Kohari was clean, but also Churobami, man, even in
Jesus
that very
Christ.
last Lord fight.
Fucking Trex over here like smashing
Churobami just kinda
food.
hung out
That
in
boy was
little
like stole
bush, right? The
sandwich
little
in the
Lord
mouth.
bush, the solo bush, and let a lot of the fight happen for a while there. Just did not show, held on to the ult, waited for the right time, and timing was key so much for Churobami. Ended up being the carry, ended up doing the most damage on out of everybody, 83,000, which in a game like that that really didn't go too late, is a lot of damage. And Churobami's positioning and just timing with those Swan Songs was key to victory throughout this series.
Yeah, definitely not something I would have expected to be drafted or expected to work. There was a lot of counters to the Odette.
MV.
That game, but the execution, the
Much
positioning,
love. Appreciate the
from Churobami
199.
definitely standing out. Kohari
Let's
making the most
go.
out of the low HP from the Swan Song, able to follow through to get the most kills of the game. The head-to-head right there on the board, 5-1-5 compared to Joy Bosch on the 1-3-1. A little interesting to see the marksman compared to the roamer, but I wouldn't say that's too out of the ordinary. That'd be kind of interesting to see a roamer.
I think I might run up to the corner store real
But
fast.
damage dealt. You're going to go ahead and see the highest on the board. Beat Churobami. We were just talking about him, right? With the Swan Song, with the Odette last second pick. 88% team fight participation.
Just got off work eating a Taco Bell. Hey, Taco Bell!
I mean, I know it's normal.
I actually had some
Magic
tacos
is
too, bro.
a
Did my
healer or a roamer or
were you
whatever,
here when
but
I had
damage dealt
tacos?
was only 6,000
That's hella
damage.
funny.
Magic literally must have like never landed a single hit on anybody and just really hung out and waited it out. 6,000 damage total from a hero is insane. Must have missed all those skill shots. But anyways, I mean, that's whatever. I'm just picking and fighting here. But so now, Wheezy, game 3, baby. Rubber band match.
Yeah, rubber band match.
Are you excited?
I am. Yue, the mad scientist, he may have actually got something right today if this does kind of pull through, because he did vote over there.
Deek is going to be so mad that he didn't.
All right, chat.
He did say that too.
I will be right back. Well, this is the last one.
When this series,
I think I should be back before.
Is going to be so mad.
Oh, it's just like a minute away from me.
He just can't,
I didn't suspect this to go 3 games.
Over there. But let's see what can happen here. DA now. Yato, T-Baj, Kush, veterans of NACT. Tied up with the new kids on the block, Fiends. Can they pull it off here?
Take the cam with me.
This is crazy. I mean, Fiends.
The cam's like connected to my PC.
For their money. A little bit of a surprise.
There's no break, no.
Giving them a second chance
fucking sweating.
to stay inside of the playoffs. Devious activity, like you said, a lot of vets on their side for the NACT. Falling short for game number 2, and I wouldn't even say it was a draft difference.
All right, be right back.
I think it was just execution there. I really think that's what it boiled down to. I think the draft was solid. I actually liked and preferred the draft over there from Devious Activity against Fiends, but I feel like Fiends, they were able to kind of look into the mistakes that Devious Activity was making during the actual game, and they profited. So jumping into the final game of the day officially, one team will be sent home. Now we got to kind of break down these kind of keys to victory on what will make one the victor and one the loser. When it comes to Devious Activity, they definitely got to play a little bit tighter inside of the game. They're letting too much go into the hands of Fiends, too many neutral objectives, too many plays and pickoffs, and no trades to respond back. Even being overly aggressive sometimes is costly. For the side of Fiends, well, that's a hard one to kind of break down. I feel like they just overall did well. I don't know if the Odette will work again. I don't know if it was just a fluke. If it was something that just kind of worked that one time. I don't know if I would do it twice.
I got the answer. I got the answer for you. Don't pick Joy. So far, if we look at the real, if we look at the, or get Matilda, but also a number one thing is don't pick Joy, because Fiends pick Joy, they lose. DA picks Joy, they lose. Maybe that's the real reason, but also, what's been the number one rule of NACT, Mr. Wheezy?
I was about to say it. Ban Joy, drink water.
Drink water.
If you didn't learn that, you're about to learn it today. As Mathilda's one of those strong supports, the strongest support I would say so far, paired up with the Barats and the CC. Oh my goodness. Oh yeah, we're off to a good start. But on the opposing side for Fiends, they do have some answers. They have the Valentina. I feel like
Fred Wren.
Okay, but
hey, baby.
Hey, they pulled off the Odette, bro, so I'm speechless. I'm speechless right now.
They get the RAF. They get the RAF, which is solid for Fiends. I think it's smart. All right, listen, we need to get comfortable quick, and we need to make sure they're not going to ban us out. Pick up the RAF immediately. I think from here, it's like we can play around this, but at least they get something that they know works well with them. We've seen them do wonders with the RAF. We've seen them do wonders with this type of composition. Now it just is kind of balancing things out. They have a big hurdle to climb here going up against the Matilda and the rest of this comp. So fall back to comfort for Fiends.
Man, this is going to be a fun one to watch. I mean, essentially, if you look at the Barats, you look at the Fredrin, both of them frontline jungles, and then they're backed up by some amazing supports, right? You have the Rafaela, can give you the speed boost, can keep you alive, has the stun, the Holy Baptism, something that you can kind of lean on. But the Mathilda, Circling Eagle, the Guiding Wind to be able to get you back to safety, I feel like it works out a little bit better, in my opinion. I think the question is going to be the CC, though, right? CC is one of those high mobile heroes, very hard to keep up with. Not really much to stop her in her tracks, at least so far from what we've seen from Fiends. I mean, they can't even go in for a Kaja at this point because they locked in this Rafaela. So maybe they match the mobility over there from the CC. Maybe they go in for something like a Benedetta. I think that'd be good, especially up against the Barats. Can definitely get away from his Detna's welcome, can dash in, hit him with the Electro Final Blow. I think it's a strong option. Something that can kind of match the rotations. If not, you're going to be seeing some good overall objectives from the CC being put inside of the mix so far. But I think, I'm not going to say it's one-sided with the draft. I think the Matilda is a very strong point, but still a possible way for Fiends to be able to take this game.
Yeah, I'm wondering if we see like the Ixia over here from the side of DA. The Ixia Matilda combo is definitely a possibility on the side of Fiends. I'm wondering maybe they pick up something like the Ruby for EXP lane. I know it's not like it's normally the roam slot, but could do well in kind of locking up Matilda on these big engages, locking up CC. They go for the Paquito instead, which also damage a burst answer, something that's highly mobile, like you said, similar to the Benedetta, kind of supplies that proactiveness. But DA just keeping things meta, keeping things normal, getting their hands on, you know, some of the most, like, all of these picks were extremely prio throughout the whole season, and they got the bow, they got the whole package. If Fiends beats this composition right here, then they deserve it, man.
You know, Thanos with the with his gauntlet, it's like they got every Infinity Stone they could have
got it all right now.
And they just need to snap their fingers with this final pick for Devious Activity. But okay, there we go. I don't know if I would consider that an Infinity Stone. I feel like that's a little okay. We'll take that. That's something that Fiends can kind of lean in on. Now, this is gonna be good. I think both sides have answers. I feel like Devious Activity has a little bit of a stronger composition, but Fiends has something that could definitely work through this. What do they go here? I mean, there is dive capability. They could go in for something like a Brody to keep them alive, especially when you have that circling eagle, when you have that Barras that's going to rush into you, that CC is going to rush in on you as well.
Oh, no. Never mind.
Oh, Melissa, that would have been pretty cool to see. The Claude, though, how we feel about that?
Like I said, man, I mean, it's a comfort pick for Kohari, man. It's since the very beginning we've seen him win games with it. You pair it up with a support. It is comfort for Kohari. Is it going to be able to do it here? You get the Purify, you get the BMI, you have some escapability, you have some way to play around. But I will say this, when it comes down to it, it's a lot of weight on Kohari's shoulders here, man. You are one of the major damage dealers here. Yes, your Acuity can pull something off, but once again, you know, can Kohari the Brave take his team to victory here? We'll see. It's gonna take some time. I'm just happy for Game 3, man. I'm just happy for Game 3.
He may earn a new title if he's able to pull this one off. I mean, like you said, the new kids on the block up against the vets. This is going to be one for the books, their final game of the day, the final match of the day. On top of that, Fiends up against Devious Activity, fighting for a position in the semifinals for the lower bracket. Who will be able to push through, make it or break it? One team moving forward, one team dropping out.
Listen, as people know, I'm a DA fan, man. I've known Yato, Kush, Baj, T. I've known these guys for a long time. But if there's a team that I would be excited to see them lose to, it would be Fiends. Because Fiends, like I've been saying back to back to back, they've taken us by storm. The new kids on the block are here. And if there's anyone I want to see beat DA tonight, Fiends would definitely be a story to tell. But look at everything they've given over to DA. This is a mountain to climb tonight.
That's right. Old school versus new school right now. You are looking at Devious Activity falling short on the money for game number 2. They had a good run on game number 1, though. But game number 2, you could definitely tell the execution was better on the side of Fiends. But can they hold on to that momentum? We are looking at the support versus support route, though. This is going to be the Rafaela up against the Mathilda. Surprised that the Mathilda actually walked through the draft. This is the first Mathilda and Rafaela that we've seen. Oh, no, maybe not Raph. I think it's the first Mathilda that we've seen today out of all of our series.
I mean, and we got the Wilderness Blessings on both sides, on both support roams and on both mid laners. We're talking quick moving, fast action play in the laning phase. Both teams trying to find something. Joybaj is going to be in their face. He's going to be that mosquito that's just flying around your head nonstop, and it's going to be annoying until Fiends, if Fiends don't find a way to swat him down, it's going to be nonstop. They're going to have vision on him all game long.
Yeah, it's a lot easier to kill a Rafaela than it is to kill a Mathilda. But you are going to go ahead and see Fiends trying to rotate on it, trying to find game plan. Detna's welcome. Kush. Early setup. Eternal Guard dropping down. Yato taking down Pro Destroy. First blood for Devious Activity. Finds the jungler for Fiends.
Beautiful catch by Kush there. No, that has nothing to do with the Matilda. That was just a wonderful catch. Throws out the rocket, gets the knockback, quickly hits him up with the Daytona's welcome, and then the rest of the team combos up, but just very well played by Kush there.
Yeah, that's a high value target too. Shutting down Pro Destroy, you're already able to take him down. Yep, invade him, delay his farm. That's gonna put him behind. That's gonna hurt him, especially up against Kush. Who already has the assist on top of that, has the turtle, and now able to take away his orange buff.
Take away his orange buff. About to take away another camp, and then just go back to your own jungle and farm away. This is a huge lead for Kush here. It might not feel that much because it's only level 5 to level 6, but it's going to start to mean a lot as Kush goes down through the rest of his jungle and clears things up.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, even the marksmans, right? You're looking at Melon running on this Irithel. We saw how well the Irithel played earlier today with a great performance. When you stack up these neutral objectives, she can hit like a truck, and then she has sustainability to lean on. Last time we saw Irithel linked up with a Angela. This time, we get to see it with even more of a meta pickup on this Mathilda, which makes it even deadlier. But at least in Kohari's favor, he's running for what we would consider comfort on him to be able to survive in that lane. But Melon, playing for the survivability, is going to pick up that Hawes Claws.
Yeah, that is almost a 3-level lead or 2-level lead for Kush over Pro Destroy after things are said and done with both jungles being cleared out. Yato with a nice Eternal Guardian there, just waiting in the bush.
Yeah, waiting for the opportunity to strike. Needing to watch out for that CC, especially on this Vexana and the amount of damage it can provide on top of that. Look at the top lane rotation, though. CC trying to proxy this lanes. Like we said, it's very hard to kind of keep up with the rotations of the CC, and it's going to be a possible problem. Death is welcome again. The opener from Kush, circling Eagle. T, able to find magic, maybe able to get more Chirobami. Need to get out of there. Pro Destroy putting some pressure, trying to stop Devious activity from taking his orange buff, but they're in for the full invasion. There to stay. Retribution goes down. He's able to get it. Grand Theft Orange for Mr. Kush.
I feel so bad for Pro Destroy right now. This is disgusting. And this is exactly what you see when the Matilda comes in, like the Matilda Barats. That's exactly what you can do. And it just lines up so perfectly. Getting that early game kill is probably the thing that's going to be the downfall for Fiends here, because now they can just be so aggressive. And even if they're not able to get... more damage on a magic.
He's just talking about the Matilda Joy Bot.
That's gross.
Able to take him down with the Eternal Guard knockup. Well, yeah, it's off to a rough start. Chirobami was interesting enough. He took the circling eagle. That was the ultimate he kind of decided to go in for on Devious activity. I feel like this is going to be a little bit of a harder game for a Valentina to kind of profit on.
This is tough, man. This is very tough for Fiends. And like I said, Devious activity can just kind of go in, be aggressive, and then anytime Kush doesn't get the buff, maybe he's not able to get the steal, he just gets the guiding winds out, man. He's just out of there. Just, like, there's no worries for anything on the players of DA right now as long as Baj is around. Almost a 3,000 gold lead already. T just cutting lane, able to get involved in these fights as well. Looks like he's taking a camp right now up in the top side, taking even more from Pro Destroy. It's a 3-level difference between the junglers. You know what that means? Your retry means nothing to Kush's retry right now.
Yeah, speaking of retry, Pro Destroy will fall. Yato able to kill. Eternal Guard in effect. Kush with the detonate is welcome before the stun. Finds magic. 2 members falling for the side of Fiends. Maybe more in climbing as they're looking to kind of continue rotating on this bot side. Melon versus Kohari on the 1v1. Kohari in the bush. Needs to get back to safety. Not going to be able to find it. Melon takes him down. That is going to be 3 members falling overall in that engagement from Fiends to nobody on Devious activity. 6-0 in terms of kills unanswered.
Not today, not today. Devious activity came to play, man. Fiends having a little bit of trouble with it. And DA just showing, you know, listen, you guys did good, but we're here to move on in this bracket, and Fiends, you are the next target on the list. Pro Destroy, unable to get a level before he's bullied back even more.
Yeah, some treachery in the land of Dawn today from Devious activity. Definitely living up to the name. Putting Fiends on the back end, disrupting their synergy, and making the most out of the situation. We'll be able to close in on this tier 1 turret for the bot side. Berserker's Fury picked up by Melon. We'll have a lot more crit as he joins these fights. Something that Fiends is going to have to watch out for. Devious activity now rotating to this turtle. Kohari feeling a little brave, but being a little risky. Circling Eagle, connecting from Joy Boss, but nobody to follow through. But look at Pro Destroy in the bush, spotted out. You already see Yato able to deal some damage. Joy Boss finding Kohari, the brave.
Snap.
Now Kohari, the dead.
The game's still going on. Who's winning?
We're gonna look at Devious Activity.
Yo, Devious Activity sweeping them this
Chris
time.
has been on point.
Damn.
With these Detona's welcomes, man. He's just been landing them one after another. You
They
get
said
hit by
we
those
are not
rockets and
going
you're dead,
home.
man. And Kush's eyes so clean. Now hitting the guiding wind, just, you know, pulling up real quick, coming for another tower. Fiends just unable to defend against this at all.
Yeah, and you are going to look at that tier 2 falling. Melon able to pick it up, and now back to safety they go. Fiends.
You were
yet to
ranking
claim a
5s?
single turret away from Devious Activity, a single objective.
I went to like this one corner store and it was closed. Like what fucking corner store closes at 10 o'clock?
Overall, a one-sided story, a recipe for disaster on the opening of this Mathilda, showcasing why it's
Then I had a
banned in the NACT, and now the play through for some.
Yeah, this is like a
kills.
complete
Melon
stomp
will be
this
able to
time.
Take another turret on the top side.
Let's be real here. Not only have they, well, they finally get a turret, but not only have they only gotten one tower, they've only gotten about one orange buff, one purple buff. This has been rough. DA has been taking full advantage of their competition.
Oh shit, Kohari is kind of
ladies and
split
gentlemen, this is why
pushing.
you drink water and ban Matilda, all right?
Yeah, but Kohari bot side with the split push, at least able to find something for the team.
Oh,
now,
Joy
able to
Baj.
get back to safety.
No,
With the
not
Claw,
able to
you are
punish
looking at
him.
Pressure from Devious Activity, not really too
Oh my god, the fucking damage!
in the mid lane.
What the
Mathilda
fuck
able
just
pull that
happened to
push
Pack?
to safety.
All right, it's 9 minutes in, 7,000 gold lead. Definitely still some possibilities for Fiends, right? And I think Kohari's kind of always got his mind on the map. He's always trying to make plays elsewhere. With the Claude, we know the shred possibilities. We know there's the possibilities to not let a Lord end the game. And I think if Fiends just kind of buckled down for a bit, they do have the Rafaela, they do have late game possibilities. That is their option here. They can't take any big fights. They don't want to take any big 5v5s right now. They're going to lose out. It's going to be another, 5-6 minutes till they really come online. Let Devious Activity make mistakes and just turtle up, baby.
That's right. Let them turtle up. That's definitely their game plan. If you're going to give them those objectives, they're not going to complain about it.
Oh, my headphones are dying.
Push, opening up these initiations. Really good so far. Chirobami will possibly
Pitch
fall
that battery low.
Kill. Pro Destroy falling. Kush able to pick up that kill. 2 members down for the side of Fiends. Yuracutie need to be careful. He's going to join that mix. Magic left over there to kind of keep him alive. But you are now seeing the siege from Devious Activity. 10 minutes in. Trying to open up the base for Fiends. Down goes the inhibitor for the mid lane. Lord still intact. Kohari with the blazing duet. A lot of utility already being wasted with the Lord still over 50% HP. And now the opportunity to close out this game. 50% on the base. Crystal 25. 3. And now down to 1. Devious Activity able to take down Fiends. And game number 3 knocks them out of the NACT spring season.
Well, if there's any team that could have at least brought us to our first back and forth series, it was Fiends, but it's not enough today. Devious Activity with the win, gonna move forward and eventually face on Area 77 in future games. A nice clean win, pushed back against the wall after game 2 losing to Fiends, still able to come in on game 3 and just dominate.
Kush is a former
with
BTK.
an 11-0 and 24 KDA, taking 0 deaths, just completely stomping down on the necks of Fiends.
Yeah, look at the KDA, 0, 11, and 0 for the entire team of Fiends. Not able to find a single kill that entire game. This is what we call a one-sided story. A fancy finish for the side of Devious Activities to close out our final game of the day, and a way to go out for Fiends on top of that. But nonetheless, they had a good run. They definitely took
Yo, that's crazy ass.
journey, taking down Team Gosu.
Boy, they trying to get you.
I started keeping an eye on them, and then moving all the way up.
You
to
better
the
put
ranks,
some
almost
extra
taking down
protection on
Devious
that.
Activity. Took 1 game away from them. Our first game or series going all the way to 3
That's
matches
crazy.
is something to be proud about. But nonetheless, they will fall short. Devious Activity will move forward, which means we're going to be seeing them go up next week against Area 77.
I mean, if I had to say one thing about Fiends, is no other team was able to really push some of the
make it a password that no one would even guess.
They did.
You wouldn't even
NightHorde
guess
fell
it.
a little short earlier today. You know, even NightHorde wasn't able to bring us to a game 3. Fiends able to make sure that we get a little bit of a show here. Now, the carry Yato, the rich guy, Melon, all of them just doing a great job. And Baj also. I mean, it's hard to be like, oh, yeah, this player did good when literally all 5 members went deathless this round. All 5 members, just a huge part of this final game.
Yeah, there's not really anything that they did wrong. Nobody fell. So even trying to gauge who the MVP is would be a very tough one.
My company that I work for as an accountant, we have an application that allows me to, like, it's free for me because the company pays for it, but I can use it for personal and work, and it separates the two. Like, it separates my personal and my work.
Took the world by storm, and I can't wait to see them in the next NACT. Hopefully they kind of register for the next season. But Devious activity, it's looking good. It's looking promising. I think it was a little shaky for game number 2, but after that one-sided story in game number 3, I would definitely have to watch out for them as they climb that ladder.
Most definitely. And I think it's, you know, if there was 2 teams that I really want to see go against each other in the lower, I think DA Area 77 is definitely going to be a matchup. Well, though we have been saying that about a lot of games, hopefully, you know, it's going to be a best of 5, I'm pretty sure, right? It's going to be a best of 5. It's going to be our first best of 5 in the lower bracket, so there's a lot of space for DA and Area 77 to really kind
Hire
of
you as my assistant.
blow for blow.
I don't make enough money to be hiring
that
assistants.
Fight for the number 4 and number 3 spot. Definitely exciting. DA with the big win, and now
I wish I could at some point. Maybe I will at some point.
Wonderful host Zeke Cutie.
I got one, guys. I got one. So I'm
Oh,
pretty
God.
happy about that, not ending on a bad note. But, you know, I was kind of surprised. It was very strange for me watching some of these matches. It felt like in the 2 that DA won, they absolutely dominated the environment.
Where's
But it
Eunice?
was like that middle match.
She controls the
definitely had me
camera.
questioning some things. Definitely had me sweating. I do know for a
I need to
fact
like
that
shave my
could not,
mustache. It's getting
afford
too long.
lost
I don't like
today.
mustaches.
The wrong guess would have. I'd have been. I might have signed up for next NACT on the spot.
All right, chat. So we are going to attend our NACT meeting. Prep a bit, and then I'll be back on to play for a couple more hours for
I think we got every single one right today,
streaming
Tex.
purposes.
Is that right?
Yeah, per usual, you know.
Must be nice.
Must be nice.
I will say.
Am I streaming with them or just showing the live stream? I'm just showing the live stream. Well, I have this live feed elsewhere, but
non-sweep.
it would be the feed that doesn't have a delay, so I can't show you that.
Something I didn't expect, especially with the way the draft was. I mean, I honestly
I gotta go to the NACT meeting for us managers, and then I will launch another live. That'll be in the vertical format, and then we'll go from there.
Seeing them go a little bit higher in this ladder.
So I'll be back to play some MLBB. Play some actual MLBB. I think maybe Ritz might come with me.
How they kind of do pushing forward. Nonetheless, though.
CC, we had to move our BTK game to the mass tournament on Monday, so Monday and Tuesday I think is pretty full right now. Because of moving the mass tournament's grand finals. I think it was the finals and then the grand finals, so.
Fiends had a
Something
great
like
showing
that.
this season.
I gotta build that schedule for BTK as well. But we'll see. We'll see.
They came in, and if there was, like I said, if there was any team that I wanted
It's
to
hard
see
for me to
kinda,
get podcasts in and shit like that. But
playoffs,
we'll have to do
Fiends,
something,
and I
man.
think we got a little something from him at the end there because
I might be
compared to
free
two
like
of these other teams that
Thursday.
got knocked out today. Fiends at least, you know, put on a small
I'll
show.
keep you up
Had
to
us
date
at
with
the
my
end
schedule
of the
though.
day, waiting on
I'm
a
so damn
game
busy. Because Wednesday I got
MVP.
college classes, so
Steph, who you got?
Wednesday I might not be able to do anything. I wanted to actually stream in the short versions all this week, so
You got
nope, you got it.
I don't know.
Did get it. Okay, so Joy Bodge.
We could try to find something out.
Addition to the roster, but not a new addition to these players, right? We've seen him kind of compete with them on the previous.
That boy said, "I want a wrench."
spring season of last year.
GG's.
And they were able to kind of win. They were the champions, right? And he was the roamer in that position, and it definitely makes sense on why they picked him up again. I think he's a strong addition to the team. He's able to play majority of these heroes.
Yep, the last teams in the NACT are GG, BTK, Devious Activity, and Area 77
for the playoffs.
Do you guys think that if DA's team composition maintained its original roster from the regular season, do you think this would have been a different game?
I don't know. Who knows?
Next week, it'd be Devious Activity versus Area 77 and the GG versus BTK.
Players, right?
So for me, I feel like with the way that the teams were playing, with the Fiends being able to, again, showing off that second game, their ability to actually keep up head to head, even with the proper composition for DA, I feel like without Joybaj there, Fiends might have been able to make something bigger happen.
Does Fiends have to play with uneven though, if that's the case?
Nope.
The Fiends get the change.
It's kind of hard to gauge that though, because they had Mathilda, bro. If they didn't have Mathilda, then maybe it would have been different. But I feel like Mathilda in general, when you let the Mathilda, it's just such a strong pickup. We just don't see it lose. We don't.
Well, I think really what it comes down to is who drank more water. I think we have to take that into account as well. Trex, you look like you got something on your mind. What's up?
I'm wondering if you're gonna have a wonderful interview here in a second. That's all I was wondering.
Or
are we just gonna?
Someday my prince will come.
Oh God! What the fuck?
I can't wait to hear
all
these
right,
questions.
I think he's over there waiting for me now.
Make sure you ask them like how they feel going up against Area 77. Does Yato want to smash his old team? You know, all that good stuff. Let Yato know. Much love, bro.
Let's see what he's got to say.
Trex is so fucking hungry, bro.
Hello.
Welcome back.
He's ready. He's done. He's done.
How you feeling?
I mean, thank God.
So quick, free, and easy. 3 words used to describe both the first and the third game. Was that the level of control and an expected result coming into the series?
Going to the third game wasn't like our expectation, but after the third game, it was like we realized that our draft was like really, really bad. So we had to fix things up, and it was like on the line, you know?
Do you think it was because of Mathilda?
The third game, definitely. They made a mistake giving that to us.
Nah, it's only safe to assume you guys have been drinking water as well too, which I think, as everybody knows, up to this point, synergizes so well with the Mathilda.
I guess.
So this was the first non-sweep in the entire playoffs. What happened in the second game?
We didn't expect the Florine pick because it's so strong. Every time we go in, it just saves everybody. And anti-heal wouldn't work on her. So, and our drafted for Joy was bad. It was quite rushed for Joy.
So, as a team overall, what do you guys attribute your success to so far?
Right now it's based off of like our own mechanics and gameplay overall, because our draft, I think it's not up there yet, but we can definitely improve on that.
That's fair. So, big question for you. Big question. Do you consider Area 77 a threat in the lower brackets?
At this point, it's all teams shouldn't be taken lightly because it's, you know, we have one more weekend left. So we have to give it our best shot for now.
That's fair. Do you have any final statements that you want to make to your upcoming opponents?
A77, they were my old squad, so good luck to them. And also my old teammate, ISO, is there. So good luck to him as well.
Fair enough, man. Well, I'm not going to hold you up. It's late. I appreciate you guys for coming out and absolutely giving off a great show.
All right,
to
GG,
all
guys.
the viewers. Thank you so much.
I'll catch you guys later. I'll be live probably in like 15 minutes.
Great interview
All
with
right.
Yato.
See
Well
ya.
said, well
You can watch the rest of the
spoken,
stream,
nice,
but all they're
quick,
going to do
easy,
is
to the
yap
point,
and then end the
just like
stream.
first
So
and third game.
I'll see you guys in a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, the man of many words and